The story begins with the invasion of Longcheng by foreigners. Giant airships began to dominate the skies. A multitude of steel machines oppressed the earth and its inhabitants. They were led by high-ranking exalted ones who were also dangerous. They could use not only fists and blades, but also teeth. Their battle was fierce as they fought for territory and survival. However, people were unable to withstand the monsters as they invaded in a rapid stream. People were gradually pushed further and further away. Soon, Longcheng City could no longer resist. The city fell under the onslaught of machines and monsters. A guy named Meng Chao did not give up until the very last moment and saw his city being destroyed. At the very last moment, the guy continued to hope that everything could still be changed. Perhaps it was thanks to this tenacity that Meng Chao was reborn. The boy gained powers with which he could protect his city. He had a mission from which he was not going to retreat. Meng Chao swore to defend this land until his death. The guy hoped that the fire of civilization could still flare up. Meng Chao vowed that he would do his utmost to promote this and wage a bloody battle against the demons. We return to the day when Longcheng fell. The monsters mercilessly killed all the people they came across. They were fierce, because for them too, this battle was the final offensive. The monsters advanced in a column into the depths of the city, pushing people back. The fighters, who were specially trained to fight this scourge, could not hold back the enemy's onslaught. With every passing minute, the city sank deeper into chaos. The monsters destroyed buildings in their path. It was as if they were trying to raze the entire city to the ground in order to rebuild it later. Meng Chao fought the monsters to the last and tried to hold them back. However, the more time passed, the more the boy became convinced that the monsters could not be defeated. Meng Chao's main weapon was twin swords. With their help, the guy tried to cut the enemy into pieces, but it was all useless. At one point, Meng Chao thought he had managed to break through the enemy's defenses. However, as soon as he took even one step forward, the pressure became stronger. The stone monster grabbed Meng Chao in its giant palm and squeezed him tightly. After that, the monster swung and threw the guy to the ground with all his might. It seemed as if this was the end of it all, and Meng Chao could not survive after this. However, the dust gradually settled, and we saw the silhouette of a guy. Meng Chao gripped the swords tightly in his hands and rose to his feet. He was badly wounded, but he was not going to give up. The guy saw a monster lying nearby whose head he had cut off just a minute ago. Meng Chao saw how veins snaked through the monster's flesh and reached out to each other. The next moment, these veins rushed towards the guy. They pierced Meng Chao's body in several places. The monsters no longer paid attention to the guy, who was not destined to be saved anyway. Meng Chao's whole life flashed before his eyes, and he remembered his parents. The boy saw the main tower of Longcheng City being destroyed by monsters, but he could do nothing about it. With his last bit of strength, Meng Chao stretched out his hand and said that he had not come to terms with this. However, at that moment, meteorites began to fall from the sky, completely destroying the city. On the edge of consciousness, Meng Chao saw the Longcheng Tower falling. After this, the city began to fade from the guy's consciousness, and he realized that his life was over. We are transported back a few years and find ourselves in a school classroom. The elderly teacher tried to calm the students down in order to attract their attention to the lecture. The man held a sword to the monster's skull and asked how the students would know what the monsters looked like if they didn't look at him. However, these words failed to convince the students to remain silent, and some even began to laugh at the professor. At this moment, Meng Chao suddenly stood up from his seat, stretching his arms forward. The girl sitting in front of him turned around and asked if the guy was really so irresponsible that he fell asleep. Meng Chao looked at his disgruntled classmate and didn't understand what was going on. The guy looked at his hands and couldn't understand what was happening. Meng Chao realized that he was not on a battlefield, so he looked around. On the board, the boy saw a reminder that there were 50 days left until the final exam. Meng Chao immediately realized that he had been transported back to the time of preparing for the exam. It seemed that the guy should be glad that he managed to escape death. However, the next moment he decided that it would be better for him to die than to take the exam again. The professor saw Meng Chao jump up and looked at him sternly, saying that the boy should not distract his classmates, even if he decided to sleep in class. Finally, the boy noticed Teacher Yan and asked what he was doing here, since he had died a long time ago. This time there was an oppressive silence in the class, and even the teacher did not know what to say to him. One of his classmates thought that Meng Chao was not the craziest person in Class 6 for nothing, and promised to give him a decent burial. It seemed as if the teacher began to breathe fire and demanded that the boy immediately explain himself. It had been a long time since Meng Chao's last lesson, but he still remembered Teacher Yan's murderous gaze. The guy bowed so sharply that the chair flew towards the wall. Meng Chao began to justify his behavior by saying that he had a nightmare in which monsters from another world had crept in and taken over the land. The boy also noted that in his dream, Teacher Yan was a great hero martyr. The teacher asked again whether in Meng Chao's dream, Longcheng had really been attacked and he himself had been killed. The monster's skull began to crack gradually from the force with which the man was squeezing it in his hands. The memory of teacher Yan's death flashed before Meng Chao's eyes. The guy remembered that the man was instantly torn to pieces and thought that he did not have time to feel pain. Meng Chao corrected himself and said that the teacher's death was useless and peaceful. Teacher Yan finally broke the monster's skull and said that Longcheng City could not fall. The man ordered Meng Chao to move towards the wall, raise his head and butt up and his chest forward. The boy followed the order and asked if he should lean against the wall. Teacher Yan felt like Meng Chao was just making fun of him. The man approached the student and asked if Longcheng had fallen when the city had been destroyed 50 years ago and plagued by zombies. After the zombie disaster, the fog descended and the monsters invaded, and they lost a third of the entire population. But thanks to countless martyrs, the people were able to reclaim the land inch by inch. The teacher shouted and asked Meng Chao whether the people had given up then and whether Longcheng had died out. The guy straightened up abruptly and said that the city did not fall because the people did not surrender. The teacher told the entire class that Longcheng City would never fall and that people would be able to defeat any enemy, just as they had done 50 years ago. The man said that in this world, Earthlings are the most ferocious inhabitants. The students supported the teacher's mood and repeated his words. Meng Chao's classmates were determined to destroy the other world at any cost. At that moment, a guy with dark hair and blue eyes stood up from his seat and said that the teacher was speaking correctly. The guy said that they should train hard, try to become outstanding people, and contribute to the development of Longcheng. The brunette looked at Meng Chao and said that it was impossible to just sit and be afraid all day, thinking about the destruction of Longcheng. Meng Chao realized that this phrase referred to him, but decided not to respond. The brunette raised his hand and said that he would hope that, with the exception of a few cowardly mice, most of his classmates had the same opinion on this matter. Classmates immediately began shouting that Longcheng would never fall and the Earth would win. Most of the girls supported the brunette's speech because they considered their class leader very handsome. Meng Chao looked at the village chief and wondered why he was picking on him when they weren't even enemies. However, the boy remembered that in his past life, he had missed the final exam only because the class president had inflicted internal injuries on him. Moreover, when Longcheng clashed with the other world in a fierce battle, the headman betrayed the people and went over to the foreigners. After the memories surfaced in Meng Chao's mind, he was no longer going to tolerate the village chief. The guy suddenly jumped up from his seat and rushed towards the brunette. Meng Chao stopped in front of his opponent. The fire of anger and revenge burned in the boy's eyes, and he turned to the headman. The brunette immediately turned his attention to Meng Chao and noted that the guy's gaze was different from what he saw before the lesson began. At one point it seemed as if the guy was going to attack the headman, but then everything changed. Meng Chao thanked the headman and teacher for pointing out his mistake and promised that from now on he would improve himself. The guy promised that he would devote all his efforts to elevating the city of Longcheng. The teacher said that Meng Chao should follow the example of the headman Haozhan and ordered the boy to demonstrate the Lying Dragon Strike and stand like that for the rest of the lesson. Meng Chao waved his hand lightly and said that he would do everything. A classmate with pink hair thought that the boy was somehow not taking punishment seriously, because it was an extremely difficult move, so it would be difficult to stand in it until the end of the lesson. Meng Chao rubbed his head and said that he hadn't used this technique for a long time, so he didn't know where to start. His classmates began to laugh at the boy's self-confidence and wanted to enjoy watching Meng Chao crawl out of the classroom. The headman said that every family has its black sheep, and the boy brought his own punishment. However, Meng Chao did not look as if he was afraid of the punishment, and with a smile on his face, he began to carry it out. The boy suddenly thrust his left foot forward, attracting the class's attention with a loud sound. After this, Meng Chao pulled his right leg back and rested his foot on it. The guy waved his right hand, moving it towards his right leg. Meanwhile, Meng Chao struck out in front of himself with his left hand. The speed of the impact caused the curtains in the office to fly up to the ceiling. Teacher Yan looked at the boy in surprise. Classmates began to say that even the class president couldn't deliver such a powerful blow, but it was difficult to stand in that position for more than a minute. Meanwhile, Meng Chao apologized to the teacher for his movements not being perfect and promised that he would train hard in the future. The man made no comment on the boy's blow and simply returned to the board, saying that the lesson was continuing. The headman returned to the lesson, but thoughts were swirling in his head that he could not let Meng Chao behave like this and would have to take revenge on him. At that moment, Meng Chao himself stood in the pose of a dragon strike and looked at his hand in surprise. The guy's eyes began to glow, as if a spark had run through them. In front of him, Meng Chao saw a loading window that was visible only to him. Soon the system announced that the spark had completed the binding and Meng Chao was now the bearer of fire. Looking closely at the fire, the boy began to remember his nightmare. In his dream, this fire fell from the sky, destroying everything in its path. When the city of Longcheng fell, this fire filled the surrounding area. Meng Chao himself also fell under its influence. The system notified that the guy had become a bearer of the fire of civilization, and received an initial reward of 10,000 contribution points. The system suggested that Meng Chao distribute the initial contribution points until the body was improved to the optimal state. The guy thought for a moment, but still gave his consent, after which the system began to spend points on restoring Meng Chao's body. The boy felt how the old wounds on his body, which even doctors could not help him with, began to heal. Meng Chao was delighted and watched with pleasure as the system gradually spent points on recovery and on improving combat techniques. Soon the boy remembered the secrets of the technology he had used in his past life and was delighted by it. However, after some time, progress stopped, and Meng Chao did not understand what had happened. The guy still stood in the dragon pose and waited for the spark to continue improving his body. Meng Chao raised his hand and said that the system could spend as many contribution points as it wanted, as long as it continued his development. The next moment, the system seemed to knock the guy out with a final notification about points being spent. Meng Chao realized that he had used up all his points, so he offered the system in exchange for the debt. However, the Fire of Civilization refused to make concessions and said that it would develop together with the guy. Meng Chao thought about the fact that the system still hadn't told him how to earn these points. While the guy was fighting the internal fire, the bell rang. Teacher Yan looked at Meng Chao, who was still standing in the dragon pose. The man announced to the students that the lesson was over. His classmates were shocked that Meng Chao had actually managed to endure, and speculated that the best student in the class was returning. Meanwhile, Meng Chao could only think that he was very hungry. The guy assumed that he would have to replenish the energy that the spark spent on healing and learning skills on his own. At this moment, Meng Chao barely had time to notice how a tall and plump guy approached him. It was the same pink-haired classmate of the guy, who was also his best friend, and his name was Fei Sun. Fei Xiong lifted the skinny Meng Chao by his arms, and asked why his friend hadn't told him that he was practicing the lying dragon pose. Meng Chao turned to his friend and asked him to take him to the dining room and feed him, and promised that he would treat him to something tomorrow. Fei Shun pushed the guy's hand away and said that he felt a catch, so he would not help. Meng Chao smiled and said that he would never deceive a man who was like a brother to him. Fei Shun thought for a few moments. The boy threw a heavy hand over Meng Chao's shoulder and said that he couldn't get away with his words, since the whole class could hear them. After some time, the boys came to the supermarket to have a snack. Fei Shun had never seen his friend eat so much before. Meng Chao filled his stomach, eating one serving of instant noodles after another. Once outside, the guy continued eating the candy bars. Fei Shun did not share his joy and said that his friend had eaten up his entire budget for 2 weeks. The boy attacked Meng Chao, threatening to beat him for this. The fire of civilization flared up in Meng Chao's eyes, and he reacted instantly. The guy hit Fei Shun in the face with a backhand and told him to be quiet. The force of the blow sent the guy flying a couple of meters to the side and hitting a tree. Fei Shun had not yet come to his senses, but he already understood that this was more like some kind of hallucination. The boy jumped up from the ground and ran towards the campus, calling Meng Chao a demon. Meng Chao followed him slowly, and at some point his foot hit an empty bottle. The bottle rolled to the side and collided with a pile of rubbish. A janitor stood nearby and complained that people had scattered trash again. The guy heard this and wanted to help the worker. As soon as Meng Chao threw away the bottle, the system notified that for his sincere desire to help the janitor, the guy would receive 0.001 contribution points. The guy thought that points are earned surprisingly easily. When Meng Chao entered the school building, he saw Fei Qiong on the stairs calling him to class. The boy lazily walked towards his friend, but his classmates overtook him. The girls ran up the stairs, not paying any attention to the fact that their short skirts had ridden up a little. Fei Qiong hit his friend on the head and said that he was behaving like a hooligan by looking under girls' skirts. Meng Chao said he now understands that this ordinary life is worth doing everything to protect. Fei Shun also looked at the girls and said that he admired the guy because he was both shameless and sophisticated. The guy decided to change the subject and asked if in Meng Chao's nightmare the demon Yan really died and the city fell. Fei Shun imagined that in this dream, he had become some kind of general. Meng Chao said he only saw some fragments. Looking at Fei Shun, the boy wondered whether he should talk about what happened in his dream. In his previous life, Fei Shun was an ordinary soldier on the front lines. Meng Chao wondered whether it was worth mentioning that the war with the monsters quickly escalated to a higher level, and many fierce monsters appeared. The guy remembered that they didn't even have time to leave the starting location when Longcheng's end was already predetermined. As memories assaulted Meng Chao, images of his parents immediately popped into his head. The guy asked if Fei Qiong remembered that Meng Chao dreamed of going to university and becoming an extraordinary person, and the guy himself wanted to go to military school and become a general. Fei Qiong replied that they had just talked about it yesterday, to which Meng Chao said that their dreams would definitely come true. A friend said that they would have to prepare well during these 50 days. The guys promised that they would now help each other achieve their goals. Meng Chao thought that he had an obligation to help his friend, since he had experienced so much in his past life. Fei Qiong promised that he would become a general in the future, and Meng Chao promised that he would go to university and become extraordinary. After some time, the friends entered the room where the Chinese language and literature lesson would take place. The classmates were talking excitedly about how they couldn't wait to learn some famous songs with teacher Huan. Soon, the sound of footsteps was heard in the corridor. The door to the office opened, attracting the students' attention. Everyone was looking forward to the start of this class and greeted teacher Huan. However, the headman appeared at the door and said that the teacher was sick, so they should all go to the training hall. All the students screamed indignantly and did not want to go anywhere, much less cancel a subject that was interesting to them. After some time, the disturbances died down, and the school children followed the headman in an organized manner. Fei Qiong walked behind everyone and said that he wanted to return to the days when there were many literature lessons, and Meng Chao advised him to read a book in his free time. The headman was distracted by hearing conversations at the end of the column, after which he turned around. Hao Zhan saw that Meng Chao and Fei Qiong were talking as if they didn't notice him. The headman decided to express his dissatisfaction and, stepping out of line, ordered the boys to go faster. Fei Qiong said that he didn't like the way Hao Ran had been acting lately. The boy turned to Meng Chao and asked if the boy knew why Hao Zhan decided to become an ordinary class leader instead of going to the rocket class. Fei Qiong said that the school provides resources for the school prefects to improve themselves, and Hao Zhan's family also has their own company, so he is not short of resources. Meng Chao was well aware that their chief had used his connections to get this position. The guy said that if it weren't for Hao Zhan, Fei Qiong would have become the class president. The brunette heard the conversation at the end of the line again, and it made him angry. The headman turned around abruptly and ordered everyone to stop talking immediately and not waste time. His remark angered Fei Shun, and he was about to go to strife. The guy caught fire and walked towards the headman. Meng Chao stopped his friend and said that they needed to practice first. Fei Shun seemed to be stopped by this, but the fire in his eyes continued to burn. Since his reincarnation, Meng Chao had been keeping a close eye on Hao Ran, but had not entered into open conflict. After some time, the class arrived at the improvement center. Hao Zhan led his classmates to the gym and said that this was an independent lesson. The headman said that each student must choose an area of improvement and train himself. The hall was equipped with a wide variety of equipment, and every student could find something of interest to them. Meng Chao approached one of the training machines and thought that from this moment on, persistent improvement began. The guy expected that after restoration and receiving the fire of civilization, he would become stronger. Meng Chao struck the machine once and froze. After a few moments, he realized that the healing had taken too much of his energy, so he needed to eat again and restore his energy. The spark helped Meng Chao restore his body and knowledge, but it couldn't give him strength, so he was like a tank without fuel at the moment. His classmates looked sadly at the exhausted boy, and remembered that he had intended to become extraordinary. The headman saw Meng Chao and ordered him to vacate the machine since he was not going to train. Meng Chao leaned on Fei Xiong, who said that the boy had not trained for too long and needed time to recover. The guy sat down in the corner of the room and said that he was fine. Fei Qiong started training nearby, hitting the punching bag, and pointed out that Meng Chao hadn't practiced for a whole year, so he must have forgotten even the basic skills. Soon it became clear from Meng Chao's face that he was not happy with his friend's training. Fei Shun turned to his friend and asked why he was looking at him like that. Meng Chao closed his eyes and said that power was not used that way. Fei Xiong picked at his ear and asked how the guy could boast to him, since they were like brothers to each other. Meng Chao corrected his friend, saying that there was nothing personal about it, and that Fei Shun's methods of using force were incorrect. The guy was upset and said that Meng Chao was being extremely shameless today. Meng Chao thought that there must be a way to explain everything to his friend, so he suggested that they go to the toilet together. Soon the guys quietly disappeared from the hall and headed towards the restrooms. Entering the room, Meng Chao looked around to eliminate the possibility of being overheard. Having made sure that no one followed them, the guy slammed the door. Fei Shun didn't quite understand why his friend needed to push him into the toilet. Meng Chao turned to Fei Shun with a sly smile and told him to take off his clothes and show his muscles. The guy became worried and began to retreat back, threatening to kill. Meng Chao ignored this and walked closer, saying that Fei Xiong had recently used the ox strength technique through his muscles. Fei Xiong winced when his friend asked if the boy felt like his power was about to leak out. Meng Chao crouched down in front of his friend and looked at his leg. The guy asked if Fei Shun felt a tingling sensation from her feet to her knees when she stepped on the floor. The boy looked at Meng Chao in shock and asked how he knew this. Meng Chao said that Fei Xiong had not yet mastered the secret meaning of the ox power, so half of the power simply spread throughout his body. The guy chuckled and said that if his friend continued in the same spirit, he would soon develop osteoporosis. After these words, Fei Shun grabbed the guy's leg and began to beg him to help him. Meng Chao said that the guy should use his power, and he would watch it. The spark activated in Meng Chao's eyes, and the truth behind the ox force technique was revealed. Fei Shun jumped up from the floor and began to thank his friend. After some time, Fei Xiong said that he really saw the results of Meng Chao's manipulation. The guy replied that they would only be able to find out after they passed the test. At that moment, the system announced that he would be awarded 10 points for helping develop the city's forces. Meng Chao realized that points were added even for sharing information about skills with others. The system is designed in such a way that the stronger the civilization, the stronger the guy himself becomes. The system offered Meng Chao the choice of a reward for his first contribution to the development of civilization, and provided a list of rewards. For some time, the guy thought about whether it was worth discovering new skills, or whether it would be better to improve the ones he already had. Soon the guy chose the basic shooting skill, since it cost the most. But in any case, he would get it for free. Having finished his selection, Meng Chao looked at Fei Xiong and promised that he would definitely send him to a military school. The friend shuddered at the look and the sly smile that appeared on the guy's face. After some time, the guys returned to the training hall. Standing in front of the machine, Fei Xun asked where his friend had learned such strange techniques. Meng Chao promised that he would tell the boy later, and suggested that they move on to testing his strength. Fei Xun did not refuse and stood in front of the punching force measuring machine. The guy began to gather his strength, and soon a field began to appear around him. However, before Fei Xun could strike, the village chief shouted at him and ordered him to move away from the impact force meter. Haozhan approached the boys and said that they had left the lesson without permission for 20 minutes, and then returned and decided to measure their strength. The headman asked who gave them permission to do this. Fei Xiong got angry and said that he had an epiphany of the ox power, so even his teacher would not stop him from trying to measure the power. The elder chuckled and said that he had seen the boy's skills and doubted that he could have had any insight. Haozhan said that before playing with the power meter, the guy should step aside and practice his punch. Fei Xun was angered by the headman's words and was about to lose his temper. The boy walked towards Haozhan, offended that his ox strength was called incorrect. At one point, Meng Chao stood between them and asked the headman to demonstrate to them all the correct execution of the ox power technique. Haozhan considered his proposal for a few moments. However, afterward the guy took off his wristwatch and said that he would demonstrate his true strength to them. The elder rushed towards the power meter. The guy delivered one precise blow to the center of the device using the bull power technique. The force of the impact even caused the exercise machine to move back a little. The numbers on the scoreboard immediately flashed, calculating the force of the blow. Soon the scoreboard showed a force of 225 kilograms, which was an absolute record in their class. The headman chuckled as he listened to the delighted cries of his classmates. The girls were confident that a guy with such abilities would be able to enter any university. Haozhan put his watch back on and asked if Fei Xiong and Meng Chao had understood their positions. Fei Xun was very angry, and his friend suggested that he wait a little and then measure the force of the blow together. Seeing that the guy was not listening to them, they turned to Meng Chao, asking for help. The boy ignored their requests and patted Fei Xun on the back, inviting him to try. Fei Xun was determined and was about to approach the exercise machine. The headman stood in his way and said that they could test the strength of the blow after the lesson with the others. Fei Xun came close and ordered the headman to step aside, but he continued to stop him. Classmates already imagined how all this could end. Fei Xun roared like a huge bear and pounced on the headman. The guy grabbed Haozhan's hand and pulled him to the side. Only now did the headman realize that the boy had really become stronger. Fei Xiong pulled Haozhan to the side with such force that he lost his footing. Fei Xiong concentrated all his strength into his fist, just as Meng Chao had taught him earlier. The wind started to come from the boy, and it was much stronger than the headman's. Anger gave Fei Xun strength, and he delivered one blow to the center of the power meter. The impact caused the simulator to jump up, lifting it off the ground by several centimeters. The device moved back, and the numbers on the display began to spin. The result soon surpassed the class president's record, which greatly surprised his classmates. Fei Xun himself didn't expect that his strength would increase so much from his friend's recommendations. Meng Chao said that the guy had been training the ox superpower technique in secret from him, and was now able to crush even Haozhan. The classmates heard about such a technique for the first time and listened to Meng Chao with interest. The guy said that it was impossible to hire teachers of the bull superpower technique for any amount of money, but this technique would give you 10 extra points on the exam. Meng Chao turned to Fei Xun and asked him to teach him this technique. Fei Xun didn't understand why the boy was acting like this, since it was he who taught him this technique. Meng Chao said that he was ready to pay money for the training, and then it dawned on the guy that his friend was trying to make money this way. Meng Chao pretended to cry from despair and began to beg to teach him this technique. A crowd of classmates immediately surrounded Fei Xun and began asking him to teach him the technique. After some time, Meng Chao proposed to organize a group for training, and in return, Fei Xiong would receive payment from the entire class. The only person thrown aside was the headman. The boy watched as his classmates, who had previously admired him, no longer paid attention to him. The elder was very angry about this, but he could do nothing about it. Meanwhile, The system notified Meng Chao that he had made another contribution to the development of civilization, which added another 11 points to him. The boy smiled and said that Fei Xun was serious about her studies. Meng Chao covered his mouth with his hands, but still said loudly that Fei Xiong was selfless and good, and he did not understand at all why he was not chosen as the class president. At this moment, all of the classmates turned their attention to Hao Zhan, who was sitting on the floor to the side. The headman realized that this whole performance was staged in order to lower him in the eyes of the class. Meng Chao extended his hand to Haran to help him stand up and said that his words meant nothing. The class monitor jumped to his feet, refusing to accept the boy's help, and said that he always tried for the good of the whole class. Hao Zhan smiled at Meng Chao, but in his head he was already thinking of a plan to prevent the boy from passing the final exam. The headman promised himself that he would not allow Meng Chao to successfully enter the university. It was getting on towards evening and all the lessons were over. Meng Chao and Fei Xiong gathered on the school roof to divide the profits from the lessons. Fei Xiong offered to give everything to his friend, but he said that it would be more fair to divide everything 70-30. The pink-haired man took his part and asked where Meng Chao knew about the Ox super strength technique. Meng Chao lied that he found a forum on the darknet dedicated to the science of life and, after studying it, discovered this technique. The guy said that if Fei Xun was worried about the safety of the reception, he could warn his classmates about it. Fei Xun decided to do just that, so he left the roof early, asking his friend not to be late and to return home early. Meanwhile, Meng Chao himself threw the overflowing backpack onto his back. Before leaving, the guy looked at the sky again. The guy climbed onto the parapet of the building and looked at the city. He used to dislike the fog because it sealed the city and prevented the Earthlings from killing their enemies. Meng Chao remembers the times when he didn't like Longcheng himself. The city's areas were cramped, the streets were overcrowded, and the demands for improvement were too strict. The guy understands that all this was because he was a teenager like everyone else. He watched too many films and books about the old land. In that past, school children attended only 2 physical education classes a week, and a few dozen in literature and mathematics. Adults only needed to work 8 hours a day to earn enough money for a large apartment and organic food. However, that land is a homeland that can never be returned. The nightmare that had not yet come was already tomorrow, and Meng Chao saw it clearly. The system informed the guy about the increase in points for the training that Fei Xun was now doing. Meng Chao was distracted from the good news by an emergency alert for city residents. A message came from the airship from the Municipal Meteorological Office that fog was expected tonight, and monsters would enter the city. The announcer said that, according to the forecast, the main area where monsters will appear will be the area around the metallurgical plant. The Survival Committee orders the Steel Dragon Corporation to immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness, and orders all other districts to prepare for Level 3 combat readiness. The announcer asked all citizens to follow the rules, be vigilant, and prepare to fight the enemy. Meng Chao's eyes widened as he realized that they would be attacked by monsters today. Buses slowly departed from their stops, taking school children home. Meng Chao was delayed on the roof, so he was late for his bus. The guy continued running after the car, asking it to stop and choking on the exhaust smoke. Hao Zhan watched this performance from the inside of his personal car. Meng Chao's efforts paid off, and he finally managed to board the bus. When the bus stopped at his stop, the guy began to squeeze through the crowd of people to the exit. Once outside, the boy took a deep breath and was glad to finally be home. Meng Chao walked through the dilapidated market and was immediately overcome with warm memories. The guy listened with pleasure to the familiar and warm voices, which made him feel calm. Despite the late evening, the street was still busy, which only made Meng Chao happy. The guy was glad that life was in full swing in this place. At some point, Meng Chao heard someone calling him. A girl in a school uniform was dragging a filled bucket towards him and asking for help. The guy immediately recognized the girl as his sister Xiao Zhao. However, as soon as he approached the girl, his head began to hurt severely. A cliff from his past life flashed before Meng Chao's eyes. The guy would like to never remember what his sister would become. In that nightmare, she drew the night to her, and it followed her wherever she went. The girl's entire appearance became gloomy, as if she were the main threat to the person. In that reality, Xiao Zhao became a dark night witch. The boy felt as if he was back in those times when he couldn't resist his sister. She had changed so much that it seemed as if they had never known each other. However, in this reality, the guy came to his senses when Xiao Zhao came close enough and started calling him. The sister extended her hand to the boy and asked why he was acting like a mouse that saw a cat. Meng Chao still hadn't come to his senses and imagined his sister as a cat. The boy grabbed Xiao Zhao and asked if the girl would kill him if she had the power. The sister smiled and answered negatively, but she thought that this was what she would have done first. Meng Chao didn't believe that the girl would become angry without a reason, so he decided to ask Xiao Zhao if she was angry with him for anything. The sister replied that there was nothing she could be angry about, but she thought that Meng Chao was the most terrible brother in the world. The girl screamed and asked why her brother was bullying her again. Meng Chao took the bucket and asked if there was a reason to tease his sister. The boy headed towards home and thought that he would never let Xiao Zhao become an evil witch and would make her the happiest in this world. The girl shouted after the guy that she hated him, and he replied that he even liked it. Xiao Zhao demanded that he give her all the meat as an apology. Otherwise, she would tell Dad everything. Meng Chao said he was glad the girl was worried about him, but she denied it. Once home, Xiao Zhao immediately complained to her mother that her brother had bullied her on the street. Meng Chao himself entered the house with excitement, which had long since faded from his memories. Mom was waiting for them with baked goods and leaning on crutches, saying that Xiao Zhao was constantly criticizing his brother. Meng Chao couldn't believe his eyes, because he hadn't seen his mother for so long. The woman handed the guy a plate of baked goods and offered to try them. Meng Chao took the roll and began to eat it, unable to hold back his tears. Mom asked why the boy started crying so suddenly, to which the sister said that her brother had gone crazy. At that moment, the father of the family came home and said that he heard Xiao Zhao complaining about her brother from the street. The man told his daughter to turn on the TV so they could watch the broadcast from the battlefield. As soon as the girl turned on the TV, the latest news started showing. The announcer announced that at 8:50 a.m., the military group of assault combat crabs will complete the deployment of positions in the north of the city. These vehicles are the latest military development of their city. Monsters from another world will have to fall under the onslaught of crabs. The news reported on a professor who participated in the development of these machines. Xiao Zhao said that the teacher told them a lot about the weaknesses of crustacean monsters. The girl found this information boring and decided to change the channel. Xiao Zhao changed the channel and immediately came across news about Master Lou. Mom and Dad looked with a smile at the girl who was glued to the TV screen as if hypnotized. Suddenly the TV turned off and the house was plunged into darkness. The house began to shake and Meng Chao immediately ran to his sister. The guy looked towards the window and said that monsters had entered the city. An emergency alert has been issued that the Tunfuyuan area is entering fortress mode. It was reported that the energy-saving priority has switched to defense mode. Walls began to rise around the area, protecting it from outside danger. Military vehicles surrounded the walled area to repel the threat. Monsters had entered the city, and further emergency alerts were issued to warn of danger. A huge mother monster arrived and began hunting people. Following its queen, the city was filled with a whole swarm of monsters. Shelling from military equipment immediately began from the walls. The smaller monsters fell dead one after another. The older specimens continued to move deeper into the city. A tower rose from underground between the defensive walls. The commander-in-chief gave the order to redirect all electrical power to the barriers and the high-voltage support tower. A few moments later, the tower used electricity to create a wall that the monsters could not pass through. As soon as the monsters approached the protective wall, they were immediately killed by electricity and thrown back several meters. Meng Chao watched everything that was happening through a special window and wondered if he had enough strength to endure this battle. The father ran into the room and asked how the battle was going, to which the boy replied that everything was going well. Grandma came into the room with the dog and told Meng Chao and his father to keep an eye on the situation outside, while she would take care of Xiao Zhao and her mother. A dog named Zubik ran happily between his mother and daughter. Meng Chao looked at his grandmother and told her to take care of her own safety first. The old woman grabbed the guy by the ear and asked if he considered her decrepit and unable to defend herself, to which she received a negative answer. Suddenly, the argument between the grandmother and her grandson was interrupted by a series of shots and a loud explosion. For a few moments, the barrage of shots stopped. The smoke gradually cleared out into the street because the guns had run out of ammunition. The monsters broke through the first line of defense and managed to destroy the electric tower. A beetle-like monster stood in the middle of the street and burst into flames. A few moments later, the monster's belly exploded. A multitude of smaller beetles flew out of the beetle's body. Father Meng Chao looked out the window and said that they had encountered a type of black fire beetle, a flying flame beetle. The man took the rifles from the wall and handed one to his son, telling him that defeating these monsters would be difficult, but they had to survive the night. From many similar windows in the protective walls, the city's inhabitants opened fire on the monsters. However, no matter how many times people hit the beetles, they could not penetrate their shell. Father Meng Chao reloaded his rifle and said that it was very difficult to hit these monsters, so they could only rely on luck. Meng Chao himself continued shooting and hoped that everything would end quickly, because then many people could get hurt. At some point, a flash of spark flashed before the guy's eyes. The system offered Meng Chao to begin his first combat mission to exterminate insects. Seeing that the reward would be 1,500 contribution points and a 1-level improvement in his basic skill, the guy immediately agreed. Meng Chao used the basic shooting skill and began to complete the first task. The guy concentrated, and an aura invisible to others' eyes began to surround him. At that moment, the boy's grandmother approached him and offered to swap if he was afraid to shoot. However, Meng Chao did not pay attention to the old woman's words and began shooting. Empty cartridges began to fall out of the rifle one after another. Meng Chao fired every shot confidently and accurately. His hand no longer trembled with fear, as he was confident in his goal and that he would reach the end. The grandmother moved a little to the side so as not to disturb her grandson. At some point, the guy fired a triple shot and hit the target without a mistake. The system awarded Meng Chao extra points for hitting the flying flame bug. Grandma slapped the guy on the head and said that he shoots just like his uncle did when he was still alive. Meng Chao smiled and said that this grandmother was his favorite. The boy smiled at the old woman and returned to his work. Meng Chao thought that if his grandmother hadn't distracted him, he would have been able to blow up the beetle with 3 consecutive shots. With each hit, the system sent a notification about the increase in points. Shooting skill gradually increased, depending on the accuracy of the hit. Meng Chao felt that the weapon sense from his past life had gradually returned. The father looked at the boy and said that Meng Chao handled a machine gun better than him. The guy said he got injured last year, so it was difficult to train martial arts, so he started practicing with guns. The father patted his son on the shoulder and said that he had had a hard time. The man took hold of the machine gun and said that one must always keep oneself in shape, so he wanted to see what Meng Chao was capable of. Father and son began firing at the monsters again. Father didn't always hit the target, but Meng Chao had no such problems. The shells flew out of the machine guns one after another, covering the floor of the room. The father smiled and said that Meng Chao definitely didn't have any problems, but he still had to take care of his health. The guy smiled and said that he was fine. However, something was bothering Meng Chao. He couldn't shake the feeling that another terrifying monster had yet to appear. Meng Chao kept trying to find him through the scope lens. Soon he found his target. A huge beetle-like monster, engulfed in flames, was flying towards them. This beetle was clearly a step above all the other monsters. The queen flew high in the sky and gradually moved deeper into the city following her swarm. Meng Chao was shaken when he remembered what happened in the city after the monster appeared. In the boy's nightmare, it was this monster that suddenly attacked. His blows destroyed the concrete walls of the districts. The monster had no trouble destroying all the buildings in its path. The image of his sister in the guise of a witch appeared before Meng Chao's eyes again. The guy tried to shoot the beetle, but the bullet simply bounced off its armor. Meng Chao realized that with his shooting level, he couldn't even wound the monster. To kill this bug, you need at least master level or even perfection level. All the beetles in the area began to flock closer to their queen after they started shooting at her. The city guards were alarmed by the monster's behavior, so they watched the queen closely. When the bugs began to fly over the walls, the guards opened fire to prevent the monsters from reaching the residential area. For some time, people managed to hold back the enemy's onslaught. His shooting skill gradually increased, and Meng Chao hoped that this would help him destroy the queen. The boy understood that he needed to improve his skills before the monster fully awakened. However, it soon became clear that it was too late. After waking up, the wall guards immediately realized that they were facing a super monster. The squad captain immediately reported to his superiors that an unknown monster had appeared in their area. The captain wanted to request reinforcements, but the connection was suddenly cut off without allowing him to finish. Meng Chao's father ordered the boy to immediately take all his family members and run as far as possible, because this monster could be dangerous. The guy said that his father should do it, and he, in turn, would stay here and cover them. Meng Chao took aim and said that he knew this monster. Meanwhile, the queen began to concentrate a sphere of fiery energy. A few moments later, the sphere hit the wall, scattering the guards in different directions. The main problem was the black smoke that formed after the sphere's hit, as it obscured the view. When the smoke cleared a little in the wind, people saw the queen begin to rise higher into the sky. Roy began to rise after the monster as if chained to her. It seemed as if the monsters had lost interest in people. The power seemed to be transferred to the smaller monsters, and now they too could form spheres. A few moments later, the monsters began firing at the walls. People tried to escape, but the beetles quickly found them through holes in the walls. The wall guards began to descend to protect the civilians. The captain of the swordsman's brigade was one of the first to enter the battle and gave the order to act so that the monsters could not get to residential buildings. The defense squad began their work, shouting that Longcheng would win. Meanwhile, Meng Chao continued to fire at the monsters and finally completed the system's task, receiving a reward. The guy decided to first invest all his contribution points into the basic shooting skill in order to fill the progress bar to capacity. Within moments, the basic and expert shooting skills were mastered 100%. After that, the guy used the reward and ordered the system to improve his basic shooting skill by 1 more point. The system at the same time improved the basic shooting skill to the level of perfection. Thanks to his new skill, Meng Chao saw that all the monsters seemed to be highlighted with hints. The boy learned that the gold powder on the beetle's wings can increase the monster's strength, and that the head shell is full of nerve endings. Meng Chao smiled and said that he now saw all the enemy's weaknesses. The guy realized it was time to move on to more serious bullets, after which he picked up a magazine with armor-piercing cartridges. Meng Chao inserted a magazine into the machine gun and prepared to fire. At that moment he heard a shot and saw his sister fly to the side. The girl couldn't withstand the recoil of the pistol and fell to the floor. Only now did Meng Chao remember that his sister actually had her own pistol. Xiao Zhao assembled this pistol herself, but her brother didn't like it and temporarily took it for himself. The guy thought he had already taken the weapon from her, but she took it out again from somewhere. Meng Chao looked out the window and saw the queen spinning from side to side. After a few moments, the monster's gaze stopped on one point. Matka looked straight at the windows behind which Meng Chao and Xiao Zhao were hiding. At that moment, the monster rushed towards the wall. Pollen began to scatter from the wings, making the queen even stronger. At the last moment, Meng Chao grabbed his sister and jumped away from the window with her. The monster crashed into the wall and tried to reach its victims with its long paws, but nothing worked. However, the queen was not going to give up and soon made a hole in the wall. Meng Chao shielded his sister from the debris. The guy understood that at the moment everything was happening the same way as it had been in his past life. Meng Chao remembered that Xiao Zhao wanted to help kill the queen, but the sound of the gunshot attracted that terrible demon. Their mother was seriously injured and taken to hospital, and then a series of misfortunes followed. Xiao Zhao felt terribly guilty, and perhaps it was at that moment that the darkness within her was born. Meng Chao pointed his machine gun at the monster, thinking that it was this monster that destroyed the house in which he had lived for 17 years with his family. The guy decided that this time he would not let this nightmare come true. Meng Chao fired and even pierced the uterus's wing. The guy continued shooting at the monster, trying to completely neutralize it. At that moment, Meng Chao's father ran into the room and asked why the boy hadn't left yet. The son asked to trust him and continued shooting. The queen's shell was dented by armor-piercing bullets, but she was still alive. The monster began to form an explosive core to deal with its main threat. As soon as the guy noticed this, a plan was born in his head. Without hesitation, Meng Chao fired straight into the monster's mouth. The armor-piercing bullet was supposed to hit the sphere and explode it right in the mouth of the uterus. The monster, focused on the sphere, did not have time to react, which caused an explosion. The queen immediately fell against the wall and began to fall rapidly downwards. Meng Chao heard the monster's heavy body fall onto the asphalt. There were no more sounds, indicating that the monster had been defeated. The defense squad approached the monster's body, and looking at where it had fallen, assumed that it had been killed by Meng Chao's father, who had previously served as a sniper in the army. After the queen was eliminated, the city's security only had to clear the area of the swarm. The captain gave the order, and the soldiers immediately rushed into battle. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was scorched by the blast, causing his nose to bleed. The guy collapsed to the floor from exhaustion and couldn't move. Meng Chao heard his father run up to him and try to bring him back to his senses. The guy was thinking at that moment only about how his shooting skills had really improved greatly since he was able to defeat such a monster. Now Meng Chao knew for sure that the nightmare could be destroyed, and the future could be changed. So the fate of civilization and his family was only in his hands. A worried Xiao Zhao was already running to her brother with a first aid kit in her hands. The girl gave her brother something to drink and asked him not to die until she personally took revenge on him. Meng Chao opened one eye and asked who said he was dying. A smile appeared on Xiao Zhao's face when she heard her brother's mocking voice. The girl started crying, grabbing the guy by the cheeks and asking if he had come to his senses. Meng Chao couldn't resist and thought that his sister was really a dark night witch and pure evil. A few moments later, the granny came into the room and asked if the guy was okay. Meng Chao sat up with his father's help and said he was fine but a little tired. The boy looked at his father and asked him to tell everyone that he was the one who killed the monster, since Meng Chao wanted to keep his abilities a secret. The father agreed to help his son, and laying him on the floor, told him to rest a little. The guy didn't resist and began to gradually fall asleep. Part of their home was destroyed by a monster. But this time everything was not like in the nightmare. Meng Chao looked at his family, who remained completely alive and well. The mother carefully brushed the dust off her father's shirt and smiled. Meng Chao was glad that he was able to save everyone in this life. The guy closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. However, after a few moments, an important realization occurred to him. The guy still hasn't received a notification from the system about the monster being killed. Meng Chao hoped that he was just mistaken, but that was not the case. If you looked closely at the monster's body, you could see it shaking slightly. Meng Chao stood up abruptly in the night, causing blood to flow down his face and drip onto the floor. His father and Xiao Zhao looked at him with concern, but the boy ignored them. Meng Chao knew that his abilities had greatly increased in the past 24 hours, but he still hadn't been able to combine his skills with his body's abilities. His mind-body connection was unstable, and that was why his shot missed the target. The boy looked down from the wall and wondered if his sister was really destined to become a villain, and his mother to die. Confirming his suspicions, the monster woke up and rose to its paws. Meng Chao had no strength left, but he had to change his fate no matter what. The boy gathered the rest of his strength and was going to use the power of the bull to finish off the monster. Before he could do anything, a bright flash lit up the sky. Something rushed through the sky and hit the monster. This was enough to finish off the queen completely. This time the monster's body was flattened on the ground, with no chance to rise. A man stood at the tip of a spear thrust into the monster's body. The man was dressed in a snow-white cape with a black cloak. Despite the closed clothing and the hood thrown over his head, the residents recognized the exalted one in the man and were glad of his appearance. Meng Chao leaned against the wall and watched with a smile as people greeted the hero. The system notified him that the boy had played a decisive role in this battle, awarded him new points, and notified him of the opportunity to unlock new skills. An hour later, the city began clearing the city's territory of the monsters' bodies. A special squad cut up the monsters' carcasses and collected useful substances. Meng Chao gradually came to his senses after drinking the high-energy solution and eating all the meat his mother had prepared for him. Over the past hour, the guy received numerous notifications from Spark, which gave him a headache. As a flaming golden beetle with demonic eyes appeared, it became clear that the monsters were constantly evolving, and the war would soon get out of control. Meng Chao must cherish every minute and become stronger as quickly as possible to protect his loved ones. Now the guy understood that it was not enough to simply have skills, they needed to be constantly practiced in real combat. However, Meng Chao did not have enough resources to maintain energy inside his body, causing him to be constantly hungry and tired. The boy heard Xiao Zhao say that they had started harvesting beetles outside. In his past life, Meng Chao's mother was seriously injured by a monster, causing him to fail the final exam. To earn money for his mother's treatment and his sister's education, his father took the boy to work with him. There were so many monster bodies that they had enough work for 10 years, and besides, the work of a reaper was very profitable. Meng Chao thought that this was his opportunity, and asked the Spark to open the exchange table. The guy looked through the list of skills, and was happy to find out that the art of harvesting only cost 998 points. Meng Chao hoped that 10 years of harvesting experience would help him quickly master all the skills. A few moments later, the Spark made an exchange, and an endless stream of information about the harvest of different types of monsters began to flow into the guy's head. After that, the guy asked the system to upgrade the basic art of harvesting to expert level. Soon, the art of harvesting and the skill of basic shooting created a kind of symbiosis, which made the guy realize that he had chosen the right skills. The guy was looking forward to the fact that when new monsters appeared, he would understand them better than anyone else. Xiao Zhao caught Meng Chao laughing vulgarly and was worried about what her brother was up to. After some time, Meng Chao's father was about to carry out the harvest, and his son asked to go with him. The boy said that he probably wouldn't be able to go to university, so he wanted to become a reaper. Father thought about his words, and couldn't help but agree that the guy's physical form was failing. The man soon came to the conclusion that this was not the worst option, and agreed to take his son with him. Xiao Zhao ran up to her brother and asked if he really was going to become a reaper. The boy thought that his sister was worried about him, because it was a very dangerous job. However, the girl dashed his hopes when she asked him to bring home the meat of tasty monsters if they found any. Meng Chao was finally convinced that his sister was a true fiend of hell. After some time, the boy went to work with his father. Although the monsters are disgusting, their corpses are one of the most important strategic resources for maintaining Longcheng's development. It would be possible to simply kill the monsters, but that would be a waste of ammunition, weapons, and the lives of soldiers. At this rate, the city would not have lasted more than 3 to 5 years, as resources were rapidly depleted. However, Exalted can kill thousands of monsters with melee weapons, and thus the corpses remain almost untouched, and resources can be restored. Meng Chao was not surprised that now the army was only a help in the fight against monsters, and the key role lay with the Exalted. The father told the boy that the Reaper would not be able to work well if he was not attentive and courageous, and asked him to stay close to him. Meng Chao tried to tell his father that he wasn't worried, but the man kept insisting, so the boy simply gave in. The scent of high-level monsters can stimulate the human body's central nervous system, often causing beginners to lose control of their bladders. The father shared a secret with his son, saying that it would be better to wear a diaper on the first day, but Meng Chao asked where he could get one in the middle of the night. After this, the father took out several diapers from his bag and promised that he would not let his son embarrass himself. Meng Chao couldn't stand it anymore and said that he had changed his mind about becoming a Reaper and would try his best in the exam, but his father said that it was too late to change his mind. Soon the cars stopped and Meng Chao's father came out into the street, saying that the head of the Shen company would decide whether the boy could become a Reaper. The man advised his son to be modest, but to be resourceful. Soon, the father and sons came to the office of the company's general director, and Shen immediately realized that Meng had come with his son. The man bowed and confirmed his boss's suspicions, introducing his son personally. Shen took off his mask and said that he had heard about Meng Chao's injury, and would likely not be able to persuade his brother-in-law to hire the boy. Meng Chao's father said his son was injured last year, but it did not stop him from being an excellent worker. Meng Chao saw his father handing Shen a gold card with at least 10,000 yuan on it, and realized that his father had decided to buy him a place in the Reapers. Shen accepted the card and said that Meng could take anyone he wanted as his assistant, since it had nothing to do with the company. However, the man asked that none of them cause problems for his brother-in-law. Father Meng Chao shuddered with fear, and promised that he would not cause any trouble for anyone. The man quickly made Meng Chao bow to the director and thank him for the opportunity. Shen waved his hand at them and said that there was no need to relax, and it was time to get to work. At that moment, Meng Chao could only think that his father had managed to earn a lot of money, and was saving it just in case. The guy looked after Shen as he left, and thought that this man was even more disgusting than Haran. The father seemed to sense his son's mood, and said that under no circumstances should he contradict Director Shen. Suddenly, information surfaced in Meng Chao's mind that it was Director Shen who beat his father in his past life. After some time, the father and son started working, and the boy asked why his father had not yet opened his own company, although he was highly respected among his colleagues. Father just laughed at the question and said that he would think about it when Meng Chao got back on his feet and his sister entered university. The boy asked if his father had thought that there might be more monsters. Meng Chao explained that the monsters would soon evolve and they could make money from it. But the father suggested that his son discuss this later and get to work now. The boy did not resist his father, but firmly decided for himself that in this life, he would pull himself together and act as he saw fit. While the other workers were moving the monsters' bodies, the father asked his son again if he had put his diaper on tightly. The man said that today they would be working with crustaceans, but mostly with yellow-striped scorpions. The workers immediately surrounded Meng Chao and began to tease him in a good-natured manner. The guy understood that they were just joking around like old men, so he didn't take offense at them, but only thanked them. Soon, the father found a complete scorpion and said that Meng Chao should carefully observe his work in order to fully study this monster. The man grabbed the tongs and began to open the shell. Having pulled the entrails out of the shell, the father said that the scorpion had tender meat in its forelimbs. The man continued to dismember the monster, telling him about the different types of shells and that the mucus was a good fertilizer for the soil. Scorpion venom can purify medicines and activate the exalted power embedded deep in the genes. The sting was extremely hard, so it was used as a sniper projectile. The man handed his son the tool and said that scorpions weren't that expensive, so he could try it without fear of ruining anything. Without thinking twice, Meng Chao began cutting up the first scorpion. The guy professionally extracted the most important parts of the monster. After the main nerve cord was disconnected, it had to be placed in a 37% solution of active nerve cell substances to maintain freshness. The butterfly scalpel has the correct curvature to perfectly separate the scorpion meat from the shell. A negative pressure suction device will help you easily collect and preserve scorpion meat. Finally, you need to use a vacuum pump to collect the valuable mucus. Thus, Meng Chao was able to quickly deal with the scorpion, leaving only its armor. The guy sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, because he hadn't practiced this for a long time. Meng Chao saw that the spark had sent a notification that his Reaper's art skill proficiency had increased. Only when he saw the shocked looks on the other workers did the guy realize that he had shown his skills too early. Meng Chao turned to face them and said that he had one secret that he wanted to tell them. The uncles approached the guy with interest as close as possible. Meng Chao said that he had dreamed of becoming a professional Reaper since he was a child, and every time his father went to work, he would sneak out of training, especially last year. The guy said he was serious about becoming a Reaper, so he practiced like crazy to become the best at it. The uncles looked at Meng Chao's father and praised him for raising such a determined son. The man was shocked by this information, because his son never told him that he wanted to become a Reaper. Meng Chao said that he didn't tell his father about it, because he sincerely admired him and was embarrassed to admit it. The man praised his son, and the boy thought that this time he was lucky. The father was upset that he could not help his son enter university, but he promised himself that he would help Meng Chao become a better Reaper. Meng Chao looked at his father and suggested that he continue his studies. The guy said he felt something when he combined practice with theory. After this, father and son returned to work. Each time, the memories of their past life came into Meng Chao's mind, and he became better at his actions. The boy again felt that magical taste of the harvest from his past life. Soon Meng Chao's hand froze over another scorpion carcass. The guy couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. In a pile of scorpion bodies, Meng Chao saw a special monster, some of whose parts were much more expensive than those of its fellows. The boy looked at the golden ghost with admiration and greatly surprised his father. Meng Chao decided to say that he knew about this monster from his biology teacher. The guy put the scalpel aside and voiced the set of tools he would need. Meng Chao was already determined to extract as many useful resources as possible from the golden ghost. However, one of the employees approached the guy and said that this scorpion should be left for the head of Gyu. Meng Chao had completely forgotten some of the rules of the Reapers. The Golden Ghost is a monster with a complex structure, and its strength is almost equal to that of a super monster, so it is usually handled personally by the Goo Master, or Master Hu. The guy came closer to the Golden Ghost and touched it, determining the condition of the carcass. After sniffing the mucus, Meng Chao said that there was no time to wait, as the scorpion's body would soon turn into a time bomb due to long storage. The other workers listened to the guy and also examined the monster, noting that he was right. Meng Chao looked at his reflection in the scalpel and thought that his father might lose some of his profits if this monster wasn't cut up in time. The guy decided to take on the task of cutting up the Golden Ghost on his own and told his uncles to take a little rest during this time. Meng Chao began to cut up the scorpion and asked his father to help him with it. However, as soon as the guy touched the monster, one of the workers grabbed him by the arm and ordered him to stop. The father couldn't stand it when someone pulled his son up, so he stood up for him. Meng grabbed the worker by the arm and forced him to move away from Meng Chao. The man said that he was the one who found the Golden Ghost, so he would take responsibility for it if anything went wrong. The worker freed his hand and said that Meng had simply brought the child to work and was now running around with him. Father Meng Chao turned to his other colleagues and said that they could leave so that they would not be accused of inaction later. However, the rest of his colleagues were outraged by Meng's words, because Meng Chao was like a nephew to them, and they could not abandon them like that. Another worker said that together they could somehow deal with one Golden Ghost. The men said they would never abandon Main in trouble, so they would get rich together and get scolded together if anything happened. Meng Chao watched with a smile as his father was surrounded by friends. The guy decided that he must not let them down under any circumstances. Meng Chao began cutting up the monster and cutting out its globular nerve. The guy tried to act extremely carefully so as not to damage the most precious part of the monster. Soon he separated the yellow ball with scissors and picked it up. Having removed the spherical nerve, the boy asked his father to quickly give him the cooling stabilizer. The rest of the workers were shocked by what they saw. The spiritual spherical nerve was very fresh and still at least 80% active, and the quality was simply perfect. Meng Chao looked closely at the nerve, causing his father to become worried. The guy took off his mask and thought that there was something much more valuable in this nerve. Meng became worried about his son's strange reaction to the nerve, so he hurried closer. The workers recalled that Meng Chao suffered a spinal injury last year, and the spherical nerve was the best medicine. Meng ran up to his son and said that the boy did not dare to covet this thing, because people died and fought for this harvest, and they were just reapers. Meng Chao flinched when his father's hand covered the vessel containing the spherical nerve and tried to justify himself. The man said that even if they didn't have the money to buy the nerve, Meng Chao shouldn't even think about stealing it. The guy realized that his interest had been misjudged, but he didn't know how to justify it. Meng Chao decided that the best solution at the moment would be to simply go back to the base and rest. The boy thought that the best thing to do would be to try to persuade his father to open his own company. As Meng Chao walked towards the base, he heard the cry of the seven-eyed dragon spider. The guy decided to hurry, hoping that he would be able to hit the jackpot. Meng Chao was about to run out into the open, but he saw strangers ahead. At the sight of the battle, a fire burned, burning the vines of the monster plants. The giant spider lay on the ground and did not move as a boy and a girl walked towards it. Meng Chao was upset that someone managed to find the monster faster. The white-haired man approached a girl named Shueshi and said that she had achieved success in the 7 Guan solutions, so the spider would be an excellent practice for her. The girl with long dark hair pulled back into a ponytail thanked her grandfather for the opportunity. Shueshi placed the long tube on the ground. A few moments later, the tube opened, giving the girl access to the instruments. The girl said that 8 minutes would be enough for her to completely dismember the monster. Watching from the side, Meng Chao realized that Shueshi knew nothing about the peculiarity of this spider. Before the girl began to cut up the carcass, the boy shouted at her to stop. The girl and the old man looked with interest towards the unexpected guest. Meng Chao stepped forward and politely introduced himself, saying that he wanted to warn them about something. From his manner, the grandfather realized that the boy was well acquainted with the rules of the Reapers, so he asked why Meng Chao decided to interrupt his granddaughter in the middle of her work. The guy came closer and said that this spider was stuck in the process of evolution between the first and second level super monster. Meng Chao said that the spider's body structure is now very fragile, and the poison sacs are thin, like the wings of a cicada. The guy warned that if they were touched, all the materials would be ruined, and if they worked the way Shueshi did, there would be no harvest at all. The girl noticed that Meng Chao had a Reaper's assistant armband on his arm. Shueshi said that she now understood why the boy did not recognize her grandfather, Ningxie. Grandfather didn't pay attention to this, and asked how Meng Chao knew that the spider was in the process of evolution, since he didn't even approach the carcass. The guy replied that he had been studying the work of Reapers for over 10 years, so he could even determine the type of monster by its death cry. When Meng Chao said it was not difficult at all, Ningxi shuddered. Shuishi got angry and said that the guy couldn't know this, because even her grandfather, being a reaper with a lot of experience, couldn't know this. Meng Chao began to insist that Ningxi personally remove the monster's shell and verify that the internal organs had already begun to mutate. The grandfather decided that it would be better to double-check the boy's words. Ningxi turned to his granddaughter and asked her to give him the opportunity to examine the monster. The girl bowed and stepped aside. However, inside Shuishi, a fire of anger burned towards Meng Chao, who dared to interfere with her practice. Ningxi took the instrument in his hands and told the young men to watch it carefully so that they could learn how to use it. Meng Chao was ready to gain new knowledge and said that he was watching carefully. Ningxi picked up 2 large scalpels and prepared to work. Meng Chao noticed how the old man's hands were shaking. The guy assumed that Ningxi was injured, and that was why he did not want to butcher the carcass himself. Meng Chao understood who he was lucky enough to be facing, so he decided to make the most of it. The guy approached Shuishi and suggested that the girl should have about 300,000 in cash in her account. The girl looked at Meng Chao and asked why he needed this information. The guy noted that Ningxi had problems with his nervous system, so they would not be able to collect materials worth more than 300,000 without his help. Meng Chao said that he already had experience with 2 blades, so he could increase their income by at least 1 million. The guy said that fate itself brought them together, so he would only ask for 300,000 for his help. For a few moments, Shuishi froze in place, trying to digest what she had heard. Then the girl exploded and said that her grandfather was still strong enough to cope with this, and besides, he had an assistant in her. However, the flow of Shuishi's words was stopped by Ningxi himself. The girl looked at her grandfather, who was shocked by the discovery. After cutting the spider's shell, Ningxi confirmed that Meng Chao's words were true. Shuishi moved closer and shuddered when she noticed that the monster's organs did not belong to the 7-eyed wolf spider. Ningxi confirmed that they had encountered a very rare and evolving 7-eyed dragon wolf spider. While the old man and his granddaughter were examining the monster's insides, Meng Chao approached them and looked at it from behind their backs. Faced with Shuishi's gaze, the boy could barely contain his laughter. The girl was starting to get irritated by this behavior and asked if he wanted to tell them anything else. Meng Chao scratched his head and said that it was an ordinary dragon wolf spider and did not have any unusual mutations. These words are from the vanity and pride of the old man and his granddaughter. Shuishi asked if Meng Chao could really help her grandfather finish the harvest for 300,000. Ningxi interrupted the girl and promised 500,000 if the guy helped him save the bags of poison, at least 70%. Meng Chao smiled and said that he had not yet become exalted, so his strength and perception were at an average level. In his head, the boy thought that he would have to work as if Ningxi had done most of the work himself. The old man adjusted his clothes and said that Meng Chao would be his first assistant, and his granddaughter would be his second. The boy and girl immediately put on their gear and headed towards the monster. Ningxi picked up his scalpels again and prepared to reap. The old man asked Meng Chao to hand him blade number 3, but he saw a completely different blade in front of him. The guy said that there were too many leaf-shaped folds on the lung book, and rough handling could spoil their appearance. Meng Chao suggested starting with the vessels behind the pulmonary book, disconnecting the circulatory system, clearing the surrounding area, and only then proceeding to the pulmonary book. The guy suggested the most optimal solution to the problem, and then asked if Ningxi agreed with him. The old man turned his head back to the monster and said that was exactly what he had intended to do. Spark sent a notification that an elite citizen had learned about the monster's structure and increased his knowledge, which earned Meng Chao additional points. Gradually, the sun set closer and closer to the horizon. There was a lot of work involved in harvesting such a huge monster, but the 3 reapers managed to get the job done fairly quickly. Thanks to Meng Chao's tips, many important organs were preserved. A lot of useful materials were obtained from the wolf spider. While working, Ningxi thought about how convenient it was to reap the harvest with Meng Chao, and thought about teaching the boy the techniques from the 7 Guan solutions. At some point, the old man looked at the guy and asked what he would do at that moment. Meng Chao said he would move from the bottom to the center using the 3rd solution from the 7 Guan solutions. Ningxi was very surprised, because there were very few people who knew this technique. Throughout the harvest, Meng Chao received constant notifications about point increases, which made him realize that the elite's learning ability was very high. Ningxi said that the boy was talking too thoughtlessly about secret techniques and asked who his teacher was. Meng Chao understood that in this case it would not be possible to attribute everything to the fact that he was self-educating. The boy apologized and said that he could not talk about his mentor, but he was told that knowledge needed to be spread. Shuishi reacted to this with indignation, since Meng Chao had previously demanded 300,000 from her. The guy replied that the girl had misunderstood him, since he needed this money as startup capital to form his team. Meng Chao said that he did not need the money for personal purposes, because he wanted to kindle the fire of earthly civilization in this other world. Ningxi was amazed by the high goals of such a young man. After these words, Shuishi blushed with shame for doubting the guy. Meng Chao suggested not to waste time and begin extracting the last sack of poison, since he still needed to get back to his father. Ningxi also had no intention of idling any longer and got down to work. While Meng Chao held the bag of poison, the old man deftly cut it out of the monster's body. Soon the valuable cargo was placed in a test tube with liquid. Ningxi approached his granddaughter and asked her to transfer all the money from their Meng Chao account. The guy was a little confused and reminded that they had agreed on 500,000. Ningxi said they only had 800,000, but he would definitely contact the guy when they sold the loot. Meng Chao said he was willing to share Guan's other solutions with the man, but only after the old man had fully recovered from his injury. Ningxi asked how the boy knew about his injury, to which Meng Chao replied that he had been watching him closely while he was working. Shuishi joined the conversation and asked what kind of guy had the right to talk about her grandfather's recovery, when he knew perfectly well that his injury was incurable. Meng Chao looked at the girl doubtfully and asked if it was really incurable. Shuishi interpreted these words in her own way and immediately asked if the guy could cure her grandfather. Spark sent a notification about a task in which the guy must try to cure Ningxi in a month, and Meng Chao immediately accepted it. The boy told the girl that he would try to do this, but because the monster was unknown, it was only possible to come up with random ideas. Ningxi said that this was also a good option, since doctors had no treatment ideas at all. The old man thought about how the boy would enlist the help of his mentor, and wondered how he should thank him for this. After thinking for a moment, Ningxi asked if Meng Chao would like to enter into a harvesting agreement with the Thunder Troop to attract them to his company. Meng Chao thought that such a strong detachment would be enough for them to live on. The guy suggested discussing this later, since the extracted materials should be processed as quickly as possible so as not to lose their value. Meng Chao arranged to meet another day, and a few moments later received a message about the money transfer. Watching the boy run away, Ningxi advised his granddaughter to take a closer look at him, because the boy was not as simple as he might seem. Meng Chao no longer paid attention to them and hurried to the building where his father worked. Periodically glancing at his phone, the boy anticipated how surprised his father would be when he saw his bill. As he approached the building, Meng Chao heard his boss say that 280,000 was too small a sum. The boy heard that these words were addressed to his father and tensed up. Masked guards stood next to the containers, watching the proceedings with disinterest. Shen squatted down next to Meng Chao's father and said that he would never sell such a valuable cargo for such a small price. Meng sat on the floor and stared at the broken flask. It was clear that the man was very worried, which is why he could not utter a word. Meng's tattered work clothes indicated he had been beaten. In front of him lay a broken flask containing a spherical nerve that Meng Chao himself had recently extracted from a scorpion. Meng Chao ran to his father's colleagues and asked what had happened. The employee said Meng contacted Mr. Shen and wanted to negotiate the purchase of the spherical nerve. Colleagues tried to dissuade the man, but he was determined. Meng said that this was Meng Chao's only chance to enter university. The man didn't listen to anyone and went straight to Shen, hoping to get medicine for his son. However, now he realized that any persuasion he could make would not help. Meng was already in despair and looked at his boss with empty eyes. Shen pushed the man to the floor and blamed him for breaking the flask containing the spherical nerve. The director shouted that Meng could not blame him for damaging expensive materials. Meng Chao interrupted their conversation and asked if his father had really broken the flask, to which he replied that he had been careless. The guy looked around the room and saw a lot of fried monster meat. Director Shen's whole face was greasy from the food he had eaten. Meng Chao walked closer to the flask and examined it carefully. The guy looked at the greasy marks on the glass and immediately realized that Shen had lost control of the flask. Meng Chao was very angry that his father was being accused and he could not prove his innocence. The guy approached Shen and said that since it was unclear who exactly broke the flask, they were willing to compensate half the cost, in accordance with the rules. The director smirked and said that he would have to pay at least 100,000 yuan, so he should not interfere with it. Shen approached Meng and accused him of wanting to take the flask himself and then breaking it. The director slapped Meng across the face and said that if other organizations found out about this, the man would never find a job. Meng Chao's father knew that he was the only breadwinner in the family and could not afford to lose his job, so he agreed to buy the full-size flask. Shen smiled and said that the man should sign a 3-year second-tier contract. The director said that after this, he would give Meng 100,000 in advance, and then he would be able to pay for the material. Meng Chao was silent for a moment, watching with anger as Shen handed over the contract to his father with greasy hands. The director tried his best to keep the professional with him, and now he was satisfied. However, Meng Chao was not going to tolerate this any longer. The guy hit the tablet with his hand, knocking it out of the director's hands. Shen didn't expect such behavior and took a few steps back. Meng Chao looked at the man angrily and said that he might not even have a hope of renewing his contract. The tablet flew to the side and hit the floor. Shen became angry and ordered his guards to bring Meng Chao to him immediately. Meng jumped up and covered his son with his body, begging him not to touch him. However, The men were not going to listen to him and hit Meng in the face, breaking his protective mask. The father recoiled and fell into the arms of the worried Meng Chao. The guard took the baton and raised it to strike. The blow landed on Meng Chao's shoulder and an electric shock ran through his body. Anger burned in the guy's eyes, and he ordered them to move away from him. Turning to the guard, the guy used the bull move and struck the enemy in the stomach. The second guard went behind Meng Chao and delivered another blow to his side. The tension made the veins on the guy's face pop out and his eyes turn red. Meng Chao turned around and grabbed his opponent by the collar of his shirt. In one movement, the guy threw the guard over his shoulder. The enemy's large body flew to the side and hit the concrete. Meng Chao commanded Spark to improve pulsation power to expert level. The boy remembered very well what happened to his father in his past life. Shen forced his father to sign a problematic second-tier contract. When Meng Chao's body was filled with energy, he walked towards the director who asked him to talk. The guy hit Shen in the face and said that he could talk to his ancestors. The director received his first slap because in his past life he secretly changed the terms of the contract, which prevented the Meng family from filing a lawsuit. The second slap was because Shen had arbitrarily withdrawn money from Meng's insurance, leaving them with no money to treat his father's injury. The third blow was because, due to the director's actions, Xiao Zhao lost faith in the justice of the law and embarked on the path of darkness. With one last kick, Meng Chao sent Shen flying into the side of one of the cars. The man was conscious, but could not say anything and only watched as he wet himself. It was clear from Meng Chao's gaze that he didn't want to stop there. The father ran up to his son and demanded that he stop. Meng said the guy could go to jail for such actions. However, Meng Chao ignored these words and only asked if his father was okay. The guy was surrounded by officers and began to scold him for his reckless actions. An angel and a devil were jumping above Meng Chao's head, arguing among themselves about whether the guy had done the right thing. The devil suggested kicking Shen a few more times. Angel was against this idea and reminded him that Meng Chao was a well-behaved high school student. The boy himself was about to continue the beating, but his father stopped him again. Meng Chao admitted that he was wrong, but asked his father to hit Shen again. At that moment, two people approached them, one of whom turned out to be a blonde man with blue eyes named Guman. The employees immediately recognized the man as the manager of the Juxin company. Following Guman was Jinhu, the company's top boss, a man with maroon hair and blue eyes. Meng Chao frowned, realizing that the appearance of two men would interfere with his plans. Guman was the manager of the company and the immediate superior of all the Reapers. In his past life, the blonde was in cahoots with Shen, and together they pulled off many dirty tricks, while Jinhu was an exalted one who had killed countless monsters. One of the beaten guards immediately told Guman what had happened. The blonde was furious when he learned that the newcomer had damaged rare material, smashed the company's tablet, and beaten up a man. Guman turned to Meng and said that Meng Chao must be held accountable for his actions. The father stood up for his son, saying that it was his personal matter with Director Shen. The staff began to defend the boy, saying that Shen's guards were the first to attack Meng Chao, and that he was only defending himself. Guman was angry, but not at Meng Chao, but at Shen, who always had to be pulled out of trouble. The blonde man approached Meng Chao and said that he would face trial for beating a man, and that several years in prison would ruin his life. Meng was very worried and asked not to punish his son. Guman looked at the man and said that they couldn't just leave this matter alone when Shen was so badly hurt. Meng Chao just chuckled and said that they really should call the police and take Shen to the hospital immediately. The guy grinned and asked if the doctors could determine the severity of the injuries. Guman looked at Meng Chao doubtfully and wondered what the guy was trying to achieve. Jinhu got tired of standing aside and walked over to Shen, who was sitting on the ground. The man easily lifted the director's heavy body with one hand. After a few moments, Jinhu admitted that the pulsating force was wonderful. The woman said that despite the appearance of the injuries, they are not serious, so an examination will not help. Jinhu also got tired of putting up with Shen, so he threw him aside. Shen had no strength left to resist. The director's body flew past Meng Chao without touching him. Meng Chao asked if he had aroused enough interest in Mr. Jinhu to avenge his brother-in-law. The man asked the boy what he thought he should do given his unique pulsation power. Meng Chao assumed that Jinhu would ignore the rules set by the Survival Committee and the Ascension Tower, and deal with him personally. The boy was sure that the man had seen his hidden strength, and was pretending to be magnanimous while being confused. Meng Chao said that both sides should compensate for half of the damage, so the leaders should calculate the amount of the loss. The guy also mentioned that Shen owed his workers productivity bonuses, so it's worth paying attention to that as well. Guman turned his gaze to Jinhu, trying to read his reaction to the boy's words. Seeing the man's negative attitude, the blonde man said that even if the extent of the injuries was minor, Meng Chao should still pay for the treatment costs. The boy shouted that his father had also suffered, as Shen's guards had used a technique from the ancient art against him. Meng winced when his son mentioned the techniques used on him. Meng Chao lifted his t-shirt and showed the injury he received from the electric baton, saying he had also been injured. For a few moments, Jinhu froze, as if the boy's words had stumped him. Soon the man began to laugh loudly. Jinhu looked at Meng Chao carefully and said that he was much more interested now. The guy was confused by this reaction, and asked again how they wanted to resolve these issues. Jinhu immediately turned his gaze to Guman, who flinched. The blond man looked at the material from the broken flask, and said that its value could reach 300,000 yuan. Jinhu listened to him and suggested that Meng Chao buy the spherical nerve for 300,000 and leave with what was left of the material. The guy looked at the man doubtfully, as if expecting the main catch. Jinhu knew that Meng Chao didn't have that kind of money, so he suggested writing an IOU. The guy held out the phone and said that he would rely on director Jinhu's reputation. Meng Chao asked manager Guming to accept the money, and after a few moments, a message arrived about the successful transfer. Seeing the notification from the bank, the blonde was confused, not understanding where the schoolboy got so much money. Meng was afraid that the money had been obtained dishonestly, but his son reassured him, saying that they would discuss it later. Meng Chao once again asked whether the spherical nerve was now completely his, to which he received a positive answer. The boy carefully picked up the nerve and asked his father to make him a silver nitrate solution. Once the solution was ready, Meng Chao dipped the material into it. Within moments, the nerve began to open up like a cracked nut. Guman immediately understood what was happening, but he couldn't believe it. A crystallized, spherical nerve worth $1 million was visible from the thin sheath of the nerve. Seeing this, Jinhu was furious, because according to his own words, he could no longer lay claim to the crystal. Meng Chao turned to his father and said that after the harvest he discovered that there was something inside him, and decided to investigate. The boy remembered that his father was against taking what belonged to someone else, so he left the nerve, hoping that Shen would see something valuable in it. Jinhu immediately turned his angry gaze towards Shen. Meng Chao recalled that he initially proposed splitting the amount in half, so that each side could make money, but they refused. Jinhu glared even more fiercely at Shen. Meng Chao said he had no regrets about taking the risk and buying the nerve in full and would now be able to personally receive the money from its sale. All the staff, including Father Meng Chao, breathed a sigh of relief. Jinhu said that he would remember the guy for them, and now he could take the crystallized nerve and leave. The officers surrounded the guy and began to grab him for his success. However, before the son and father left, someone called them. The foreman of the 10th Reaper Brigade, Li, asked what Meng would do next. Meng Chao answered for his father, saying that they had found a new source of monster corpses and starting capital, so they would work separately. Li immediately became alarmed and asked if they could work together. Meng Chao hadn't originally planned to provoke the exalted Jinhu, but now he had decided that no one had the right to stand in his way. The guy replied to Li that even if 3 to 5 teams joined them, they would have enough work, and they would be able to live more peacefully. Li immediately agreed and told Jinhu that his team would work for the next month and then leave. Jinhu realized that Meng Chao had started this conversation on purpose to draw as many employees away from him as possible. The man flew up to the guy and said that he didn't understand what he was getting into. Meng Chao looked at Jinhu in confusion and understood that his threats were empty, because they wouldn't do anything to him in public anyway. The man soon realized that pressuring the guy wasn't working. At that moment, 3 people approached them and immediately greeted Meng Chao. Jinhu turned his fierce gaze on them, and Guman, realizing who was coming towards them, immediately began to babble nervously. As the people approached, Jinhu could see their faces and immediately recognized Demon Ning. However, as soon as the man turned his gaze to his companions, they opened their eyes in shock. Ningxi was accompanied by Team Thunder's vice-captain, Shen Yupeng. All of Jinhu's anger seemed to be washed away by water, and he turned into an affectionate cat. The man immediately began pestering Yupeng with questions, clearly admiring this man. The deputy captain turned his soft blue eyes on the man. Jinhu asked not to address him so formally, and reminded Yupeng of how lucky they had once been to hunt monsters together. Yupeng ignored his words and said that he came here because Ningxi told him about a friend with whom he would like to cooperate. Jinhu immediately realized that they were talking about Meng Chao, who was proudly showing off the crystallized nerve to Ningxi and Zuishi. The man cast an angry glance at Guman and Shen, saying that they were incapable of anything. Meanwhile, Meng Chao suggested that his father go to another place to talk in a calmer environment. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he hadn't done one more thing. Meng Chao walked up to one of the cars under which Director Shen was hiding. Looking at the sobbing man, the guy said that he just wanted his thing back. Meng Chao recalled that his father paid 10,000 for him to work here, but it was no longer necessary, so he would like to return the money. After these words, Shen broke out in a sweat and looked at the guy with horror. Shuishi barely managed to hold back her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Jinhu heard this conversation and became furious again. With trembling hands, Shen handed Meng Chao his father's card. The guy also reminded about the withholding of insurance premiums and said that tomorrow his father and all the employees would come to resolve this issue. Meng Chao politely asked him to prepare all the documents for this, after which he bowed to Jinhu and thanked him. The man did not respond to this, as he was afraid of falling in Yu Peng's eyes. All he could do was watch as most of his employees left with Meng Chao and his father. As they left, Jinhu grabbed Shen by the collar and said that they didn't have any workers' insurance at all. Shen said he would explain everything, but was immediately slapped. A loud bang echoed down the street, catching up with the departing workers, but they paid no attention to it. Ningji said that the Thunder Squad had opened a youth training camp, so they needed several experienced reapers. Meng Chao, in turn, said that he had a crystallized nerve, but there were no distribution channels, so he would need help. Ningji said that there would be a rare materials fair in 3 days, so they could visit it together. Meng Chao smiled and accepted the old man's invitation. After this, the reapers got into their cars and headed back to the city. Meng Chao kept thinking that the points were not distributed evenly, since he was given 10 points for helping Fei Xun, but 70 for helping Ningxie. The contributions were completely different, but if we compare the effectiveness, Fei Xun clearly received more points. The guy suggested that this was because his friend was young, so it would be better for him to look for young and inexperienced teenagers who still had their whole lives ahead of them. Suddenly, a flash of spark caught Meng Chao's attention, and the boy saw a memory of the brainworm attack. Brainworms are special monsters that appeared in the later stages of the war. They are capable of parasitizing the human brain and controlling its nerve centers and muscle reactions. There are currently many monsters with mind control abilities. Meng Chao thought that these monsters would hunt him to find out his memories from his past life, and in that case, the threat would loom over his entire family. The guy thought that he needed to become an authority in this city in order to explain everything in the future. Meng Chao was pulled out of his thoughts by the feeling that he was being covered by something, and he immediately realized that it was his father who had done it. The boy tried to calm his father down by saying that he had met a master on the darknet who had taught him a lot, so he would be able to enter university without any problems. However, what he heard did not calm the man down at all, and he asked what his son was doing on these perverted sites. Meng Chao began to convince his father that the darknet was not only a risk, but also an opportunity, and that he would not repeat his mistakes again. After a while, Meng calmed down and said that his son had been very good today, but they could only hope that Jinhu would not take revenge on them. Meng Chao said that when he became a bachelor, the entire university would be on his side, and no Jinhu would stand in his way. The father patted the boy on the head and told him to get a good night's sleep today, since he had to get up early for school tomorrow. That same evening, the Spark sent a notification that the probability of becoming Xiao Zhao had decreased by 5%. But this did not make Meng Chao happy, but only convinced him that his sister was a born witch. Morning came too quickly, and the guy still didn't have time to get enough sleep. Meng Chao walked to school, yawning constantly, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Right outside the school, the boy was surrounded by his classmates, who told him about how they had trained with Fei Xun the day before. All the boys were very excited about their success during training and bragged to Meng Chao, who was not present at the lesson. As his classmates showed off their skills, Meng Chao watched them quietly. Soon the boy was able to reach the classroom and settled into a chair, waiting for the lesson to begin. One of the classmates ran into the room and said that the class teacher had found out about their small study group. Classmates said that their homeroom teacher is currently talking to Fei Xun and wants to close their group. Of all those present, only one person did not react to these words in any way, and that was the headman. Meng Chao looked at him and swore that Fei Xiong would lose weight if he didn't discipline the chief today. The boy jumped up and slammed the table, asking who was so shameless as to complain to the teacher. His classmates supported him, and then Meng Chao said that almost everyone in their class had joined the study group, so they wouldn't tell anyone about it. Meng Chao dropped the hint that the person who could have complained was someone who was on bad terms with Fei Xun. All the classmates immediately realized that they were talking about the class monitor, so they pounced on him with questions. The guy was accused of betrayal and asked if he was ashamed of his actions. At some point, the headman could not stand it and slammed shut the book he had just been reading. The boy turned to Meng Chao and ordered him not to slander him. Meng Chao raised his hands and reminded that he had not pointed any finger at the village headman, but he himself had reacted, admitting his guilt. Hao Zhan turned to his classmates and told them not to listen to these accusations, as he had not said anything to the class teacher. The boy thought to himself that he hadn't really spoken to the teacher, but had only told his uncle, the head teacher, about it. Hao Zhan said that he was even glad that the group was closed, because Fei Xun's technique was too strong and could overload the body of an unprepared person and cause harm. The headman also reminded that the examination committee is very strict and can annul students' results for using circumvention methods. Hao Zhan told his classmates that during his investigation, he discovered that the Ox superpower technique originated from the darknet. The village headman looked at Meng Chao with a grin and said that the boy knew more than anyone about the dangers of darknet techniques. Hao Zhan guessed that Fei Qiong had accidentally received the link from Meng Chao and had now lost his way. At that moment, a notification came from the Spark that their teacher Wang had learned the Ox superpower technique and would now train stronger students. Upon hearing this, Meng Chao smiled, as it meant that the village chief was digging his own hole. The boy decided to give in and said that he was indeed to blame for all of this, so his classmates should blame him alone. At that moment, the door to the classroom opened and a worried Fei Xun entered the classroom. He approached Meng Chao and said that Teacher Wang wanted to teach the entire class the Ox superpower technique. But the boy did not dare to do this without his friend's advice. The boy screamed and said that he couldn't believe that the teacher had banned their group's classes. The class monitor thought he had won and reminded his classmates that only those who work hard achieve results. However, Meng Chao interrupted him and said loudly that the teacher had forbidden their group because he had decided that the whole class should learn this technique together. At that moment, the class teacher entered the office and, seeing the class monitor frozen in place, asked if everything was okay with him. Meng Chao did not give Haozhan a chance to say a word and immediately admitted to the teacher that he had made a mistake. Teacher Wang was startled and asked what the boy had done this time. Meng Chao said he tried to dissuade his classmates from joining the group because the technique had not yet been fully mastered by Fei Xun. The guy said he made up the story that the bull superpower technique was found on the dark web. Meng Chao pretended to be ashamed of this deception, into which he had drawn even his friend, who had no idea about it. The guy called himself a lot of obscene names, but all of them were indirectly addressed to Haozhan. The class teacher couldn't stand it for long and asked Meng Chao to control himself. The guy replied that he was simply tormented by remorse, which is why he allowed himself such incontinence. Teacher Wang hastened to reassure the boy, saying that he had already studied this technique and could confidently say that it complied with all the norms and principles. The man said that as long as the students are under the supervision of a teacher, they can easily improve with her help. Meng Chao raised his hand and said that in that case, Fei Qiong would take on half of the duties of the headman, so Haozhan should share the resources with him. The boy turned to a red-haired classmate named Van Tao and asked what he thought about it. After this, he turned to a girl named Gu Fan, who tried not to interfere in the conversation. The girl became worried and said that she did not consider the headman to be so petty. Meng Chao pointed out to the class that their classmates thought their classmate was majestic. Haozhan knew he had no other choice but to agree. The class monitor slammed the table and said that if it was for the good of the class, he had no objections. Meng Chao nudged Fei Qiong and asked if he was happy now. Haozhan said that Fei Qiong deserved it, but in his mind he cursed Meng Chao for taking away half of his resources. Teacher Wang began the lesson and said that there were 3 steps that students had to go through in order to enter the undergraduate program. The first stage will take place on the school grounds, with tests of punching power, shooting skills, and a 100-meter dash, and only 150 students will advance. The second stage is conducted at the City Education Department, using a super brain virtual system to test the intellectual abilities of candidates. The third stage will take place on the outskirts of the city, where students will be forced to face real monsters and defeat them. The teacher said that the path of exaltation is a road of life and death that brings extraordinary glory, but also extraordinary danger. So students should consider whether it is worth the risk. One of the students jumped up and said that failing the 100 meters was no guarantee that he would lose in a real fight. As soon as the student hinted at injustice, the teacher lost his temper. The man hit the table and said that there was no justice in this world to begin with. Wang said that when Longcheng entered the other world, they had nothing, and zombies and monsters were rapidly attacking people. At a critical moment, the exalted ones were born, and now they are high-flying birds, possessing various privileges. However, these privileges did not fall on them from the sky, because they have to snatch them from the jaws of monsters with fists, swords, and even teeth. The teacher asked if this could be called justice. A little later, Wang announced that this year, affected applicants will be able to receive social benefits. Meng Chao immediately realized that the government was doing this because they felt a threat looming over them. The teacher slammed his book on the table and said that the final exam would be a real fight, so unprepared students were not advised to take part in the exam. Afterwards, Wang invited the students to come with him to the gym to assess their abilities and chances on the exam. The man asked the students not to be upset even if they could not pass a single school test. Soon the class moved to the gym and the teacher told them some good news. Anyone who passes the school test will receive twice as many resources for improvement from the school as in previous years. The disciples chorused that from this day forward, they would give up their swords and fists to expand Longcheng's living area and bring him glory. Teacher Wang clapped his hands and announced the start of the test. Many students started complaining that they hadn't prepared for today, and therefore wouldn't be able to give it their all. However, 2 actors were immediately identified and accused of simply not wanting to do anything. The first guy to pass the punching power test was one of the top 5 in the class, despite complaining about lack of sleep. The second guy complained of pain in his leg. but ran 100 meters in 9.57 seconds, which was faster than the records of the Earth era. The girls also showed good results, attracting the attention of the guys. Meng Chao watched them from the side and said that youth is beautiful. Fei Xiong once again managed to break the class record, lifting 233 kilograms. Van Tao approached the guy and said that the weightlifters of the Earth era were no match for Fei Xun. The guy blushed from embarrassment. The teacher noted that the students who mastered the bull superpower technique showed better results than usual. Everyone was happy with their results and thanked Fei Xun for his help. Meng Chao watched this from the side until the headman approached him. Hao Zhan said that even if Fei Xiong got into university, Meng Chao still had no chance and would remain trash until the end. Meng Chao rolled his eyes, thinking that the village chief's passive-aggressive conscience attack had finally begun. The boy remembered how in his past life, because of these conversations, he lost his mind and challenged the headman, never recovering from the injuries he received. As a result, Hao Zhan caused him internal injuries, which caused Meng Chao to have a seizure during the final exam, and he was not accepted into the university. In this life, the boy tried not to react to the headman's words. The guy clicked the pen in his jacket pocket. Hao Zhan continued to pester Meng Chao, asking if he really expected to go to university. The elder chuckled and said that this could only happen in the next life. At this moment, Fei Xiong waved his hand to Meng Chao and said that he had set a new record. Hao Zhan patted Meng Chao on the shoulder and said that now it was his time to test his abilities. The guy stepped forward and loosened his joints and muscles. The village chief tried to draw as much attention to Meng Chao's test as possible, hoping that the boy would be disgraced. Classmates gathered nearby and supported the boy. Meng Chao looked at the elder, realizing that he would not leave him alone for a very long time. The guy said that he would only be able to use 50% of his power, since he had been dealing with monsters in his area last night. Wan Tao promised Meng Chao that he would teach him the Ox superpower technique once the boy showed all he was capable of. The headman said that the guy shouldn't rely on their high performance, because due to his injury, he can't surpass them. Meng Chao said that his body was too weak, so he couldn't even use the Ox primitive strength. However, this year the boy has been using the ripple power to heal his injuries, so he will try to push his limits. Blue energy surrounded Meng Chao's body, as if supporting him. Hao Zhan froze in place when he realized what exactly the guy was doing. Meng Chao looked at the village chief standing in his way and asked him to move away. The air current generated by the speed knocked Hao Zhan's glasses off. The classmates had to cover their faces from the wind, and the girls had to hold up their skirts. Meng Chao ran faster than most of his classmates. The guy ran 100 meters in 8.57 seconds, and his speed reached 90 kilometers per hour. Looking at his results, Meng Chao was upset, because he thought it was too low. The boy pretended to be upset that he wasn't in the top 3 in his class. However, even this was enough to make all the classmates freeze in place. Fei Xun approached his friend and wanted to ask something about the guy's speed, but he was unable to formulate a question due to shock. Meng Chao thought that the questions arose because he was too slow. However, this angered Fei Xun, and he wanted to somehow take revenge on the show-off. Teacher Wang asked in surprise if Meng Chao's injury had healed. The guy replied that he had not yet fully recovered, but he had been training Pulse all year and had found an innovative training method. Meng Chao said that if any of his classmates wanted to try this method, he would be willing to share it for an additional fee. Van Tao thought that with 2 new techniques, their class would surpass all others. Fei Xiong asked if the boy's punching power had increased, to which Meng Chao replied that his strength left much to be desired. The boy said that he had been helping his dad with the harvest all night, so now his strength was at 0. Classmates began discussing how much punching power Meng Chao could muster, and agreed that it would be around 150 kilograms. At this moment, Meng Chao approached the machine and delivered one precise blow to the center. The guy was surrounded by energy, but it was noticeably weaker than Fei Xun's. The numbers on the scoreboard began to rise rapidly. Soon the sensor went beyond the number expected by classmates. The exercise machine moved back a little from the impact. In the end, the scoreboard showed 218 kilograms. All of Meng Chao's classmates started supporting him, saying that the best student in the class had finally returned. Meng Chao himself did not share their joy, as he considered this result too low. The guy turned to Fei Xun and said that the power of the Pulsation was no match for the primitive Ox Force technique. Fei Xiong became enraged and asked the teacher to leave the hall while the whole class beat up Meng Chao. Meng Chao was frightened by the advancing crowd and offered the whole class bubble tea at his expense. The classmates immediately became kinder, already imagining what kind of drink they would get. Teacher Wang said that he would take the class out to drink bubble tea himself, citing the fact that everyone should understand the situation of the Meng Chao family. However, the guy insisted that he would treat everyone himself, since yesterday he had participated in the harvest and earned a little money. Meng Chao's expression changed, and he turned his gaze to Haran. The boy pointed out that the headman had insulted him repeatedly today, so his patience had run out. Meng Chao turned to Teacher Wang and asked for help in restoring justice. However, the teacher looked at what was happening with doubt, because this behavior was at the level of a kindergarten. The man turned to Meng Chao, saying that this was most likely some kind of misunderstanding. The headman said that he was simply encouraging the boy to strive for more, and it was all for his own good. Instead of answering, Meng Chao took a pen out of his jacket pocket and clicked it once. The pen turned out to be a voice recorder, which immediately played the last conversation between the village headman and the guy, in which Haozhan called the guy the scum of society. Both Teacher Wang and his classmates were shocked by Haozhan's words, as he had never allowed himself to behave like this. Gufan showed that she was disappointed in the headman, although she had always admired him. The teacher couldn't find the right words to handle this situation. Haozhan was the first to speak, accusing Meng Chao of trying to frame him. Meng Chao smiled slightly, and then said that he couldn't remember all the nasty things the headman said to him without a voice recorder. The guy pretended to wipe away a tear and said that Haozhan hated him ever since he defeated him in 10th grade, and as soon as he got injured, he started bullying him. Meng Chao said that the village chief said things 10 times worse than what he wrote down today. Haozhan was indignant, because in these 2 years he had spoken to the guy at most twice, but he couldn't use this as an excuse. The village chief began to insist that Meng Chao was lying and that there were no insults. Meng Chao said that he found a very dangerous technique and began to improve it because he is strong in spirit, and now the guy stands proudly in front of the headman. The boy shed a tear and said that he did not dare to complain to the teacher, because he was afraid that he would turn out to be completely useless. Meng Chao said that he was very afraid that Haran would tell him again that he would forever remain the scum of society. All the classmates and the teacher turned their gaze to the class monitor, and Fei Xun said that this was too terrible behavior. Meng Chao broke the pen recorder and said that with such evidence, no one would believe him anyway, given Haozhan's status. Fei Xun didn't understand why the boy broke the only evidence of insults from the headman. Meng Chao in turn threw down his pen and asked if Haran was ready to accept his challenge. The fragments of the pen hit the headman, causing him to flinch. Haozhan looked at the guy with horror and assumed that he wanted to take his place as headman. Meng Chao replied that he didn't want the position of headman, he just wanted Haozhan to be removed from that position. Meng Chao approached the worried teacher and said that the first test for university admission would be next week. The boy suggested comparing his and Haozhan's results to determine the winner, so as not to violate school rules. The headman quickly gave his consent to compete. Teacher Wang said that they should end the showdown and begin training, and then called the headman aside. As he passed by Meng Chao, Haozhan said that the boy still had a week to practice shooting so that he wouldn't be accused of bullying later. After this, the headman quietly left the hall, accompanied by Teacher Wang. Meng Chao's classmates immediately surrounded him and began offering their condolences for the bullying he had suffered. Gufan said that it would be difficult for the boy to beat the headman in shooting, since Haozhan practices at the shooting range every weekend. The boy asked his classmates not to worry, because he was a very good shot. Meng Chao pretended not to want to brag too much about his achievements. However, afterward, the guy still said that his skills were at the level of perfection. The training continued, and at some point Meng Chao wanted to help Gufan. The girl suddenly jumped aside and told him not to come closer. The guy froze in place, saying that he just wanted to help her tone her muscles. Fei Qiong immediately asked to adjust his muscles, to which he received a sharp refusal from Meng Chao. During the afternoon independent study, the training in the Pulsation force went poorly. Meng Chao thought that everyone might think his intentions were bad, so he had to quickly think of a way to make his classmates stretch their muscles to the Pulsation. The guy urgently needed to find a new way to get points, since next week he simply wouldn't have enough points to heal his hidden injuries. When almost all of his classmates had packed their things and left, Meng Chao decided to take action. The boy approached Fei Xun and said that he would like to tell him something. Soon the friends went out to the street court, and Meng Chao said that the guy Fei Qiong should go to the Demon Yang and ask him for advice about the Ox superpower. For a few moments there was a tense silence between the boys. Fei Qiong said that Demon Yang was not only teaching their class, which meant their secret might be exposed. Meng Chao said that Demon Yang was from the army, which meant that the teacher would immediately start looking at Fei Xun differently. The guy also wanted to find an opportunity to overthrow Haozhan, so he needed someone who could stand up to the vice principal. Fei Xun was frightened and screamed as soon as he heard the boy's intentions. Meng Chao immediately shut his mouth and asked him to listen to him before jumping to conclusions. The guy said that they wouldn't be able to hide what was happening in their class anyway, so the students themselves had to become more open in order to win the teacher's favor. Fei Xun suggested that they approach Demon Yan together, so that they could enter a military school together in the future. Meng Chao said that the military school was too strict for him, and that Yang's teachings were not suitable for him since he did not work with pulsations. Fei Xun guessed that the boy wanted to find the famous Fei Zhu, a pulsation master who loved to teach teenagers. Meng Chao immediately remembered the girl who at that time had not yet achieved such great success, so she could still be mentored. The smile on the guy's face seemed too frightening to Fei Xun. Instead of answering, Meng Chao reminded his friend of how he had said that the power of pulsation was for girls, which went against his knowledge of this style and Fei Zhou. Fei Shen's cheeks flushed and he tried to explain what was happening. It turned out that the girl often broadcast, showing everyone her techniques. At the moment, Fei Zhou was broadcasting and preparing to demonstrate a new skill. The girl was surrounded by young people with buckets filled with water, waiting for a signal. As soon as Fei Zhou gave the signal, the boys splashed all the water on her. The water covered the girl from head to toe. The girl's clothes immediately became wet, but after a few moments the water began to recede. Fei Zhou closed her eyes and concentrated on the energy, redirecting the water in the right direction. A few moments later, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, which were shining brightly from the internal pulsation. Fei Zhou threw all the water off herself, quickly spreading her arms out to the sides, remaining dry. The girl promised the audience that she would soon demonstrate to them the improvement of the power of pulsation. Meng Chao watched the broadcast from home and noted that the girl was still too weak at the time. The guy noted that it was impossible to see the pulsations in full on the phone screen. Looking at the TV, Meng Chao remembered that he could output the image to the TV. The guy displayed the image on the TV and began to carefully observe the pulsations, which the girl herself was paying attention to. Observing the vibration between the girl's chest and stomach, Meng Chao said that there were some shortcomings. At that moment, Xiao Zhao and her mother were about to enter the room, but the girl immediately noticed that there was a close-up of breasts on the screen. The sister quickly slammed the door and told her mother that they should come back later. Meng Chao looked out after them and asked, so they decided not to go in. When his mother and sister entered the apartment, the boy said that he would not disturb them and went to his room. As the door to her brother's room slammed shut, Xiao Zhao noticed that the broadcast on the TV was still going on. The girl blushed, but immediately realized that in this case she could watch the broadcasts without paying. As the broadcast began to come to an end, Meng Chao finally decided to write a commentary. The guy wrote that there are problems with this breathing technique, and that he needs to work on the central point of inhalation and breathing rate. One spectator said that he had encountered a monster and defeated it with his pulsation skills. But Meng Chao immediately replied that if the opponent was a little stronger, he would not be able to defeat him. Someone wrote that his punching power had increased thanks to Fei Zhou's techniques. But the guy replied that there was still room for improvement, and he was willing to help with that. Fei Zhou was quiet for a moment, carefully reading the comments on the broadcast. Meng Chao realized that he was causing negativity among viewers and tried to rectify the situation, but nothing worked. The guy wanted to contact Fei Zhou via private messages, but he was afraid that his proposal would get lost. Soon Meng Chao found a way out of the situation and sent the girl a large donation. Fei Zhou immediately thanked the viewer for his support and rushed to block everyone who attacked him in the broadcast chat. The girl bowed and said that her pulsations still had many shortcomings, but she hoped that they would train together to advance. Fei Zhou was one of Fei Zhou's main defenders but was blocked. The guy said with tears in his eyes that money is the most important thing in the next world. Xiao Zhao also watched the broadcast and thought that her brother couldn't have just spent money on a donation. This amount would be enough for their family to live for 3 months. So something was wrong with her brother. The girl looked into her brother's room and saw him holding a piece of meat in his hand. The piece of meat in his hand trembled slightly and soon began to move. Xiao Zhao didn't understand what Meng Chao was doing and decided that she should tell her parents so they could talk to him. At that moment, the guy said that he would later record a video on how to use pulsation to turn a piece of meat into minced meat. After Fei Zhou's broadcast ended, her assistants praised her, saying her popularity had increased by 15% compared to her previous online lesson. The girl said that the new style was not very popular with the audience, as it was much more difficult than the previous ones. The assistants reminded Fei Zhou that she had been invited to dinner that day, to which the girl replied that she would join as soon as she had gotten herself together. The girl received a message on her phone from a person who had written unflattering comments today, but sent a large donation at the end. Fei Zhou opened the message and said that it was just a thank you for a large donation, so she should take some time to do it. The girl read the description of a regular pulsation in the message, but at the end, she noticed something interesting. Fei Zhou soon realized that she had not read the message in vain. The girl was very interested in the donor's offer and she wanted to try it. Fei Zhou hesitated for a few moments, but quickly gave in. The girl called her assistant and said that she would not be able to come to the meeting with the association president today, and asked the guy to come to her. Night had fallen on the city, but the street was brightly lit by lanterns. After some time, a guy named Zhao came to Fei Zhou to help. The guy asked what happened, and then the girl showed him the message on her phone. Zhao carefully read the description of the new pulsation, and it piqued his interest. The guy asked who the message was from. Fei Zhou ignored the question, and decided to show Zhao the video the sender had attached to the message. The video featured Meng Chao, who decided to hide his face behind a smiley face. Watching the video's creator perform pulsation, Zhao was shocked that the guy managed to turn a piece of meat into minced meat in half a minute. The guy was even more surprised by the fact that the piece of tofu lying in the author's other hand did not even tremble at this time. Feijo said what frightened her most was that this technique combined at least 7 or 8 variations of the pulse force that nothing was known about. Zhao asked why the author had shared the video in the first place, but the girl herself didn't know the answer to that question. The sender, however, asked not to keep it a secret, but to show it to viewers. Zhao voiced his concerns and said that they should report it to the master. Feijo agreed with him because she was still tormented by the question of who the strange man who had contacted her was. Meanwhile, Meng Chao and his father were talking on the balcony. The man praised his son for being mature enough to become the support of their family. Earlier, Man's wife approached him and told him that their son was acting strangely, so the man decided to talk to him. Father closed the door and said that Mother and Xiao Zhao were very worried. The man asked his son to listen to him carefully. Meng Chao agreed and waited for a serious conversation. However, both father and son felt out of place, which is why the conversation never started. After a while, Meng pulled himself together and said that the final exams would soon begin, so the guy should put all his effort into training. The man said that after the exams, Meng Chao could bring home the girl he'd like to introduce her to the family. After this, Meng reminded the boy that the situation in Longcheng was completely different, so he should not forget about hygiene and contraception. As soon as the father finished his speech, he disappeared from the balcony in a second. Meng Chao began to think about what Xiao Zhao had told her parents. At that moment, notifications began to arrive from the spark that Feijo had learned a new technique and was beginning to spread it. The guy began to think about how to create the image of a certain master, an old bearer of fire, so as not to reveal his knowledge of the future to anyone. Meng Chao decided that he needed to build a reputation as a darknet master, otherwise no one would take him seriously. The boy walked past his parents into his room and locked himself in, forcing his parents to verify Xiao Zhao's words. Meng Chao sat down at the table and thought about what kind of image he should create for the old firebearer. The guy decided that he would create the image of a crazy, but very strong master of improvement. Meng Chao went online and started writing numerous comments under various video broadcasts. The guy strictly assessed the blogger's abilities, pointing out everything, even the smallest shortcomings. Having finished, Meng Chao fell onto the bed and thought that now he could blame all the difficulties on the mysterious old firebearer. The guy was very amused by how people in the comments started cursing after he left his messages. Lying on his bed, Meng Chao saw numerous notifications about the replenishment of contribution points. The guy smiled, thinking that at this rate his points would reach 3,000 this evening. The next day, Feijo came home to talk to her father. The girl had already told him about the magical power of repulsion. Feijo spent the entire night studying this technique, so she can confidently say that it is powerful. The man, who looked very much like the girl, put on a shirt and said that no one could have deceived his daughter otherwise. Feijo caught hold of these words and asked if this technique was really fake. The father replied that the technology was real, but it was extremely dangerous, extreme and crazy. The man said that talent is half a step ahead of his time. A madman is 1 step ahead, and this technology is 3 steps ahead. Feijo asked if this technique was really so much superior to their current ripple power. The father replied that to counterbalance this force, oxygen consumption increases by 20%. The man lightly tapped his daughter on the head and advised her to think for herself. Father said that it was foolish to turn a good and accessible basic cultivation method into an unrivaled mastery. The man said that he also practiced the power of repulsion, but the further he went, the more scared he became, because the person who created this technique was very dangerous. Father understood that this technology was created for times that would be 100 times more cruel. The man was sure that this technique was created to counter monsters that would be 10 times stronger than the current ones. The father believed that this could seriously affect the trust of the military and the Ministry of Education in their family. Feijo reported that the technique has already spread on forums. The man said that his daughter should immediately give a speech in which she would say that their family had nothing to do with the development of this pulsation. Feijo asked if they would bother their grandfather about this, but their father said no, citing the man's recent workload. The father said that he and his daughter would cope with this problem on their own. The girl was very angry and could not wait to meet the old flame-bearer. At 6 in the morning, Meng Chao's alarm went off. Lately, the guy felt like he didn't even have time to sleep. While Meng Chao was brushing his teeth, he decided to check the contribution points he had accumulated overnight, and they turned out to be much less than he expected. At breakfast, Xiao Zhao complained to her mother about her brother's constant use of his phone, which led to Meng Chao being scolded. The guy had to put his phone away and he glared at his sister. Meng Chao went to school and asked his mother to make sure that Xiao Zhao completed all the cultivation basics well. On the bus, the guy came across a video from Feijo about a new, extremely dangerous technique that had recently spread in Longcheng called Pulsation. Meng Chao could only hope that it wasn't about his technique. The girl said that they tried to spread this technique on behalf of the Yan family, but she insists that her family has nothing to do with this technique. Meng Chao remembered that in his past life, it was Fei Zhou who had created this technique, so he didn't understand why she was abandoning it now. The guy thought that the girl would soon realize her mistake and come to him to apologize, wearing a yoga suit. Meng Chao imagined the girl clinging to him and asking for forgiveness, which immediately made him blush. The materials fair is supposed to take place today, but first, Meng Chao needs to improve his harvesting skills. The guy barely managed to accumulate 1,758 contribution points throughout the day, and that should have been enough for an upgrade. Meng Chao locked himself in the toilet and spent 436 points to obtain new information about the harvest. The images flashed before his eyes, but soon he found what he was looking for. The boy came across the juice of the roots of a century-old heart-eating herb and the wing of a scarlet queen bee. Meng Chao was confident that with these two clues, Old Man Ning would definitely be able to find a specific treatment method on his own. The guy still had 1,200 points left, which he decided to spend on another primary healing. This time the treatment progress reached 71%. After school, Meng Chao headed to Tengyun Tower. Ningxi told the boy that a rare materials fair would be held at this location. Meng Chao approached the building and looked with interest at the new inventions that allowed man to fly. Having looked closely at his surroundings, the guy felt very awkward. Meng Chao expected the fair to look like normal, but this was on a completely different level. The guy collected his thoughts and entered the building, since he didn't have time to change clothes anyway. The luxuriously dressed guests looked at the guy with puzzled expressions. Meng Chao ignored this and headed towards the fair hall. At the threshold, he was met by two armed guards wearing dark glasses. Security said the high-quality materials fair was invitation only. Meng Chao was at a loss and said that Old Man Ning had invited him. The guard said that he didn't know such a person, so he wouldn't let the guy in without an invitation. Meng Chao didn't argue and stepped aside while the guards mocked him. The guy called Ningxi and asked her to meet him, since security wouldn't let anyone into the fair without an invitation. The old man said that he could only come in 10 minutes, so he asked me to give the phone to the security guard. As soon as the guard picked up the phone, Ningxi dictated the invitation number and introduced himself, causing the man to flinch. The guard immediately handed the phone back to Meng Chao and apologized for the lack of respect. Ningxi apologized to the guy for this misunderstanding, and Meng Chao replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The guy soon realized that there was really a lot of money involved in this place, as the prices of the goods and their quantities were very high. The two men joked about how they wouldn't be able to exchange too much material. However, one of them said that 300 million was a mere trifle, which left Meng Chao in a state of shock. The captain of the Lynx squad, the most reliable reaper in the city, was also present at the fair. The man boasted that without him, the Exalted would not have been able to even get close to the fog. Meng Chao understood that no matter how these people demonstrated their importance, they would all become skeletons in a real fight. The boy understood that money would not be able to protect them during the Great War with the monsters. Meng Chao wondered if there were places in this city he could not enter, or people he had to bow his head to. Upon seeing the table, the boy immediately pounced on the food, thinking that only the food eaten could be transformed into real power to fight against monsters. The fair's guests immediately noticed the schoolboy, who was as hungry as a ghost. However, interest in Meng Chao quickly faded, and people began to discuss monsters that, in their opinion, were not dangerous. The topic shifted to some aliens who were hiding behind the fog, and they were wondering whether it was worth starting a hunt for them. Meng Chao already knew about the creatures living beyond the fog, and he couldn't help but laugh at the stupid talk. His laughter attracted the attention of the guests, but they did not have time to understand who exactly was laughing. Meng Chao saw Ningxi in the distance and immediately hurried towards him. Shuishi accompanied her grandfather, and today she was wearing a red, revealing dress. Ningxi looked at Meng Chao and asked if he was really bragging in front of the other guests. The girl assumed that the boy dressed in a school uniform on purpose to attract as much attention to himself as possible. Meng Chao realized that he had been misunderstood and began to make excuses. The guy suggested that Ningxi pretend that they didn't know each other, so as not to attract too much attention. The old man replied that he did not want to shame the boy. He simply hoped that his mentor would tell him about this event. Meng Chao thought for a moment, then decided to admit that he didn't have a mentor. The guy said that he just met one user on the internet and learned a lot from him, but he didn't know if he could be considered his mentor. Ningxi and Shuishi looked at each other, trying to figure out if they had heard anything about the old fire-bearer. Meng Chao said that this man was incredibly strong and daring, but a very noble person who had abandoned base desires and was contributing to civilization. The guy pretended to admire this man very much, and said that this man knows how to inspire and wins people's hearts. The grandfather and granddaughter never expected to hear such delight, so they froze. Meng Chao waved his hand and said that they should trust him. Meanwhile, Guman complained to his colleagues that he had been beaten by a man who worked for Ningxi. The blonde man complained that the Ningxi clan had completely gone to pieces and now didn't value the others. One of the listeners pointed at a schoolboy standing next to the old man and asked if he was the one they were talking about. Meng Chao stood with his back to them and talked to Ningxi and Sueshi, who were clearly happy with the company. Meng Chao told the old man that the old fire-bearer had given him clues about Ningxi's illness. Having heard the boy's mentor's guess, Ningxi wondered why he himself hadn't thought of fighting fire with fire. The Scarlet Queen Bee itself is the only enemy of the Purple Viper, and its venom is capable of quickly breaking down the Viper's venom. To create the medicine, it was necessary to mix 2 poisons in the correct proportions, and then add to them strengthening plants. Xueshi didn't understand how Meng Chao's hints could help her grandfather recover. Ningxi said that he now had the opportunity to be cured, and it was all thanks to the old fire-bearer. Iskra sent a notification about the points being awarded, which made Meng Chao very happy. The boy reminded the old man that these were only theories, so Ningxi had to be extremely careful in his experiments. The old man said that he was no stranger to pharmacology, and the old fire-bearer had only given him an idea. Ningxi wanted to thank the boy's mentor, but he replied that the old fire-bearer despised money. Meng Chao reminded that his teacher knew a lot about the 7 Guan solutions, and he allowed him to share this knowledge with the others. Gumin, seeing the guy, was very angry and asked what he was doing there. The blonde man's interlocutor was named Liao, and he carefully watched everyone present. Recently, Liao overheard a conversation between his grandfather, who was a fellow disciple of Ningxi. Grandfather wanted Ningxi to challenge him himself, proving that he was now no longer good for anything. Liao looked at Gumin, whom he had to endure in order to get as close to the old man as possible. Liao suggested that Meng Chao would become the heir to Ningxi's techniques, and Guming said that in that case, he shouldn't have let the guy leave the organization. The brunette suggested coming closer and meeting Meng Chao, who, by seniority, was his uncle mentor. Meng Chao sat at the table with Ningxi and showed him new techniques on table knives. The old man looked calm on the outside, but he was worried about how calmly the boy was sharing such a high-level technique. Xueshi asked her grandfather if everything was okay, and he replied that the girl did not understand the full power of this technique. Ningxi asked what the old fire-bearer wanted in exchange for information about Gwyn's upgraded techniques. Meng Chao said that the master did not want to receive anything in return, as he considered all techniques in martial arts to be the quintessence of the wisdom and labor of the Longcheng people. The guy said that the knowledge was received from the people and should be returned to them. Meng Chao said that the mentor hopes that Ningxi will be able to fully recover and master all the new Gwyn techniques. This will allow the old man to obtain more resources to work together with all the residents of Longcheng to create a better future. Ningxi said that the elder's talent was as vast as the mountains, and his heart was as vast as the ocean, so he would listen to him. Xueshi thought that only an outstanding elder could have raised Meng Chao to be such a unique young man. Ningxi went to chat with the guests, and recommended that his granddaughter become friends with Meng Chao. However, the girl was very embarrassed by the fact that the guy was 3 years younger than her and was still a schoolboy. After Xueshi said this, Ningxi realized that the girl had misunderstood his words. Seeing her grandfather's gaze, Xueshi became even more embarrassed. The awkwardness between grandfather and granddaughter was broken by Meng Chao, who collected some food and returned to the table. After a while, Ningxi left, and Xueshi was left sitting at the table with the guy alone. Liao walked up to them and looked with irritation at Meng Chao, who had taken his place next to the girl. Now the guy was finally convinced that he and Meng Chao were enemies. Liao stopped to the right of the guy and asked what Xueshi was doing here. The brunette asked the girl who was sitting next to her. Guming intervened in the conversation and said that Meng Chao was a poor man from the Tianfuyuan area, so it was unknown how he ended up here. Liao said that Meng Chao's interaction with Xueshi was very funny because they had nothing in common. The brunette assumed that the guy was Grandpa Nin's new student. Before Liao could finish speaking, Xueshi splashed wine in his face. The girl was very angry and demanded that the guy leave immediately. Liao wanted to yell at Xueshi, but Gumin began to calm him down, pointing out that there were many respected people present at the party. The brunette rejected Gumin's help and left, thinking that the girl herself had forced him to act. Liao promised that he would teach Xueshi how to behave. Meanwhile, the girl apologized to Meng Chao for Liao's behavior. The guy replied that he was doing well, but Xueshi acted very rudely, which made her embarrassed. A few moments later, the host announced that the bidding would soon begin. The auctioneer wished everyone present good luck, and the first item was brought onto the stage. The first product was crystallized spherical nerve with good appearance and freshness of more than 70%. Within moments, the starting price of 900,000 had risen to 1,330,000. Upon hearing this, Meng Chao's eyes immediately lit up. 2 hours later, the auctioneer moved on to evaluating the unknown materials, and the first to bring his goods onto the stage was a representative of the Blood Wolves. The representative asked professionals to evaluate the properties of the found item and promised a percentage of the sale. Liao decided to disgrace Meng Chao. So he loudly invited the boy, as Ningxi's disciple, to come on stage and make his assessment. Shueshi stood up for the boy, saying that he had nothing to do with their family's affairs, so there was no point in dragging him into it. Liao said that the old man was completely out of his mind to be friends with someone like Meng Chao, and pointed out that one must know when to leave the game. Ningxi didn't comment on the boy's words, thinking that he wouldn't have been here at all if the old man hadn't decided to lower his status. However, Meng Chao did not need protection and agreed to inspect the material. The boy was worried that he would not have the opportunity to increase his fame, but Liao himself gave him this opportunity. Liao was confident that he could trample on Meng Chao's dignity, and Ningxi would not be able to help but intervene in this conflict. The guy decided that this would be the best revenge for Xuexi for pouring wine on him. A representative of the Blood Wolves approached Meng Chao and asked him to look at the thing. The man removed the cloth from the tray, and underneath it was a bright pink egg, shimmering with different shades. The object emitted very strong energy, so the guests assumed that the monster had been working on creating this thing for more than 10 years. Meng Chao immediately recognized the object as the eye of a water dragon, and thought that Blood Wolves were very lucky. At some point, the guy noticed strange reflections of energy on the surface of the object. Meng Chao decided to take a closer look using a hand microscope. The guy carefully examined the dragon's eye from all sides, after which he declared that he knew nothing about this object. The guests immediately began to complain that Meng Chao had wasted too much of their time. Liao stepped forward and said that he didn't expect Mr. Ning's friend to be such a worthless person. The guy pushed Meng Chao away and said that he knew what kind of material was presented. The auctioneer asked young Mr. Liao to explain everything to the public. The boy said that in the depths of the fog south of Longcheng, there grows a solitary forest grass that bears fruit every 3 years. There is a very small chance that she will bear a mutated ghost eye fruit. Once such a fruit is eaten by a golden-maned boar, it will turn into something like a stone. The third-tier supermonster, the red-tailed golden boa, loves to eat golden-maned boars the most, which then contains the ghost eye fruit inside. Under the influence of digestive juice in the belly of the boa constrictor, the fetus will be reflected and gradually become the core of the crystal. This very crystal will become the eye of the water dragon in the future. Liao pointed to the item on the tray and said that it was the precious eye of the water dragon. The Blood Wolves representative told the story of how this item was found, which completely confirmed Liao's theory. All the guests were amazed by the depth of the boy's knowledge and began to laugh even more at the stupidity of Ningxi, who chose a stupid heir for himself. The guests distorted the truth in their own way, which greatly angered the old man. Ningxi told Xuexi that it was her fault for this whole situation because she had quarreled with Liao. Xuexi said that the boy had too little knowledge to identify such a rare material, but Ningxi did not want to listen to her. The auctioneer turned to Liao, asking what the value of the material on display was, as this was what interested the guests most. The guy said that the cost of this material is 5,250,000. The auctioneer pointed out that Liao had given such a precise price, and asked why. The guy activated the energy, and said that the crudeness of the harvesting technique had caused this water dragon's eye to be corrupted, and lose at least 1/3 of its spiritual power. Liao said that in perfect condition, the material would be worth at least 10 million. The guy approached a representative of the Blood Wolves, and recommended finding a professional team of reapers. Then Liao turned to Lord Nei and said that in their rivalry with the Exalted Ones, the dragon's eye would be a good advantage. The dark-haired man smiled and asked if the Blood Wolves were willing to sell this material for 6 million. The wolf representative immediately bowed to the man and Liao, thanking them for their cooperation. Liao turned to Meng Chao and said that the reaper profession had a very low threshold but an extremely high ceiling. The guy said that someone from a poor family could never rise to such a level. Liao said what exactly prompted Ningxi to choose Meng Chao. But the guy must understand that his mistakes harm not only himself. The guests immediately became indignant when they learned about the guy's origins, because they did not want to be in the same room with him. Guming added that not only was Meng Chao from a poor family, but his father was also a low-level reaper who was kicked out of Juxin due to his dishonest behavior. Liao began to walk down the stage, thinking that he had managed to scare Meng Chao to death. Xuexi was very angry because of Liao's accusations against her and her grandfather's friend. Ningxi also couldn't stand it any longer and was about to stand up for Meng Chao. However, the boy did not need protection and turned to Liao, asking if his uncle mentor had given him permission to leave. The boy asked if Liao really thought that the item was the eye of a water dragon. Meng Chao pointed out that the guy not only misidentified the material, but was also bragging to the guests. Liao said that this guy doesn't know what material is in front of him, and is now trying to twist everything, not realizing that he has already disgraced himself. Meng Chao confirmed that he was not familiar with this material, but he was absolutely certain that it had nothing to do with the water dragon's eye. Ningxi thought the guy was trying to defend himself, so he asked him to come down from the stage immediately. However, Meng Chao did not listen and said that he was sure that this was the eye of a demonic dragon, and long-term observation made him convinced of this. Liao said that the guy simply made up such material so as not to embarrass himself in front of the public. Ningxi understood that Meng Chao was not the type to lie to protect his own dignity. Meng Chao began to lecture on how the forest grass bears fruit every 3 years, and every reaper knows this. Liao, Shuishi, and Ningxi felt like they were in class, so they didn't even dare to add comments. Meng Chao explained that in fact, the ghost eye fruit can mutate twice, and then it will turn into the demon eye fruit. If the golden-maned boar first ate the fruit of the demonic eye, then the story takes on a different meaning. The crystal goes through the same path as a normal water eye. In the snake's stomach, it takes on a different color and properties. It eventually becomes the eye of a demonic dragon. Meng Chao told Mr. Ni that even if the water dragon eye and the demon dragon eye were used in the same way, the results would be different. The water eye will help increase your powers, but the demonic one will simply kill the person who used it. Meng Chao said that if the reagent obtained from the eye of the demonic dragon was used, it would drive a person crazy and lead to death. Now Mr. Ne was no longer so confident in Liao's words. Liao just chuckled and said that Meng Chao had already disgraced himself, and was now trying to maintain his dignity by making up stories. Meng Chao replied that there were 15 different types of demonic eyes, but he could not determine which one was currently lying in front of him. The guy looked at Liao seriously and said that the Reaper should think about what he says, since his words could lead to trouble. Brunette said he was sure it was the eye of a water dragon, but Meng Chao had no evidence to say otherwise. Meng Chao replied that any demon dragon eye was toxic, so they could take some of the material and put it into the toxin tester. Liao said that the guy specifically suggested this particular verification option, since it could ruin the material. Meng Chao replied that in that case, they could wait for Lord Ne to use the eye and die bleeding. Liao got angry and asked if Mr. Ne would really decide to trust not him, but a schoolboy from the rental housing area. The man was already thinking about how to politely answer Liao that he was not going to risk his life to test the student's theory. Before Mr. Ne could answer, someone interrupted him, offering 8 million for the dragon's eye. Ningxi said that if they buy this thing, they will be able to immediately check whether it is the eye of a water dragon or a demonic one. Mr. Ni was delighted with this opportunity and gave the thing to the old man, saying that he himself was interested in knowing the answer to this question. Liao was angry and said that they would simply ruin material worth millions because of a stupid schoolboy. Soon, assistants rolled in a cart with instruments to test the core for toxicity. After the payment was made, Ningxi began work. The old man drilled a small hole in the dragon's eye to collect material for analysis. As Ningxi drilled, a pungent smell began to spread throughout the hall, and the Blood Wolves' representative suggested that the power was leaking from the eye. Gumin immediately realized that they had lost this time, and Shuishi realized that there really was poison inside the core. Liao realized that he had made a mistake this time, so he stood aside and did not dare comment on the process. Ningxi finished drilling and carefully collected some dust into a test tube. He then added liquid to the dust, creating a solution. Ningxi used a pipette to take a small amount of the substance from the toxin tester bottle. The old man brought the pipette to the test tube and dipped a few drops of the reagent into the solution. Upon contact with the demon's eye solution, the solution began to bubble and evaporate, indicating that the solution was indeed toxic. Ningxi removed his protection and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Meng Chao had not let him down once again. Shuishi barely held back her laughter, trying not to attract too much attention to herself. The guest's attention was drawn to the loud bang with which the glass in Mr. Ne's hands fell on the table. Liao realized that he had made a big mistake, and now the man would never have anything to do with him. Meng Chao started receiving notifications about points being awarded for introducing guests to new material. The guy realized that points could be earned this way too. Liao did not comment on this situation and simply got ready to leave the fair. Before the boy left the hall, Meng Chao called him and told him to behave decently. The guy thought that he could get a few more points at Liao's expense. Meng Chao said that he was Ningxi's friend, so he would tell Liao the truths of the Reapers. The guy said that a Reaper should always be able to admit that he doesn't know anything about a certain material, because it could lead to a fatal outcome. The notification of the points credit never arrived, so Meng Chao concluded that Liao was too stubborn to admit he was wrong. Meng Chao said he wasn't trying to put the guy down, but was just trying to guide him on the right path. The guy said that Liao should be more careful, as this could end badly in the future. However, these words made the guy angry, and he asked what right Meng Chao had to threaten him. Liao was very angry that he was now being lectured. Meng Chao said that he was not trying to threaten the guy, but was just giving him advice that would be very useful to him in the future. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Ningxi walked up to the guy and shut his mouth. Shuishi walked over carefully and took Meng Chao's right hand. Ningxi said that the guy had only good intentions, but he didn't know how to express himself properly, so you shouldn't pay attention to him. Liao immediately attacked the old man, accusing him of bringing Meng Chao to this evening because he did not respect his grandfather. For a few moments, Ningxi froze in place, his patience running out. The old man turned to the boy and asked what right he had to address him by name. Ningxi always knew that grandfather Liao still longed to fight him and wanted to take advantage of his vulnerable position due to injury to gain victory. The old man became so angry that Meng Chao and Suishi trembled with fear. Ningxi said that since grandfather Liao was so eager to sort things out with him, they could do it publicly in a month. The guy was pleased and said that now they would be able to find out whose jade method was true. Ningxi replied that even a disabled person with shaking hands could handle Liao Santong. The fair's guests were interested, and what interested them most was who Meng Chao was, whose defense Ningxi himself had stood up for. 3 hours later, the fair came to an end, and old man Ning promised Meng Chao to deliver all the purchased materials through Suishi. At the exit of the building, a representative of Mr. Ne was waiting for the guy. The man handed Meng Chao a card with 300,000 on it for the appraisal, since according to the rules, the guy was entitled to 5% of the transaction amount. Mr. Ne also gave the guy his business card and told him to contact him if he had any problems. Meng Chao silently accepted both cards and looked at them for a while. Suishi told the boy to take the business card, but not to use it unless necessary, as Mr. Ne might appear to be someone other than who he claims to be. A few moments later, Meng Chao received a notification from Spark that he had been awarded points for rescuing the elite citizen, Yan Bzhanan. The boy vaguely remembered that this townsman was the father of the Ripple Princess, but he didn't understand how he could help him. 10 minutes ago, a battle was taking place deep in the misty forest. The two Exalted Ones warned Zhenan that they had managed to seriously injure the monster, but it might attack. Zhenan accepted their report and rushed to attack. They fought against a giant monster that resembled a praying mantis. The monster was surrounded from all sides and they tried to get closer for a deadly attack. From the monster's behavior, the Exalted Zueyan realized that it was about to mutate. Within moments, the creature began to transform into a completely different form. Now the monster looked like a predatory flower that was about to swallow its opponents. With one blow, the vine threw the girl aside, leaving her no time to dodge. After this, the stems grasped the ankle of the Exalted One named Huhu. The man fought with a large axe, the force of which was increased by a built-in backpack. Huhu struck the stems with his axe, but the weapon shattered into small pieces. At this point, Zhenan tried to get around the monster from behind, but he was quickly noticed. The stems also rushed towards him. The man activated the enhancement and blocked the blow of the thick stem. Zhenan stopped, realizing that his plan would no longer work, so he needed to attack directly. The man ran forward, beating off the stems that tried to catch him. Zhenan moved very quickly and gradually made his way closer to the monster's body. The man used the power of vibrations, which was a technique of their family. However, Zhenan felt his strength gradually leaving his body. The man decided to make one last push to get ahead. Zhenan concentrated and struck with both hands, transferring all his energy into them. The impulses caused the monster to freeze for a few moments. Zhenan increased the power of the vibrations and sharply turned his hands in different directions. From the opposite direction of the pulsations, the monster's body was torn apart. Zhenan used a skill taught to him by his daughter, who had received information from a mysterious elder on the dark web. While the man was trying to recover from the shock, Huhu freed himself from the stems and asked what had happened. Shueyan tried to get up from the ground and said that it was a very powerful ripple power. Zhenan stared for a moment longer at his hands, which had destroyed the monster a few moments ago, tearing it into tiny pieces. Huhu and Zueyan didn't understand why their teammate froze and didn't move. Zhenan said in a weak voice that the Yan family was in danger this time. The next day, Zhenan faced the wrath of his family. The man was beaten, but he didn't dare fight back. Zhenan himself was afraid of what might happen because of the new power, so he silently endured all of his father's attacks. Old man Yan raised his mechanical leg and said that the man was only a nuisance on Earth, so he should go to heaven. At that moment, Fei Zhu entered the room and was frightened to see her grandfather angry. Old man Yan grabbed a gun from the wall and said that it would be better to shoot Zhenan now than to leave the Yan family in his hands. Fei Zhu stood between the men and asked her grandfather to calm down. The old man's gaze became softer when he saw his granddaughter. The grandfather lowered his gun and said that they didn't even understand what a terrible mistake they had made. Fei Zhou said that their clan was not the strongest in Longcheng, but no one could manipulate them anyway. Old man Yan said that he was worried that the madman who created the ripple magic power would be truly angry and want to exterminate the Yan clan. Grandfather said that such people were among the pioneers who survived the initial zombie disaster and explored the paths of exaltation at any cost. The leadership of Longcheng had long ago discovered that even more terrible monsters lurked in the depths of the fog. To deal with these monsters, these old monsters study how to improve their current techniques. Old man Yan guessed that the ripple magic power was most likely created in this way. The grandfather stroked his granddaughter's head and said that the elder looked at Fei Zhu and decided to give her an opportunity. The girl was glad that her grandfather had calmed down and shifted his attention. Jinan approached them, but the old man immediately hit him, saying that he had ruined everything with his actions and harmed the clan. Feizhou shuddered, realizing that her grandfather's anger had not yet completely died down. The girl ran up to her grandfather and said that his father's death was useless, because they had already insulted the elder and now had to figure out how to fix everything. Grandfather Yan replied that elders of such a level were completely inaccessible to a clan of their level, so all that remained was to wait for his move. Feizhou said she would publicly apologize to the elder so that all his anger would fall on her and not on the family. When the girl left the room, Old Man Yan said that he saw no resemblance between his third son and his granddaughter. After some time, Feizhou went on air and apologized for unfairly denigrating the magic power of ripples. Meng Chao and Fei Xiong were watching the broadcast, and the latter became angry because he thought the girl was being threatened, and that was why she was apologizing. Immediately after the broadcast, Meng Chao received a message from Feizhou, in which she begged him to forgive her for her remarks. The guy immediately imagined the girl on her knees begging him for forgiveness. This picture made Meng Chao's nose bleed, and he thought that he would definitely forgive the girl. The guy answered Feizhou briefly, wanting to hear something else from her. The girl said that she would like to present some kind of gift to the elder, but she believes that resources for improvement could only offend him. Meng Chao wanted to write that he would accept both money and resources from Feizhou, but then he remembered that he should have the image of a detached and cold old man. After thinking for a bit, the guy finally deleted his message. Suddenly, a good idea came to Meng Chao's mind. The boy looked around the class and stopped his gaze on the class monitor, who was pretending to be reading, but in fact, had been watching him the whole time. Meng Chao understood very well that Hao Zhan's family had enough opportunities to harm his parents. The guy wrote to Feizhou that she had 3 days to help him check out the Zuohan Corporation. The girl did not answer for a while, and then asked which corporation was being discussed. Meng Chao said that there were some problems with those people, so he needed her help. Feizhou looked at the elder's message with doubt. However, afterward she decided that she had to fulfill the elder's order, no matter what. So she replied that she understood everything. For some time, Meng Chao couldn't understand what exactly Feizhou had understood. A few days later, Meng Chao's school held exams, and his sister told him that she would mock him if he got bad results. Meng Chao looked at the girl and replied that her dreams were not destined to come true. On the way to school, the boy felt relieved that the first stage of exams had begun. Within a few days, the magic power of ripples began to bring Meng Chao 1,000 points every day, thanks to Feizhou's blog. Thanks to the glasses, the boy was able to completely heal all hidden injuries and acquired new skills. At the entrance to the school grounds, they hung a sign wishing them good luck on the exam. And that's where Meng Chao and Hao Zhan met. The headman said that the boy might not even dream of leaving this poor area. Meng Chao just smirked and advised Hao Zhan to cherish his last day as a village chief. Without waiting for the boy's answer, Meng Chao headed towards the school. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the top floor of the cultivation center, the head of the training department, Ma Qingyun, Haren's uncle, was giving an opening speech. The man asked all teachers to ensure that problems are identified promptly during the exam, as the lives of their students depend on it. The class teachers exchanged information about their classes, saying that the students were very weak this time. One of the teachers saw a familiar student on the screen and told Teacher Van, who was the boy's class teacher, about it. On the screen there was a short profile of Fei Xun. The guy was ranked 21st among the top powers. They began to ask Van about the secret of his training, but the man proudly said that the students achieved everything themselves. Next, Meng Chao's profile appeared on the screen, placing him in 19th place in the ranking. The other teachers knew that the boy had been injured in his second year of high school, so they were surprised by such high results. Uncle Hao Zhan was angry, and only thought that he should have dealt with Meng Chao much earlier. The school's principal, Sun Daxing, barely looked at the students' forms, but he still said they were excellent results. Soon, the face of the head of Ma blossomed. Hao Zhan's profile appeared on the screen, and he was ranked 9th. Meanwhile, the students were also watching the rankings, but in another room, and were upset that Meng Chao was unable to overtake Hao Zhan. The examiner came out to the students and told them to take the shooting test according to their progress list. Hao Zhan and Meng Chao looked at each other, realizing that they would be in the same group based on their academic performance. The boys turned away from each other, as if this would help them not notice each other. The first group of students was led into the shooting range, where teachers and the principal were already waiting for them. The school children lined up in a row and greeted their elders. The first pair to go out to the shooting range were Meng Chao and Hao Zhan. The shooting test lasted 2 minutes, during which time the participants had to assemble 3 types of firearms and fire 60 shots at targets. There were several types of targets at the shooting range, which were rated according to difficulty. Meng Chao and Hao Zhan took their seats and put on their headphones, after which the examiner began the countdown. At the start, Hao Zhan first assembled the pistol, as it was the fastest. The guy quickly loaded the weapon and began assembling the machine gun. Taking the machine gun and pistol in his hands, Haozhan watched with a grin as his opponent slowly assembled the gun. Meng Chao ignored him and continued to do his work. Haozhan returned his attention to the targets and began shooting. All of the boys' shots hit the bull's eye, which greatly surprised the teachers. There were only 40 seconds left in the test, and Meng Chao was still busy assembling the weapon. The boy was in no hurry and did not pay attention to the words of the examiner and teachers. Meng Chao performed all actions without unnecessary haste, with excessive care. With 37 seconds left in the test, the guy assembled the machine gun and loaded it. The principal, who hadn't even looked at the students this whole time, looked at Meng Chao with interest. The guy was the last to start assembling the pistol, since it was the fastest. Meng Chao decided to start shooting from it. Unlike Haozhan, the guy only held one weapon in his hands. All the shots from the submachine gun hit the bull's eye. Fei Xun watched this from the sidelines and thought that such hits would still not be enough to score many points. When the pistol ran out of bullets, Meng Chao put it aside. The next guy took the rifle, which greatly surprised everyone present, because it is used for moving targets. One of his classmates suggested that the boy was planning to completely abandon moving targets and shoot all his bullets at stationary ones. A classmate noted that this way Meng Chao would be able to get a lot of points. Meanwhile, Meng Chao activated the spark ability and began shooting. Fei Xun was worried that the boy had taken too long to collect the weapons, and therefore he wouldn't have time. Meng Chao had only 20 seconds left in the test. The examiner warned that shooting at moving targets would begin in 10 seconds. Meng Chao has 30 shots left from his submachine gun, while Haozhan has 20 shots left from his machine gun. Teacher Wang watched his students closely and noticed that Meng Chao was not even worried. Manager Ma said that with such a hot nature, the guy would have a hard time in the future. The director opened his eyes and looked at the time again. The old man looked down at the floor again and said that everything was going well. Exactly 10 seconds before the end of the test, moving animal-shaped targets appeared. Meng Chao immediately took aim and began shooting. The bullets didn't always hit their targets, and Fei Xiong said that the guy had no chance of defeating Haozhan. During this part of the test, Haozhan didn't have time to watch and laugh at Meng Chao as he was too busy. Although the guy wasn't as accurate this time, every bullet still hit the target. Haozhan finished the test by hitting the 9. At this point, the cartridges ran out, as did the test. Haozhan pulled out the magazine and showed the examiner that it was empty. Headmaster Ma praised the headman for passing the test with flying colors. Teacher Wang also praised Haozhan, but he thought that the headman was deliberately behaving this way to humiliate his rival. One of the schoolgirls noticed that Meng Chao had closed his eyes and seemed to want to give up. The guy himself was trying to concentrate at that moment. He could hear the movements of the targets and aimed at one specific one. The golden hair moved around the shooting range faster than all the other targets. Catching its trajectory, Meng Chao opened his eyes abruptly. The guy emptied the entire remaining magazine into the hair. The bullets hit their target with varying accuracy. Within a second, the timer stopped, and the time to complete the test was over. Meng Chao pulled the magazine out of his submachine gun and said the test was over. The classmates decided that the boy made a futile attempt to hit the golden target in order to win. Haozhan watched the guy with a smirk, thinking that he had overestimated his strength. Manager Ma said that Meng Chao was a pathetic person who brought no benefit to society. Fei Xun wanted to console his friend, but he was calm and said that the results should be good. Fei Qiang thought that Meng Chao was just putting on a brave face and didn't want to show everyone that he was upset. The examiner announced that Haozhan had earned 515 points and ranked 11th in the school with a total exam score of 1,414 points. His classmates were not surprised by these results, since the boy attended a shooting club. However, the examiner then announced Meng Chao's results, which surprised everyone. The man said the boy earned 588 points in the shooting test. The teachers were proud of their student. Meng Chao himself acted as if he was not surprised by this result. When all the exam scores were added up, the boy got 1,434 points, which meant that he had overtaken Haozhan. Meng Chao took his well-deserved 8th place in the school. Haozhan didn't move for a while and couldn't believe his ears. The guy didn't believe that the points were calculated correctly, because Meng Chao missed many times. Haozhan turned to the screen with the targets and said that their results were definitely mixed up. However, the guy quickly fell silent when he saw his targets and realized that these were his shots, because not a single bullet hit the golden hair. Meanwhile, on Meng Chao's screen, it was clear that most of the hits had landed on the golden target. Meng Chao was frustrated that he missed several times during the moving target test, because time was short. Haozhan couldn't recover from the shock. Headmaster Ma approached his nephew and said that the boy had passed the exam well, so he could go and rest and calm down. Teacher Wang, meanwhile, praised Meng Chao, and also advised him to go to class and take a rest. The boys left the hall together and went to class in complete silence. Before they entered the room, Haozhan stopped. The headman said that he would not accept these results. Haozhan asked if Meng Chao dared to fight him. Meng Chao stretched and turned his gaze to the headman. The guy smiled and said he accepted the challenge. 20 minutes later, the boys were in the grove, where school children resolved their everyday conflicts, and the school administration did not interfere in such conflicts. In his previous life, Haozhan had an absolute advantage, so he lured Meng Chao into a trap. But this time it would be different. Meng Chao said that they both wanted to go to university, so they should be more careful in their actions. Haozhan agreed and said that after this fight, all their grievances would be settled, and they would finally understand who was stronger. However, the headman planned to inflict such harm on Meng Chao that he would never dare to appear in school or university again. Meng Chao took off his jacket and thought that he had given Haozhan a chance, and it was up to him to take advantage of it or not. The guy rushed into battle, and from the force of his kicks the ground crumbled. Meng Chao only applied a slight boost and planned to strike first. Haozhan realized that the boy had fallen for his trick and prepared for battle. The village chief parried the attack and reminded them that he had studied all the new techniques, unlike Meng Chao, who only practiced the power of pulsations. Haozhan was confident that the guy was no match for him. Meng Chao dodged the counterattack and said that he would not lose this time. The guy took a couple of steps back to create some room between them to maneuver. Meng Chao launched a punch, but Haozhan easily parried it, trying to get behind him. The boy turned sharply, striking with his elbow, but the headman parried it as well. Meng Chao continued to advance, but Haozhan did not give up his position. The elder repelled each attack as if it did not take much effort from him. Meng Chao was still not in the best condition, so facing such an opponent was not easy for him. Haozhan began to smile when he noticed how his opponent was starting to get tired. Meng Chao's hands shook with tension. The guy moved a little to the side, giving his body time to cool down a little. Sweat poured down Meng Chao's face, but he was not about to give up. Haozhan seemed to mock the boy's efforts and continued to smile. The elder dodged every attack and soon went on the offensive. Haozhan punched Meng Chao in the face and said that his pulsation technique was useless. The force of the blow sent Meng Chao flying to the side, and blood began to flow from his nose. However, the guy did not fall to the ground, but deftly turned around, leaning on his hand. The increased distance between them gave Meng Chao the opportunity to catch his breath. Haozhan said that the guy should give up since he couldn't win anyway. The village chief tried to provoke Meng Chao to try out his new move, heart-crushing strike on him. Haozhan needed the guy to get close enough to him, and soon Meng Chao would give in. The elder was in anticipation of how his blow would rip apart the boy's internal organs, and the pain would be worse than torture. The dark force will be impossible to detect or prove, but Meng Chao will immediately understand this, and then the road to the university will be closed to him. The moment Meng Chao rushed forward, Haozhan's entire body contracted, and he changed his tactics from power technique to the accumulation of dragon and snake power. When the time comes, the headman will deny everything, and they will believe him more than some schoolboy from a poor area. However, Meng Chao understood what Haozhan was going to do and was prepared. The boy gave the headman a chance to take a different path, but he didn't take it. Coming close to Haozhan, Meng Chao dealt him a crushing blow. Meng Chao changed from a high school student to a man who returned from Judgment Day. His technique of using power has changed to that of a future master. The force of the blow sent Haozhan flying to the side and crashing into a tree trunk. After this, there was a deafening silence, and the headman could not understand what had happened. Haozhan looked at the clear sky and didn't understand why he couldn't feel his body at all. Wiping the blood from his face, Meng Chao approached the boy and said that he had been holding back his strength during the trials. The guy said that he was not interested in winning the first stage of the exams, since it would not be a victory for him. Meng Chao laughed and said that if he had shown all his strength, Haozhan would not have fought him. The headman guessed that the guy had deliberately set him up. Meng Chao, who had arranged for their meeting at the shooting test, knew that Haozhan would challenge him to a fight and try to harm him. The headman was shocked that the guy had been one step ahead of him all this time. Meng Chao said that Haozhan was now reaping the bitter fruits of his own decisions. The village chief still couldn't move, so he asked Meng Chao what he had done to him. The guy smiled evilly and said that he would conduct an examination since Haozhan insisted. With his eyes sparkling with malice, Meng Chao carefully examined the victim. The guy quickly found what he was looking for, which brought a smile to his face. Meng Chao took out a pen with a microphone from Haozhan's pocket and said that the guy learns from his mistakes. However, the guy had no intention of returning the pen and threw it into the sleeve of his sweater. Meng Chao said that Haozhan only had a broken spine, so he couldn't feel his lower body, but it wasn't fatal. Given the level of medical technology in Longcheng, after surgery by an experienced doctor and a couple of years of rehabilitation, the village elder will be able to live like an ordinary person. Meng Chao broke the pen with the microphone in his jacket pocket and said that he would call the teachers and classmates, and Haozhan should wait for him there. The elder was shaking with anger, but he could no longer do anything to the boy. Meng Chao said that Haoran would no longer be able to become exalted, but it would be better for both the boy himself and Longcheng as a whole. The village chief cursed the boy, but the spark sent a notification that Meng Chao's actions would save the lives of many soldiers in the future. 10 minutes later, Meng Chao returned with his teachers and classmates. Manager Ma was angry at what the boy did to his nephew. The man shouted that the Department for Ideological and Political Education should deal with Meng Chao. The manager of Ma called the guy a criminal and a murderer. Teacher Wang asked Meng Chao if this incident was related to the recent quarrel between the boys. Meng Chao didn't respond to this and was about to leave somewhere. The education department staff quickly blocked his path, and Teacher Wang asked the boy not to make another mistake. Chief Ma said that Meng Chao was trying to escape the crime scene. However, the guy stopped and raised his hands up, saying that during his interrogation, some evidence could disappear, so he wanted to take it now. Meng Chao asked Teacher Yan to examine the trees with strips of cloth tied around them. The guy said he installed ultra-high-resolution cameras on the marked trees. Thanks to them, Meng Chao could prove that he had no malicious intent. Manager Ma asked why the guy installed the cameras in the first place. Meng Chao replied that he and Haozhan had fought not because of personal grievances, but to exchange experiences, and the recording was necessary so that they could later analyze their mistakes and learn more. Since the headman was one of the strongest students in the school, the boy wanted to learn a lot from him. Meng Chao said that Teacher Wang also shows them videos in class and goes over different points. While the boy was answering questions, Teacher Yan collected all the cameras from the trees and approached the principal. Yan handed one of the cameras to the director and asked to see the contents. Meng Chao asked the teachers to look into the situation, as he did not understand how he could cause such great damage to someone like the headman. The boy asked to watch the video from the cameras in front of the other students to dispel the doubts of those present. Principal Ma asked the boy if he really thought the school would slander someone like him. The man said that they would watch the video immediately, and these words scared Haozhan. A few moments later, everyone present began watching the recordings and witnessed a fight between the guys. The director remained calm, while Teacher Yan was angry, and Headmaster Ma was confused. Old Man Yan was seething with anger, and was about to tell Horan what he thought of him. Teacher Yan realized that the class president was trying to harm his classmate, but he couldn't say exactly what his plan was. The old man grabbed Haozhan by the lapels and asked if the headman had used any trick against Meng Chao in the exam. Manager Ma was scared and ordered his nephew to think first before answering. Haozhan was in a panic, but he understood that there were now too many witnesses, and many of them were not on his side. The elder said that he was going to use the power of the dragon and the snake. Teacher Yan became furious and ordered Haran to be silent. The old man said that the boy should tell them honestly about the cause of the injury. Otherwise, the treatment would be incorrect and could harm him. Haozhan was frightened and said that he had been struck by the heart-destroying strike. Teacher Wang said that using this technique during joint training was too reckless. Manager Ma had lost any hope of protecting his nephew, so he simply remained silent. Fake Xiang approached Teacher Yan and asked him to tell him and his classmates how the classmate had actually suffered. Old Man Yan turned his gaze to the director, but he seemed uninterested in what was happening. The teacher took this as permission and told the boys that during the fight, Haozhan used a very powerful killing method. Since the guy's skill level was not high, the energy was concentrated in his spine, and Meng Chao's strike caused an explosion of energy inside his body. Hearing this, no one had any doubt that Haozhan had attacked with the intention of causing harm, and Meng Chao was simply defending himself. Fei Shun said that the village headman was paying for his own actions. Teacher Yan approached Headmaster Ma and asked him what he thought about this situation. The man replied that the whole fight was caused by a personal quarrel between the boys, and Meng Chao himself provoked Haozhan to such actions. Meng Chao raised his hand and said that this was not a fight, but an exchange of experience, and the village chief himself promised to show the boy the heart-crushing strike. The guy said that it would be best to assess everything that happened as an accident. Manager Ma was silenced by Meng Chao's insolence. The guy added that there had been a few minor misunderstandings between him and the headman, but it wasn't worth the deadly battle. Meng Chao said that it would not be good for him and Haozhan, nor for the entire school, to make a big deal out of this matter. Manager Ma realized that the guy was trying to manipulate him, but he couldn't do anything about it because it could affect his work in the future. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the director's voice, which reminded them that Haozhan had been lying on the ground all this time. The old man said that it was worth taking the guy to the hospital and not making a big scandal out of it. Manager Ma bowed to the director and said that he would do everything in his power. The director ordered Teacher Yan to question Meng Chao to compile a report later, and asked him not to frighten the boy. Old Man Yan agreed and came closer to the boy. At this point, the director decided to leave so as not to interfere with the investigation of this incident. After some time of questioning, Teacher Yan asked Meng Chao what percentage of his strength the boy had retained during the strength and speed tests. The guy, without hiding anything, said that he held back by 20 to 30%. The teacher was surprised and asked why Meng Chao did this at all. The guy replied that without difficulties, there is no interest in moving forward. Teacher Yan guessed that today's incident was not an accident. Meng Chao confirmed his suspicions, but did not look worried. The teacher demanded an explanation, but the boy said it was all self-defense. Old man Yan said he believed it was a preemptive strike to get rid of a potential threat. Meng Chao asked if the teacher really thought that Haran wouldn't have spoken out against him if the boy hadn't provoked him. The guy said that he didn't want to leave his fate to some illusory hopes. Meng Chao compared it to you being the one to decide whether the monster standing in front of you is hungry. The guy said that in this case he could only set a trap and wait for the animal to fall into it. The beast itself decided to attack him, and that is why it fell into a trap, because Meng Chao could not kneel before it and beg it not to attack it. Soon, Teacher Yan gave in and said that this seemed like an explanation. The old man patted Meng Chao on the head and told him not to be distracted from preparing for the next stage of the exam. The boy thanked the teacher for his trust and said that Yan was the fairest and smartest teacher in this school. Old man Yan said that there was no point in trying so hard, because instead of gratitude, Meng Chao might enter a military school. The guy immediately refused and said that Fei Shun would really like to enroll there and become commander-in-chief. The teacher asked why Meng Chao was so categorical, because he thought the boy liked the military. Meng Chao replied that the military was too rude and could not use its resources to the maximum. The guy said he enjoyed cutting into the monster's skin, sliding through their blood vessels, and gently touching their internal organs. Meng Chao enjoys trying to preserve every drop of blood, collecting every organ intact and preserving it properly. The boy believed that turning terrifying monsters into brilliant works of art was the art of harvesting. Meng Chao said that this is the kind of artist he would like to be. A chill ran through Teacher Yan's body, and he wondered to himself if all school children were this abnormal these days. Soon the old man pulled himself together and decided to ask one more question. Teacher Yan asked if Meng Chao had seen his death in his dream that day. This question baffled the boy, as he didn't think that the old man still remembered what happened in that lesson on the day of his return to the past. Meng Chao asked if the teacher really took a dream so seriously. The old man came closer and said that he used to be a member of Longcheng's regular army. When Yan served in the army, he thought that since all people were mortal, he should die on the battlefield as a warrior. The old man thought that being buried in the belly of a monster was not the worst death. He wanted to furiously pierce the monster's heart with his bone. Death in battle was the best way to leave for every warrior in the Red Dragon squad. Teacher Yan thanked the boy for dreaming of exactly this kind of death, because that was what he had dreamed about. However, Meng Chao had no answer to this. The old man interpreted the boy's silence in his own way and turned towards the school, filling the silence with absurd laughter. Meanwhile, the ambulance arrived to take Haozhan to the hospital. As the boy was loaded into the car on a gurney, he told his uncle that he was finished. Headmaster Ma told the boy not to worry, because modern medicine is much better than in the earthly era. The man said that they would use the monster's nerve cells for treatment, but that would also take time. Haozhan said that he still wouldn't be able to take part in the exam, which meant he wouldn't be able to become exalted. The uncle told the boy to forget about it for this year and focus on recovery, and next year he could try to come back to it. Haozhan didn't listen to the man, and continued to say that he wanted Meng Chao to die the most painful death. Principal Ma replied that no matter how powerful he was, there were still people like Teacher Yan in the school who would not allow such a thing to happen. Uncle promised that he would tell Haozhan's father about everything, because he would have many more opportunities. The guy said to wait a little, as he wanted his father to deal with the Meng Chao family first. Now Haozhan looked less like a human, and more like an angry monster. The boy said that before Meng Chao died, he had to see his family suffer 10 times worse than him. We are transported to the financial center of Longcheng on the Xincheng Bund. Father Haozhan's second brother's wife came to the office to talk to Zuodong. The secretary tried in every way to detain the woman, but soon Zuodong himself allowed her to enter. The secretary escorted the woman to Director Zuodong's office and left. The daughter-in-law approached Haozhan's father and said that he could not ignore her husband because they were so close. The woman said that her husband is now distraught and lies in the hospital on the brink of life and death. Zuodong said that he remembered everything his brother had done for him, so he was willing to pay 20 million to buy out all his rights in the company. The woman said that her husband built this company from scratch and led it to prosperity, and Zuodong wants to profit from his misfortune and get rich for just 20 million. The director replied that his daughter-in-law misunderstood his kindness, since he was planning to sort out all the company's affairs and then go to the hospital to visit his brother. Zuodong exhaled thick cigar smoke and said that he understood the woman's feelings and would not blame her for what happened. The man walked past his daughter-in-law and said that she could accept his proposal at any time, but her husband's illness would not wait forever. Zuodong pressed the communication button and asked the secretary to escort the woman out. A few moments later, bodyguards entered the office and asked the daughter-in-law to leave. The woman did not wait to be taken out by force and ran away herself. Zuodong sat at his desk and thought that with his brother out of the way, he would be able to completely take over the corporation and become the true king. The man picked up a photo of his son and thought that he showed promise and would definitely become stronger than him in the future. At that moment, Zodong received a call from his wife's brother, the manager of Ma. The man answered the call through his earpiece and heard his brother-in-law's worried voice. Hearing that Haozun was injured, Zodong couldn't believe it and asked who did it. The man had heard of Mengchao from the rental housing area before, but he couldn't believe that the guy was capable of such a thing. Zodong's inner strength awakened within him, and he said that he would destroy the Mengchao family and make his life worse than death. At that moment, one of the employees ran into the office and reported that they were accused of illegal trading. One of the table fragments hit the wall, very close to the employee. Zodong asked why the PR department hadn't dealt with this situation yet. The employee was so scared that he was afraid to say anything. Another employee ran into the office and said that the Food Sanitation Department and the Special Drugs Administration had already arrived. A finance department employee reported that 3 banks want to review their organization's loans and most likely demand repayment. Another worker reported that their underground workshop was raided and their operations were exposed. A few moments later, Zodong was informed that reporters had already arrived and were trying to break into the building. All the anger for his son evaporated under the weight of the organization's problems. Because the man had been holding back his strength for so long, he began to cough up blood. Zodong slid down the wall and tried to figure out who had set him up. The man did not understand why all this had fallen upon him so unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Mengchao stood at the bus stop and waited for his bus. However, the guy didn't look happy. It was as if all the juices had been squeezed out of him. Suddenly, Fei Xun ran up to the bus stop and called his friend. The pink-haired man asked if Mengchao would get into trouble because of what happened today. The guy smiled and replied that there would be no problem, so Fei Xun could go home. Mengchao had to persuade his friend to go, as he continued to worry and said to ask him for help at any time. After some time, Fei Xun gave in to persuasion and said goodbye to his friend. Mengchao watched his friend go, his thoughts filled with worry. Even though his father had recently developed connections with the Thunder Squad, the boy couldn't shake the thought that Haozhan's father might harm them. Mengchao took out the business card he had received at the Rare Materials Fair and thought that he would have to contact Mr. Ney. The guy got on the bus and thought that he should hurry with the ascension and get his powers back to protect his family. Suddenly, Mengchao received a message from the Spark that Zodong's criminal organization had been destroyed, for which the guy received 5,000 points. The guy spent a long time trying to figure out how he felt about the overthrow of the organization, since he certainly didn't take part in it. Based on the large number of points, Mengchao guessed that this organization was causing a lot of harm to Longcheng. At that moment, the guy received a message from Feizo that she had completed the Elder's task. Mengchao immediately realized that the girl and her family had a hand in the destruction of the Zhuodong Corporation. Feizo wrote that there are no more problems, just like the organization itself. Mengchao asked to what extent she was no longer there. The girl replied that the organization's underground activities had been exposed and reported in the media, which meant they could no longer operate. Mengchao was so shocked that he didn't even know how to respond. Feizo wrote that she didn't believe it herself until she checked, but what she saw really scared her. The girl revealed that the organization was passing off tainted monster blood as the blood of super monsters, which was a crime against Longcheng. Feizo said that thanks to the Elder's insight, they were able to avoid many deaths. The girl apologized for acting so radically, but that was all she could do without breaking the law or violating her family's rules. Feizo said that the Exalted Ones had interfered in the matter, so Zhuodong would face life imprisonment, and his son would no longer be able to mock the Elder's disciples. The girl wrote that if the Elder was not satisfied with the results, then she could think of something else. Mengchao was frightened by Feizo's pressure, because in his opinion, Haozhan's family had already received the maximum punishment. The guy thanked her for his help, and the girl asked if he needed anything else, but he replied that he didn't want to attract any more attention. Feizo said that the old man really shouldn't get involved in this dirty business, so as not to tarnish his image. Mengchao turned off the phone and thought that the problem with Haozhan's family had resolved itself. However, the guy felt strange at heart, and Feizo began to frighten him. Meanwhile, in the Feizo family's living room, complete peace reigned. The girl was glad that the Elder approved of their actions, which made her think that he forgave them. The entire previous dialogue with the Elder was conducted by Father Feizo, who said that the old fire-bearer was very soft-hearted. The man said that the Elder did not even find fault with the mistake their family made. The grandfather immediately hit Jinan and asked if he really wanted the Elder to pay attention to their mistakes. Feizo immediately stood between them and asked how Grandpa knew that the Elder wanted them to deal with Zhuodong's company. The old man told her that he had a friend, the gray-haired demon Ningxi, and the girl immediately remembered him. Grandfather said that the old fire-bearer had recently given Ningxi advice on his treatment. At that moment, the grandfather wondered whether their Elder and the man who had given Ningxi advice were the same person. The old man said that he decided to check it out and came to a certain conclusion. Feizo asked if it was really the same person, Jenin said that this was impossible, since the power of pulsations and the art of healing were completely different directions. The grandfather hit his son again and called him a loser, saying that the future of their family could only rest with Feizhou. The old man turned to his granddaughter and asked her what position she thought the man who was demonstrating his skills in the video had. The girl replied that the author of the video was a student from school number 3 or number 9, and judging by the furnishings in the house, he lived in rented accommodation. The old man hit his son with his mechanical leg again and said that he should learn from his daughter. Grandfather said that according to Ningxi, the old firebearer has a disciple, Mengchao, who is studying at school and living in a rented apartment. Jinan asked how his father knew that the old firebearer wanted to close down the Zuodong Corporation. The grandfather hit the man again and said that Mengchao studied at the same school as Zuodong's son, and that they had a conflict not long ago. Feizhou stood between them to prevent the old man from beating Jinan, and said that all the facts matched. The old man continued to look angrily at his son, and said that no outsider could oppress the disciple of the old firebearer. Jinan was already shaking with fear and promised his father that he would never insult the old firebearer and his disciples. Feizhou stood between them again and asked why the elder had turned to their family for help, even though he himself was very strong. The grandfather turned away and said that in this case it was worth paying attention to the fact that the elder called the corporation a problem. Jinan did not understand his father's train of thought at all, and dared to ask why he was being yelled at again. Grandfather said that for the old man this corporation was nothing more than slop, which he did not want to dig into. The old man asked whether any of his son and granddaughter had slept on the day when their family insulted the elder. The girl admitted that she couldn't sleep for several days, and then constantly woke up in the middle of the night. From the exhausted appearance of the father and daughter, one could conclude that they had both been suffering for several days. The old man said that this was precisely why the elder gave them the opportunity to make amends, and thereby took the burden of the problem off his shoulders. The grandfather sat down on the chair and said that they were very lucky that the old man was so kind-hearted. Feizhou blushed a little with embarrassment, but did not answer her grandfather. Jinan said that during the investigation they had established Mengchao's identity, and now he feared that the elder would not be happy about it. Grandfather said that he and old man Ningxi had already discussed this matter a long time ago. Grandfather said that the old firebearer did not ask Mengchao to hide his identity. Moreover, through his student, he shared completely new martial arts, knowledge, and techniques. The grandfather is sure that the elder sent his student on a free voyage specifically so that people could protect the boy from dangers. Feizhou asked if their family was the kind of person who could protect Mengchao. Grandfather answered positively, and pointed out that without a deep understanding of the Yang pulsation, it was impossible to obtain such a perfect pulsation. The old man thought that they might have met the elder at some point. Grandfather said that if Feizhou had the opportunity, she should definitely become friends with Mengchao. The girl did not expect such advice and blushed. Feizhou looked away and thought about it for a few moments. Then the girl replied that she would definitely take her grandfather's advice. Feizhou said that she would think about how she could get closer to Mengchao in the near future. The grandfather praised the girl and said that she should do everything for this and not be as ungrateful as her father. All Feizhou could do was console his father, who was constantly being attacked by his grandfather. We are moving to the rental housing market. Vendors actively attracted customers with fresh vegetables and fruits, and butchers chopped meat into smaller pieces. The meat seller said that he had just received a weaponized demon pig and was offering it to customers. Mengchao Xin's mother came to the market to buy meat for dinner. A plump blonde named Pan approached the woman as soon as she saw her in the distance. The woman asked Xin to help her determine whether the bones she had bought were good. Mama Mengchao knew she couldn't get rid of her friend that easily, so she asked if Pan's husband had received a bonus since she had bought so much meat. The blonde said that her husband brings home mere pennies every month, and there's no point in expecting a bonus. Pan said her son had passed the first stage of the exam and ranked 32nd in the entire school, so she wanted to reward him. Xin was surprised that the boy passed the first stage of the exam successfully. Pan patted herself on the head and said that she had completely forgotten that Mengchao had been injured last year and would not be able to pass the exam. The blonde began to console Xin by saying that Mengchao was very smart, so he could succeed in another field, and her son would help with this. Xin tried her best to keep a straight face, even though she knew the woman was just laughing at her under the guise of concern. Pan had talked enough and said that she had to hurry home to prepare a festive dinner for her son. Xin stood silently for a while, wondering why she hadn't at least decided to support Mengchao, who was trying his best. The woman asked the seller how many pieces of meat Pan had bought, and then asked him to wrap up one more piece for her. Xin bought a lot more expensive groceries and returned home, barely able to carry everything. Xiao Zhao immediately left the room to admire the fresh produce and asked her mother if they could really afford it. Meng noticed that his wife had bought a very large fish and asked what holiday it was today. Xin reminded them that today was the first round of exams, but Mengchao still hadn't called to tell them the results, so they shouldn't question him, but just support him. Xiao Zhao said that even if her brother didn't get into university, they still had hope that she would be able to do so. The girl couldn't wait for the moment when she would be able to command her brother the way she wanted. Xiao Zhao already imagined herself in the role of the Exalted One, standing guard over humanity. Meanwhile, her brother was at her feet, begging her to forgive him for underestimating her all this time. The girl was so lost in her dreams that she completely forgot that she was cleaning. Shen patted her daughter on the nose and asked her not to provoke her brother into a conflict today. The girl giggled and promised that she wouldn't touch him today. In the evening, Meng Chao returned home, having been very late due to a conflict with Haoran. All the way home, the guy thought about how cruel the Yan family corporation was, since they had dealt without thinking with those whom he called a problem. Meng Chao thought that in the future he would need to use the identity of the old firebearer more thoughtfully. The guy was so lost in thought that he didn't notice his family gathered at the table and waiting for him for dinner. Seeing that Meng Chao was very nervous, his relatives thought that the boy had done poorly on the exam. Shin called her son to the table and said that they needed to have something to eat first. The woman had prepared all the food she had bought at the market that day, so their table was unusually rich today. Seeing this, the guy asked if the military had captured a nest of weapon-wielding demonic pigs, because without a discount it would have been very expensive. The father said that all of this was bought without a discount, and hurried his son to sit down at the table. Meng Chao couldn't relax, and asked what had happened to make them spend so much money. Their father said that their life was getting better and better, so they decided to celebrate it a little. Shin also tried to maintain a good mood to cheer up her son. Xiao Zhao walked up to her brother and placed her hand on his shoulder, telling him that their family still had hope in her, so he shouldn't worry. Meng Chao said that if the girl became their support, then everything would be fine for them. But his face showed that he had the opposite opinion. The boy decided not to focus on this and began to take off his jacket, announcing that he had taken 8th place in the entire school on today's exam. Meng Chao said that in 10 days he would have to go to the city education office for the second stage. The family plastered smiles on their faces and pretended to listen to him attentively. They praised him for his efforts, pretending that they were not at all concerned about the exam results. However, after a few moments, the gist of the guy's words reached them, and they jumped up from their seats. Meng Chao started eating and asked why they reacted like that. The room fell silent for a moment as the family tried to process what the boy had said. Xiao Zhao started out first, asking if her brother really ranked 8th in the class, but he corrected her, saying that he ranked 8th in the entire school. Meng Chao patted the girl on the head and asked what had happened to her that she was acting so strangely. Tears appeared in Xiao Zhao's eyes, and she said that the boy would still be able to enter university and become exalted. The girl fell to the floor and said that with such results, Meng Chao would definitely be able to move forward. Xiao Zhao cried, realizing that she could no longer overtake her brother. At the moment, father was more interested in Meng Chao's injury, which would prevent him from passing the exam successfully. The boy replied that he was able to completely heal thanks to the power of Pulsation and the materials that Ningxi gave him. The father reminded him that Meng Chao had told him that he had found something on the internet, but the boy had said that there was no need to go into details. The guy said that now his parents don't have to worry because he will be able to go to university. The father patted his son on the back and said that he was a good boy. Mama Meng Chao could hardly hold back tears of pride. The woman decided to capture this moment in a photograph. Meng Chao asked what she was doing, and the mother replied that her son looked very handsome today. Xiao Zhao received a notification on her phone that her mother had posted on social media. Shin posted a photo of Meng Chao and wrote that her son hadn't done very well and barely made it into the top 10 in the entire school in his exam results. Meng Chao looked at the post and saw that his dad and sister were the first to like it. The boy asked his mother to delete the photo so as not to embarrass herself. Shin said she had every right to boast about her son's achievements, but she did not specify the exact place the boy had taken. Mom told me about how she met Pan at the market today, who was flying around the market with happiness because her son took 40th place in school. Shin clutched the phone in her hands and said that her son was among the top 10 in school. She was a little irritated and asked if she really had no right to be happy for him. Meng Chao turned to his father and asked if he could do anything about it. However, Meng did not want to get into trouble with his wife, so he replied that he did not intend to interfere. The man said he himself fell into this trap when Shin told everyone that he had opened a corporation, even though he had become the owner of a small business. Meanwhile, Shin watched closely as her post gained likes, and happily said that Pan had also seen the post. Mom turned the phone screen towards her family and showed the comments where everyone congratulated Meng Chao. The guy grabbed his head and thought that he needed to start earning money immediately in order to move out of this area as quickly as possible. Xiao Zhao winked at her brother and said that he was now the biggest celebrity in their area. However, the guy did not listen to her and thought only about moving. After dinner, the father of the family took over the cleaning. Shin had been resting all this time and carefully watching the comments on her post. Xiao Zhao was sitting next to her mother, and when her father joined them, she decided to turn on the TV. The girl said that she was in a very good mood, so she would like to find something good. Meng Chao wanted to stop the girl and tell her something before she turned on the TV. The guy said that he had made an appointment for his mother to see a famous doctor at the Qingnan Center for tomorrow. The parents immediately realized that this was a first-class medical center with first-class prices. Shin said she was already feeling much better, and she could also go to a public hospital to recoup her expenses. Meng Chao said the public hospital does not have any joint replacements with the special bionic alloy. Shin said that it even sounded very expensive. And besides, she had been living like this for 20 years already, and could continue to do so. Meng Chao understood that his mother was primarily worried about money, but he reminded her that he would soon become exalted and would be able to afford to help his mother. Meng told his wife that their son had grown up, so she should listen to him, because even if something went wrong, he would always help them. The woman looked at her husband for a few moments, as if wondering whether she should listen to his words. Shin finally decided to go to the doctor, saying that she had not danced with her husband for a very long time. Meng Chao smiled and asked if this was really all their mother wanted. The guy promised that as soon as his mother's legs were fully restored, he would book a room for him and his father in the most luxurious hotel. They will be able to enjoy a candlelit dinner, alone with each other. Meng Chao promised to hire an orchestra to accompany them when they danced. At this moment, even Xiao Zhao thought that her brother was really cool. However, the girl quickly came to her senses, convincing herself that these were just hallucinations. The next morning, Meng Chao went with his mother to Qingnan Medical Center. The doctor reviewed Shin's medical history and said that with current technology, her illness was not a big problem. The man said that he needed to check her current condition, and if Shin was uncomfortable, she should tell him about it. The doctor closed his eyes and began to concentrate energy around himself. After a few moments, he opened his eyes, and we saw that his pupils had doubled. The doctor touched Shin's knee with his hand, causing a greenish mist to begin to envelop her body. Energy spread through the woman's legs as the doctor carefully examined the damage. Shin said it felt like something was running inside her legs, but it was a pleasant feeling. Xiao Zhao turned to Meng Chao and said that Dr. Su looked a bit strange. Meng Chao explained that psionic energy accumulates in the body and flows between blood vessels and nerves, which is reflected in the appearance of the skin. The guy said that this is expressed in psionic patterns on the body of the exalted of 1 star. Meng Chao said that after receiving 2 stars, the bodies of exalted ones can mutate, and at such moments even wings can appear, not to mention double pupils. Meng Chao said that Dr. Su works really hard. Xiao Zhao asked why the doctor didn't send their mother for an X-ray or MRI, since public hospitals always did that. Meng Chao said that when cultivating to 3 stars, one can first look inside one's own organs and know one's physical condition. At the 4th star, one can consciously manipulate psionic energy and create controlled and stable vibrations. With this, you can create a repulsive force from the planet's magnetic field and slowly float in space. A 5-star exalted can use their own vital magnetic field to perceive the state of other people's organs, blood vessels, nerves, and skeletons. Meng Chao asked whether it was necessary to do an X-ray or MRI for all this. Xiao Zhao said that the exalted world is truly impressive and amazing. After completing a full examination, Dr. Su reported that Shin's condition was not bad, but the injury was 20 years old, so a full recovery would take time. The man handed Meng Chao the tablet and said he recommended this treatment program. The guy picked up the tablet and saw that the program was called Biochemical Reconstruction of Bones and Nerves. Dr. Su said that this is the latest technology just developed by the Monster Research Institute. The regeneration and growth of monster cells is used to activate the genetic potential of the human body. Freshly grown osteocytes and nerves of the lower limbs perfectly merge with the human body and are not rejected by it. After this treatment, doing heavy physical work and even improving yourself will no longer be a problem. Meng Chao asked if this technology was dangerous since it was only recently developed. Shin was worried about how much all this would cost. Dr. Su said he couldn't guarantee its safety, but the technology had been tested numerous times to treat exalted and military personnel. The man promised that if Ms. Shin did not practice 2 heavy kicks and did not run 100 meters in 3 to 5 seconds, then everything would be fine with her. Meng Chao finally decided that this was the treatment plan they would use. Shin was unhappy that her question was ignored and grabbed her son by the jacket. The woman contacted the doctor again and asked how much this treatment program would cost. Dr. Su said he could reduce the cost of treatment by 40% if Meng Chao advertised for them, but the final cost would still be over 3 million. Upon hearing the price, the parents and Xiao Zhao shuddered in shock. Dr. Su said that the promotional price for the treatment was 3 million, but he really wanted to know about the 7 GAN solutions, so if Meng Chao made concessions, he would only charge the boy's family 2 million. Unlike his family, Meng Chao was very happy with this proposal and immediately agreed. Dr. Su said this amount is not a one-time payment, because the entire program is divided into 4 stages and takes 7 to 8 months. The man said that the first stage costs 500,000. Meng Chao slammed the table and accepted the offer. Shin told her son that it was too expensive, but they could use a special alloy, and it would be cheaper. Meng Chao reminded his mother that he couldn't be distracted from his exams now, so she just had to agree with him. For a few moments the woman froze in place. Then Shin looked at her legs and said she didn't think they would be worth so much money now. Meng Chao said that it should be so, because every hair of his family was a priceless treasure. The family was very surprised by such words, but did not say anything against it. Shin's examination took almost the entire day and ended late in the evening. Dr. Su shook Meng Chao's hand and reminded him when he needed to bring his mother in for treatment. The boy thanked him, but the man said that it was not worth the gratitude, since he would receive great benefits from the 7 Guan decisions. Spark sent a notice that, thanks to Meng Chao's instructions, the elite citizen Su had gained a completely new understanding of surgical technique. At this point, the doctor and the Meng family said goodbye. Walking through the parking lot next to the hospital, Xiao Zhao noticed one of the cars. The girl ran around the car, saying that it was an antique car from the era of the Earth. In this era, a personal car has become a symbol of wealth, and there is not a single one of these in the entire rental housing area. So Xiao Zhao's reaction is normal. Meng Chao immediately said that when he became exalted, he would also buy a car for their family, and the boy asked his father if he liked the car that Xiao Zhao was examining. My father said that there is nothing convenient about driving a car, because there is a 3-dimensional maneuverable suit that will also help you climb stairs, and it will cost less. Meng Chao said that even if the father didn't need the car, the company did, because a man wouldn't look very good if he arrived at business negotiations by bus. Meng waved his hands and said that even if it were necessary, they would not be able to buy such an expensive antique car. Meng Chao suggested buying the Mighty Wolf model instead of this car, and this pleased his father more. Even Meng Chao himself thought that even if he became exalted, driving an antique car would be too daring. Xiao Zhao was unhappy that everyone had forgotten about her, so she came up with a plan. The girl ran up to her brother and grabbed his hand. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Zhao said that Meng Chao pays for her mother's treatment and buys a car for her father. But what will she get? The guy replied that he had long ago agreed with Mr. Ningxi that he would find out about extracurricular activities for the girl, so that she would become more intelligent and well-mannered. However, Xiao Zhao was not very happy with this option. 2 weeks later, Meng Chao's exams continued. The school children went together to the city education department to take the 2nd stage of exams. After boarding the bus, Meng Chao looked again at his list of abilities and remaining contribution points. The guy spent over 20,000 contribution points to improve his skills, so passing the exams shouldn't be a problem. One classmate approached Meng Chao and asked if his punch power had really exceeded 290. Fei Xun answered for his friend and said that the guy's strength was already much higher, since he had become stronger even than him. Meng Chao's classmates immediately pounced on him, saying that he now owed them breakfast, lunch, and dinner at his own expense. The guy wondered why it had become so difficult to hide all his achievements. At that moment, the teacher entered the bus and ordered everyone to calm down. Teacher Yan took the microphone and said that the students should cool their ardor. The old man reminded that for a person who has decided to embark on the path of exaltation, the most important thing is reason. Without an exalted mind, even if the students were able to gain power, they would become slaves and the same terrible monsters as the monsters. The teacher said that the flower of reason blossoms from flesh and blood, but it is free from it. If students have great strength and high speed, this does not mean that they have a powerful heart. Master Yan said that until that moment of life and death came, they would be in the unknown. Each student can at any moment become a weakling with brute force, a villain who oppresses the weak, or a selfish scoundrel. However, only by gathering strength and intelligence can one achieve harmony. At some point, students will have to pull themselves together. Only after this will they become masters of their own power. Teacher Yan knows this better than anyone else, because he himself went through all the stages of becoming exalted. After much moralizing, the old man said that they had already arrived at the city education department, so the students could go out. The school children followed the teacher out into the street. They awaited further instructions, gathered near the bus. A huge, ruined building of a strange shape appeared before them. No one dared to approach him without a teacher. Longcheng grows stronger every day. The ruins are cleared and rebuilt into taller, stronger, and more colossal shelters. However, now they were in a place that had retained its original appearance. Architects and artists were invited to preserve this place so that it would become an eternal memory. These installations captured the memory of dark times. Meng Chao looked at these objects for a long time, as they were familiar to him. He had already seen what all these monsters could do. However, Meng Chao promised that he would never again allow the forces of evil to enter this land and shed the blood of his compatriots. The boy and his class moved deeper into the building, After some time, Meng Chao stopped next to the giant installation. Fei Shun stopped next to his friend and said that the Exalted Ones are depicted here. Meng Chao said that very soon they too will become like this. Soon the class arrived at the right place. Two giant columns rushed towards it, like the main tower of Longcheng. Between them was the entrance to the testing area. The first decade after Longcheng was transported to another world was an era of uncertainty, chaos, and bloody sorrow. People lost much of their energy resources and industrial potential, while trying to save countless people. Gradually, they turned into monsters, oppressing the weak, into beasts devouring raw flesh. A mysterious virus spread among the townspeople. The infected quickly turned into zombies, and the epidemic spread throughout the city. Hiding deep in the ruins, people trembling with fear asked if this was the end of civilization, the last day of Longcheng. The city was almost completely immersed in a demonic fog. The sun barely warmed the earth. Zombies began to mutate and turn into monsters, destroying everything in their path. They caught people who were leaving the catacombs to get food. Every day there were fewer and fewer people. Humanity's hope for survival was gradually fading. However, this was not the end of civilization, but the rebirth of Longcheng. A mysterious virus created zombies, but also generated new antibodies. The genetic shackles were removed, and the human body began to develop rapidly. People can now directly absorb psionic energy and enter the path of exaltation. The war god Lei Zongchao, the strongest exalted one in Longcheng, appeared on the screen. Following him was Yunfadian, the richest man in Longcheng. In such desperate times, all the fallen heroic ancestors continued their bloody journey to survival. Meng Chao thought that he had a spark, he had friends, so everything would definitely work out for him. The guy walked further down the corridor, pulling Fei Shun along with him. The disciples had to go even lower. The second decade after moving to another world became a turning point. People almost completely died out, but the spark flared up again. After long years of suffering and oppression of the human race, evolution has come. The second decade after the transfer to another world became the era of heroes. To this day, even the youngest residents of Longcheng strive to continue the work of their ancestors. They faced opponents 10 times more terrible than zombies, monsters. Just as quickly as people developed, the threat also developed. However, by this time, people were no longer as weak as they had been when Longcheng had first moved to another world. Humans have become the most powerful expeditionary force of earthly civilization. Fake Xiong hit Meng Chao on the shoulder and said that Teacher Yan was right when he said that humans were the most ferocious and powerful creatures in the world. Meng Chao asked if his friend was hitting him on the shoulder to avenge his success. The guy recalled how he defeated Fei Shun during training a few days ago. His friend was stunned, but Meng Chao laughed, realizing that his guess was correct, and then headed further down the corridor. In the third decade, Longcheng entered an era of expeditions and discoveries. Martial arts practice and psionic technology systems are developing day by day, and the army's combat effectiveness surpasses any army of the Earth era. Ancient ruins were also discovered underground in Longcheng, and a tower of exaltation was built on top of them. A completely new world is still waiting for people to explore and discover. The fourth decade became an era of great construction, as the threat of monsters was gradually eliminated, and the city began to expand its borders. After the Great Construction, Longcheng became nothing less than a three-dimensional city, with districts more than 5 times larger than the largest city of the Earth Age. The new generation of supercomputers has 100 times more computing power than in the era of the Earth. The fifth decade falls within the current time. This is an era of victories and glory, a new era of aggressive progress, taking up the legacy of their fallen heroes. The new generation of Longcheng has already grown up. The future of the other world now depends on Meng Chao and his generation. Longcheng may have made a few small mistakes in his past life, but they accumulated and led to difficult problems. In this life, Meng Chao must correct all these mistakes, make up for all the grievances, and choose the most correct path. The students arrived at the exam site, and Teacher Yan ordered them to line up. The old man took the flag in his hands and ordered the students to follow him. Meng Chao was confident that this time humanity would be able to defeat the other world. The students came out into the main hall to line up, and Fei Shun noticed one of the flags. Longcheng Constructive Middle School was the only provincial key point in Hulin District, so they couldn't help but be bold. One of my classmates said that the parents of the students at this school are all at least 4 stars, so their school can never compare to them. Fei Shun was very surprised, because he had never heard of the exalted rank system before. Meng Chao looked at his friend and assumed that he never visited Darknet forums at all. The guy said that the exalted are divided into 9 levels, from 1 to 3 stars, the earthly border. From 4 to 6 stars are exalted at the level of the heavenly boundary. From 7 to 9 stars is the divine boundary, and everyone on the Darknet knows this system. Fei Xiong said his mother told him that the Darknet was full of unhealthy information, so he didn't go there. At that moment, Teacher Yan approached the boys, and hitting Fei Shun on the head, told the students to remain quiet as they were about to begin. The examiner came onto the stage and said that the best students in the Hulan region had gathered before him, and that they were the future and hope of humanity. The man reminded that the path to exaltation is not just a path to wealth and fame. The examiner said that this path is connected with the life and death of millions of compatriots, and even with the prosperity and destruction of Longcheng. The man understood that the schoolchildren were currently experiencing a lot of emotions and impressions, but he wanted them to collect their thoughts at this moment. The examiner asked the students to think calmly and carefully about what they themselves want and why they need the path of exaltation. The man hoped that everyone present would be able to find the answer to this question. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the intellectual test. Teacher Yan rolled a cart with small jars up to his class. The examiner reported that it was a special brain cell activator that allowed the brain to process more information. Since the stimulant takes effect within an hour, a presentation by undergraduate students was prepared for the students. After these words, a girl familiar to Meng Chao came onto the stage. Shueshi introduced herself as the vice president of the Student Union of the Faculty of Environmental Science and Resource Recovery at the University of Agriculture. Meng Chao drank his stimulant and turned his attention to the screen, which showed a close-up of the girl. Shueshi said that resources are the first element of civilization development, especially for Longcheng. Whether it will exist or curl up, all this is impossible without the collection, use, and development of resources. The cultivation of spiritual plants occupied an important place in the life of the city of Longcheng. People bred biochemical animals to explore the possibilities of genes. Mineral collection also played a significant role in the city's resource system. Shueshi said that being the best in any field means having unlimited prospects. Meng Chao didn't understand why he was giving a lecture at such a time, as it would only agitate the students, and no one would be able to calm down. A classmate named Lei said that this was an old tradition of intellectual testing. The guy said that the need to calm down is a personal matter for each student, because they are being tested for strength. The classmate's mood quickly changed as he turned his attention to other schools. The students of the constructive school stood and did not move, but their spiritual development was very high. Lei told Meng Chao to pay attention to the difference between the first and second schools and their ninth school. All the students were from the same Hulan district, but the difference between them was obvious. The first and second schools were gathered and did not dare to move even once, while the ninth school whispered among themselves and broke formation. The students openly debated which universities they should enroll in to bring more benefit to the city and more profit to themselves. Fei Xiong again invited Meng Chao to join him in the military school's heroic department. Meng Chao replied that they should first advance to a bachelor's degree and then think about where to go. The guy thought it would be better to enroll in the martial arts department or in the resource recovery department of the agronomic university. Lei said that these were too high expectations, since in order to get into one of these faculties, the scores had to be very high. Suddenly, Meng Chao's attention was drawn to the conversations of other students about one of the students from the constructive school acting strangely. The big guy moved through the lines of the other schools, heading towards the students of school number 9. Lei said that after the intelligence test, the district will provide each school with resources for improvement based on the ranking. Because of this, competition between schools was very high, which led to rivalry between school leaders. A student from the constructive school named Zhang Peng approached the students from the 9th school and demanded that a student named Meng Chao come forward. Meng Chao couldn't understand what Zhang Peng wanted from him. Lei stepped forward and said that Zhang Peng could speak with him. A student from the constructive school said that he heard that Lei was able to injure one of the weakest students in his school with his technique. Zhang Peng suggested that the guy compare the results of their exam today, to which Lei agreed. Zhang Peng turned around and said that he would look forward to the results of the district school. Suddenly the guy waved his hand sharply. Zhang Peng turned to Lei again and swung his arm to strike. Lei was startled and jumped back, crashing into Fei Xun. The guy opened his eyes wide and expected a blow. However, Zhang Peng shook his hand and apologized with a grin for scaring the guy. Lei realized that he was just being joked about and got angry. Meng Chao was tired of being treated this way by the students at the constructive school. The guy approached Zhang Peng and said that others also boasted about their strength. Although they were impudent, at least they were honest. This is the first time the guy sees the master as a guy who has to resort to tricks to demonstrate his superiority. Zhang Peng said that one should approach any opponent with the utmost care and not resort to brute force when one can win with one's mind. Meng Chao replied that this was the first time he had seen underhandedness equated with intelligence, but he still wondered why the boy was looking for him. Zhang Peng said that he had heard rumors that the guy was good at shooting and had even injured Haran. The guy said that Haozhan had played in his club for several years, so he considered him his student. Zhang Peng was very interested to see who had injured his student. As the boy approached, Meng Chao turned his head away and apologized. The guy said that he wasn't used to exchanging glances with guys. Meng Chao's classmates were shocked by such a calm answer. Zhang Peng didn't understand what was happening because he used the killing gaze technique, but it didn't work on the guy. Zhang Peng's classmate came closer and reported that the agricultural university student had arrived. Hearing Shuixi's name, the boy was distracted from Meng Chao. Zhang Peng was sure that the girl approached him specifically, since their fathers had a business relationship, which meant that he and Shuixi had a good relationship. The guy led his classmates along, saying that there was nothing interesting in school number 9, so they should spend time with the girl. Lei approached Meng Chao and said that the second stage of the exam was about to begin, so the guy should calm down. Meng Chao said that he was completely calm, and most likely it was Zhang Peng who would soon become worried. At this moment, Shuixi came down from the stage and ran towards Meng Chao. The guy greeted the girl in return. Zhang Peng remained in his place as Shuixi ran past without even paying attention to him. The guy immediately imagined Shuixi and Meng Chao dating. They addressed each other without formality, which infuriated Zhang Peng. Meng Chao asked Shuixi why she decided to approach them. The girl replied that she had come to test her intellectual abilities in the Hulin district. Shuixi was silent for a few moments. She carefully examined Meng Chao and his appearance. The girl noted that the guy's clothes were untidy. After this, Shuixi laughed and said that she now believed that the guy had not dressed in rags on purpose last time at the fair. The girl said that there were many people in the 9th school uniform in front of her, but only Meng Chao looked the most unsightly. Zhang Peng came to his senses and carefully approached Shuixi from behind, drawing attention to himself. The girl put on a routine smile and asked what the guy wanted from her. Zhang Peng immediately noticed that Shuixi spoke to him formally, as if they didn't even know each other. The guy couldn't withstand this critical blow to his heart and mind. The classmates looked at Meng Chao with anger, and the girl turned to him again without waiting for a response from Zhang Peng. Meng Chao tried to ignore his classmates who were demanding bubble tea from him, and asked Shuixi what she wanted. The girl said that the guy should enroll in their agricultural university in the Faculty of Resources, so she would like to help him with information. Shuixi suggested that they eat together after the exam and discuss this issue, and she would also like to introduce the guy to several senior students. Meng Chao thanked the girl, trying to ignore the fact that Fei Qiong had started demanding bubble tea for 6 months in advance. The guy turned his attention to Shuixi and said that he had not yet decided where he would go to university after graduation. The girl suddenly approached and said that Meng Chao should receive the education of a reaper, and the Faculty of Resources of the Agricultural University is the strongest. Shuixi asked where else the boy could go besides their university. At this moment, someone else called out loudly to Meng Chao. All the classmates, especially Fei Xun, melted with delight. Princess Fei Zhu of Pulsations ran towards Meng Chao. Shuixi didn't understand how the girl knew Meng Chao, and the guy himself didn't understand what was going on. Fei Zhu ran up and grabbed the guy's hand. The girl squeezed his hand tightly, not noticing the looks of the people around them. Meng Chao became embarrassed and said that it was impossible to do that when there were many people around. Meng Chao's classmates were beside themselves with anger. The students of the constructive school thought they had come to mock their rivals, but in the end, they themselves found themselves the butt of the joke. Fei Zhou moved even closer to Meng Chao and asked if the guy was really in the video teaching the new Pulsation. The girl whispered her thanks to the boy and the old firebearer for his selfless contribution to the Yan Corporation. Only now did Meng Chao realize that Fei Zhou had grabbed his hand to confirm his identity, as his hands were visible in the video. The problem was that the girl could have found a more secluded place to do this, but she did it in front of a large number of people. The fighting spirit of the constructive school was completely lost after Fei Zhou's actions. Shuixi pushed the girl aside a little and asked why she came here. Fei Zhou nudged the girl back and said that she had come to give Meng Chao the materials for admission to the martial arts department of Longcheng University. Shuixi asked how they met, and Fei Zhou replied that Meng Chao had suffered a serious injury 6 months ago and had been cured by the Pulsations. The girl said that they had discussed Pulsation a lot this year and gradually became good friends. Fei Zhou winked at the guy and asked him to confirm her words. Meng Chao had no choice but to nod his head. Grandfather had asked Fei Zhou in advance to help the boy hide the true nature of his power, so the girl came up with this story. Shuixi said that Meng Chao might not want to enroll in the combat department just because he and the girl knew each other. Shuixi said that a guy with his talents would become the best reaper, and then all the martial artists would beg him to go to the reaping. Fei Zhou only laughed at the girl's suggestion to enroll in the Faculty of Resources. Shuixi said that her university's original fighting style can compete with Longcheng University's fighting art. The girls clashed in an argument, and each tried to prove that her offer was much more advantageous. Meng Chao tried to calm them down, saying that he might not pass the entrance score threshold. The guy suggested waiting until the intellectual test was over, and then talking calmly. Fei Zhou quickly agreed, and invited Meng Chao to have dinner together that evening and discuss the matter. The boy's classmates began to hate him even more. Suddenly, an image of a girl appeared on the big screen, announcing that the test would begin in 3 minutes. At that moment, all the arguments died down. Zhang Peng told his classmate to be sure to remember Meng Chao's name. The guy really wanted to see what this guy was capable of. Seeing Shuixi and Feizhu continue to pull Meng Chao back and forth, Zhang Peng's morale sank even lower. The examiner asked all the students to prepare to take the test. The girl asked the schoolchildren to take their places, according to the circles under their feet. It was necessary to sit in one's place, relax and breathe calmly, after which the students would be able to enter a state of deep meditation. Meng Chao took a circle with his name and school number written on it. After 1 minute, candidates who stand, move, or make sounds will be considered to have violated examination discipline. The first violation will result in a warning, and the second will result in immediate disqualification. As the students took their seats and prepared themselves, pillars appeared from the floor opposite their seats. After a few moments, they began to transform, turning into tentacles. They formed a strangely shaped mask, and Meng Chao immediately realized that it was a super brain. The mask didn't inspire confidence, but the boy understood that it was created by combining the 3 foundations of Longcheng City, so it should be safe. At least, that's what Meng Chao tried to convince himself of. Meanwhile, the mask approached the guy and fixed itself on his face. The mechanism synchronized with Meng Chao's body and put him into a trance. His eyes opened, but now the guy saw a completely different picture in front of him. Trance transferred Meng Chao into a generated world to test his resilience under stress. A huge monster appeared in front of the guy and swallowed the girl. She screamed and asked for help, but Meng Chao did not move. The guy understood perfectly well that all this was happening only in his mind, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Looking around, Meng Chao saw corpses being devoured by mutated mice. Teachers and examiners watched everything that was happening through screens. Teachers were shocked by how much the intellectual test became more difficult this year. One of the teachers thought that this was the right thing to do, since the war with monsters was reaching a new level, and students should not become snacks for monsters. Soon, one of the observers announced that the student from the River School's mental index had dropped by less than 40%. The worker transferred the broadcast to this candidate and reported that the index had been beyond the critical mark for more than 60 seconds. A few moments later, the student fell to the floor and the examiner declared the intelligence test failed. Medics immediately came running and took the boy away on a gurney to provide him with assistance. The teachers continued to watch the students, who were becoming increasingly panicked. Teacher Wang said that this year's intellectual test is really difficult. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng passed his test without any problems, and many noted that the guy's psyche was like tempered iron. Zhang Peng's teacher said that for the leader of the constructive school, this is just a performance. Soon, the attention of all the teachers and examiners was focused on Meng Chao's card, whose mental index was 100. The broadcast switched to his test, and the teachers saw that the boy was surrounded by many monsters. Throughout this situation, Meng Chao remained extremely calm and did not react to anything. The other teachers said the boy had some odd stats, after which the female observer noticed Meng Chao's numbers. According to the data, the boy could have entered the top 10 students of the constructive school. Meng Chao looked at the monsters with disdain and asked the examiners if this was really all they had prepared for him. The boy easily dodged the monsters' attacks and thought that the test should have been more difficult. Meng Chao thought that the monsters would be very scary to scare the disciples who were about to become exalted, but that was not the case. The guy jumped up, dodging another attack. Meng Chao landed on the head of one of the monsters. The guy thought with a smile that this test was very simple. Meng Chao looked at the monster he landed on and thought that it was quite cute. The guy didn't understand how these ordinary monsters could scare anyone. Meng Chao looked ahead and noticed that all the monsters had gathered around him. The guy decided that now he could begin to take the test. Meng Chao understood that this test was more like a computer game, so there should be materials to collect. The guy quickly noticed the sword and sprang into action. Meng Chao waited until the large monster got close enough to him and provoked a collision with another monster. The guy pushed off the creature's head and jumped over it. While the monsters were fighting each other, Meng Chao jumped onto the back of one of them. Finding the sword with his gaze, the guy moved towards it. Meng Chao jumped onto the monster's tail and rolled down it to the ground, thanking it for its help. In just a couple of moments, the guy found himself next to the sword. Meng Chao grabbed his weapon and prepared for battle. For the past couple of days, the boy had been consulting with teacher Yan about swordsmanship, and had been able to hone his swordsmanship over hundreds of battles. One of the fighting monsters won and turned its attention to Meng Chao. The creature was clearly determined to kill the guy, and it didn't look much like a simulation. The monster howled, calling the smaller species into action. Meng Chao was only too happy to have the opportunity to practice his new art. The first wave of monsters ran towards the guy. Meng Chao began to strike with his sword, but it was more difficult than he expected. There were a lot of monsters, so they managed to inflict several scratches on him. They bled, but were not dangerous, and did not interfere with the guy's movement. At some point, Meng Chao noticed one of the monsters sneaking up behind him. The guy managed to turn around at the last moment. His body moved automatically, trying to protect itself. With one slash, Meng Chao decapitated the monster. The guy immediately turned his attention to the rest of the creatures, who were about to attack again. Within a few seconds, Meng Chao was able to deal with the remaining small monsters. The guy said that fighting small monsters is no fun, since swordsmanship can only be honed on large ones. Meng Chao's next target was a large monster with a four-jawed face. The boy immediately activated the sword skill of 100 battles, but the monster was one step ahead of him. In an instant, the creature turned around and stabbed its tail into Meng Chao's body. The monster spun sharply on the spot, throwing the guy's body off its tail. Meng Chao flew to the side and crashed into a concrete wall, raising dust into the air. The examination system sent a notification that the boy had died. Teacher Wang and Yan looked at what was happening in surprise, thinking that this was not how things were supposed to end. However, soon something greatly shocked the teachers. No one took their attention away from Meng Chao's test. The examiner found that the boy's metabolic index had only dropped to 99.99%. The first thing Meng Chao saw before his eyes was the backside of the monster that had just killed him. Hearing movement behind him, the monster himself became frightened and turned around. Meng Chao found himself standing with a sword in his hands, completely healthy. The guy grinned and asked if the training really wasn't over. Meng Chao realized that he had one more chance to try to defeat this monster. However, the beast was faster again and swallowed the guy as soon as he approached it. All that was left of Meng Chao was the sneaker that had fallen off his foot. Just a few moments later, the guy was reborn behind the monster. The beast looked at him with concern, not understanding what was happening. Meng Chao scratched his head awkwardly and greeted the monster again. However, the guy was not going to stop and again rushed at the beast. The teachers watched the boy's clumsy efforts as he refused to give up and threw himself into battle again and again. Teacher Yan realized that Meng Chao was practicing a radical technique during the test, but he didn't understand whether the boy was truly not afraid of failing the test. The teachers were shocked that the boy had died numerous times, but his mental index only fluctuated by 10%. The teacher of the constructive school pointed out that Meng Chao had been practicing the art of swordsmanship for hundreds of battles. After several unsuccessful attempts, the guy was finally able to defeat the monster. Meng Chao was a little out of breath and decided to take a rest. A few moments later, the spark sent a notification that the technique had spread among the teachers and students, for which he was awarded points. The boy was surprised that there were many authoritative teachers present at the exam, equal to Teacher Yan. The test could not be completed in advance, but Meng Chao found himself already having perfected the art he wanted. The guy looked around, thinking about what he should do in the remaining time. Meng Chao was certain that the intelligence test used data from the Monster Research Institute. The guy thought that the internal structure of virtual monsters should be the same as that of real ones. A smile appeared on Meng Chao's face. The guy pulled the sword out of the monster's body and thought that soon the war would reach a higher level. Meng Chao knew that time was running out, so he had to get as much benefit as possible from every second. The guy decided that he could improve his reaping skills to perfection by training on monsters in a simulator. After some time, Meng Chao was very pleased with the work done. The most important parts of the monsters were carefully cut out, but unfortunately, there was no proper storage place. The most important detail for Meng Chao was the practice of harvesting. The monsters were cut into pieces, and the guy looked around the area for anything else interesting. The boy believed that this place was a true paradise for perfecting the art of harvesting, but there were few monsters. A few moments later, Meng Chao heard a noise behind him. The guy collected his thoughts and quickly turned around. Meng Chao saw dust beginning to rise from the ruins of the city. The patter of many paws was easily distinguishable in the heap of sounds. The guy understood that not one or two monsters were running towards him. Soon, Meng Chao saw a dozen large monsters that were stronger than the previous ones. The guy froze in place, not believing his eyes. Meng Chao was overjoyed that there was a second wave in the test. The guy decided that this was a good opportunity to further improve his skills. All the teachers flinched as Meng Chao rushed into battle again. They looked at Teacher Yan, who pretended that the boy had nothing to do with him. The examiner looked at her watch, which showed that there were 5 minutes left until the end of the test. Time dragged on slowly, but right up until the very last moment, students continued to drop out. Soon the test came to an end. After the time was up, the examiner announced that the difficulty would gradually increase, but the students could decide for themselves when to finish. Feishun didn't wait long, and immediately after the end of the test was announced, he came out of his trance. The first thing the guy noticed was the students' ratings. Quite quickly, Feishun found his name at number 443 on the list. The guy was very happy that he managed to pass this test. Feixiong wanted to share his results with Meng Chao, but found that the boy was still wearing a mask. Even through the mask, it was clear that Meng Chao was smiling creepily. Liao walked up to the guys and began to watch his friend with a grin. One of Feishun's classmates approached him and said that he was amazed that the boy was able to get into the top 500 strongest students in the district. The guy asked how Feixiong trained, and he replied that he didn't do anything special. The pink-haired man said he remembered Meng Chao talking to two senior girls, and then imagining that the monster had the boy's face. Fei Xun said that this immediately filled him with anger, so he attacked the monsters without regret. Liao said that he wasn't as fierce as Fei Qiong, so it didn't help him much. At that moment, Meng Chao's voice was heard behind the pink-haired man, asking how the boy had passed the test. Meng Chao said he had had enough of playing and decided to leave as soon as the monsters became so numerous that it was like a morning traffic jam and nothing could be done. Liao and Fei Xiong looked at the guy in surprise because he compared this test to a game. A few moments later, the rankings were updated and Meng Chao's name appeared on the list. The boy ended up in the top 30 strongest students in the district, taking 21st place. Liao continued to cry, but noted that even the exceptional people who trained every day using the virtual system could not compare to Meng Chao. Some more time passed until all the other exam participants had finished the test. The end was marked by the floor being broken from Zhang Peng's impact with the floor. The boy was angry with himself for failing to concentrate properly on the test. One of the students from the constructive school approached Zhang Peng and asked why he was making so many mistakes today. The boy had bright red hair and red eyes. Zhang Peng raised his head and greeted Chairman Luo Hai. Luo Hai said he was disappointed in the guy and regretted spending so many resources on him. Zhang Peng replied that all this happened because of a boy from the 9th school. One of the boy's classmates came up and said that Meng Chao had made it into the top 30, so it was no wonder that Zhang Peng couldn't scare him. Luo Hai turned towards the 9th school and told them to show him the guy who was causing the problems. The red-haired man was intrigued by the words that Meng Chao was not susceptible by nature, so he wanted to test it. As soon as Meng Chao came out of his trance, his classmates pounced on him with questions about his relationship with Xuexi and the princess. His classmates threatened that the boy would not leave there alive if he did not tell them everything. Meng Chao sat down on the floor and said that he had worked hard to get the girls to bring back inside information about universities for their class. The boy pretended to be very hurt by his classmates' words. The guys immediately began to apologize and beg to see the materials brought by the girls. Meanwhile, students from the constructive school were moving towards them. The girls couldn't take their eyes off the students, while the boys actively demonstrated their hostility. Soon Meng Chao realized that this entire procession was heading towards him. The guy waved his hand and said that he just had some business with Zhang Peng. Meng Chao shook the boy's hand and said that there was a simple misunderstanding between them. The guy said that they are still young, so small conflicts and rivalries are normal. Meng Chao assured Zhang Peng that time would pass, and they would all find themselves in the same trench facing the most terrible monsters. The guy said that the intellectual test was so difficult this year because of the looming war. Meng Chao insisted that their mutual hostility and bickering would lead to nothing good, so they should all unite. The boys' classmates were amazed at how deftly Meng Chao wrapped his arms around Zhang Peng, not giving him a chance to say a word. Most of the students supported the boy's words, and he was glad that he was able to contribute to the harmony among the high school students of Longcheng. At this moment, Xuexi and Fei Zhu ran up to Meng Chao and praised him for the test results and invited him to eat together. Zhang Peng continued to stand silently, but he was sure that Meng Chao was simply mocking him. Meng Chao himself began to understand that the excessive attention of the two female students towards him was fueling hatred and affecting cohesion. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by an outstretched hand. Luo Hai introduced himself and wanted to shake Meng Chao's hand. The guy looked at his hand in confusion, as if not understanding what they wanted from him. Meng Chao decided to maintain a friendly mood and shook hands, introducing himself in return. Luo Hai said that from today on, Meng Chao is the main person in Hulin district. The guy wished her good results on the final exam, and then they would be able to see each other again. Meng Chao responded by wishing Luo Hai to reach the top. The boy continued speaking when Xuexi and Fei Zhu approached him. Fei Zhou grabbed Meng Chao by the left arm and pulled him towards the exit of the hall. The boy promised the students of the constructive school that they would see how quiet and friendly he was. Xuexi grabbed the guy by the right hand and also headed for the exit. The girls dragged Meng Chao along with them, and he continued to say that he didn't like to show off and always wanted to contribute to the city's success. The students just watched as the guy slowly walked away. Zhang Peng told Luo Hai that Meng Chao was too impudent and needed to be dealt with. The guy replied that if Zhang Peng also understood the meaning of competition and unity, he would be able to achieve better results. The guy didn't dare answer this and just moved a little to the side. Luo Hai looked at him with a creepy gaze and asked if Zhang Peng wanted to argue with him. The red-haired man said that the guy could try to deal with Meng Chao himself, but he wouldn't bet another penny on Zhang Peng. Luo Hai said the difference between Zhang Peng and Meng Chao was obvious. The guy was sure that if he sent an equipped Zhang Peng and Meng Chao bare-handed into the fog, Meng Chao would win. Zhang Peng was very angry, but decided not to mess with one of the strongest students in his school. Meanwhile, Meng Chao turned his attention to the girls and said that they did not need to go to dinner with him. The boy said that the girls were too beautiful, and that his classmates would beat him up if they had lunch together. The girls looked at each other in surprise. The The girls asked if Meng Chao really didn't need the information they had prepared for him. The boy said he needed the information, but he wanted them to come to his school and tell the whole class about it. 10 days before the final test, Xuexi and Feizhou came to Meng Chao's school with materials. The girls gave lectures almost every day and talked about their universities. The classmates trained together, but none of them could stand up to Meng Chao in sparring. A couple of days before the exam, the Spark announced that the boy's internal injuries had been completely healed. The boy didn't have this experience in his past life, so he had to stay after school to supervise everything. During all this time, Meng Chao missed his bed very much, because even to sleep he had to stay at school. Late at night, the boy's peace was disturbed by a special alarm. All the students ran out of the rooms, looking around anxiously, and trying to understand the reason for the alarm. Someone said that many rifts in space have appeared in the city and monsters can appear right in the city. Meng Chao looked out the window and saw that the entire sky had turned black, and the craters stood out brightly against it. The weather suddenly deteriorated, and lightning rained down from the sky. Meng Chao remembered that in his past life, at that time he was in a coma in the hospital. The boy understood that he had no memories of this monster invasion. The craters began to grow at high speed. Once they expanded enough, long black tentacles emerged from them. Something large and round began to emerge from the funnel. It was a monster of gigantic proportions, resembling a large ball, strewn with eyes of different sizes. Its tentacles stretched across the sky, accompanied by peals of thunder and flashes of lightning. The monster's eyes were on all sides, searching for its victims. The students immediately recognized the monster as the demonic eye that was tearing apart the heavens. The students were warned that this monster was strong in group mental attacks, so they should not look at it under any circumstances. Meng Chao ran out of the school with his classmates, and despite warnings, watched the creature closely. Feixiong said that in the textbooks, the sky-breaking demon eye's flight speed wasn't that fast, and its tentacles weren't that strong. The students began to stop and try to figure out what to do with so many super monsters. The school children hoped that the exalted ones would soon come to their aid. Meng Chao looked at his panicked classmates and told them to concentrate and use breathing techniques and meditation to calm down. Soon the sound of an engine spread across the sky. Meng Chao immediately noticed this and looked up. In the blink of an eye, armored airships appeared above the school. Meng Chao was glad that help arrived before the monsters could harm the students. The demonic eye turned its gaze to the airships, but the steel did not succumb to hypnosis. The ships opened fire with all guns. The monster howled and flew away from the airships. At that moment, the ship's compartments began to open, revealing an exalted one in black clothing with a red sword. A silhouette of a girl in a pink jumpsuit appeared from another airship. The third ship contained a man in bulky khaki-colored armor. On the last airship was a fair-haired man with a spear. The black-robed exalted activated his backpack and flew towards the monster. The creature turned its gaze to the man, but he did not succumb to hypnosis. The exalted one bounced off the ground, and the tentacles rushed after him. The man easily bypassed the tentacles, approaching the main goal. Pushing another limb aside, the exalted one raised his sword to strike. With one precise movement, the man pierced the monster's body completely. The creature's body began to tear apart from the inside, and it began to fall to the ground. Before the monster touched the ground, it was torn to pieces. The exalted girl watched this from the side and noted that it was a good blow. The girl also activated her backpack and took aim with her rifle, saying that she would have to try hard too. The exalted one quickly found herself in the center of the tentacles of another demonic eye. However, she didn't look worried and simply fired at the target. One bullet tore the monster into small pieces. Fei Xun had become more cheerful since the exalted ones had appeared, and was now actively supporting them. Meng Chao thought that the disciples were so excited because they were seeing the exalted ones fight for the first time. However, one of the schoolgirls was clearly frightened, pointing somewhere to the side. One of the monsters snuck up on the airship from above and attacked. The creature wrapped its tentacles around the aircraft and began squeezing it with all its might. The airship quickly lost control and followed the trajectory outlined by the monster. The aircraft crashed into the school at full speed, causing screams to be heard. The students were terrified that such a giant as the Steel Demon airship was defeated so easily. Meng Chao thought that this was too much of a blow to his classmates' faith, as their emotions were intertwined under the influence of the monsters. The panic of some guys was transmitted even to those who had recently been calm and supported the exalted ones. Meng Chao knew that if things continued like this, they would all be doomed. So he urgently needed to figure out how to boost their morale. At that moment, the words of a song were heard from one of the airships. Meng Chao immediately recognized the battle song and realized that it was meant to calm the students' mental index. The song called on all citizens to stand up for their children and loved ones and fight the monsters. Meng Chao immediately picked up and began to sing the song, beating his chest. The students began to be charged with his energy and began to calm down, picking up his words. The mental field above them began to strengthen. pushing back the hypnosis of the demonic eye. Soon his tentacles began to retreat. The students were no longer afraid to look their fear in the eye and shouted the words of the battle song with all their might. They were willing to fight for their lives, and this helped the Exalted to protect them. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the fighting was raging even more intensely. The monsters had already set the city on fire, and were now scurrying through the streets, looking for victims. Other types of monsters had appeared in this part of the city, but the Exalted had already arrived. One of the Exalted wielded a spear that controlled lightning. His attacks quickly caught up with the flying insectoid monster. The Exalted One felt several more creatures approaching him from behind, but he was calm. A moment later, the monsters were thrown back by shots. The Exalted One in the blue suit covered her colleague. The guy looked at her and smiled. The girl easily shot down most of the insect-like monsters. Soon they stopped to rest a little and began to watch the rest of the fighters. The Exalted One in a black and red suit angrily swung a golden sword. Its impacts caused explosions that destroyed asphalt and concrete. The monsters were torn apart, even when they were within the blast zone. A demonic eye loomed over the Exalted area, but it was quickly spotted by searchlights. All the spotlights were directed at the monster and blinded it. The energy returned to the being itself and tore it apart from the inside. Soon the demonic eye exploded. Meanwhile, the school children's morale rose, and Fei Chun said that no monsters were scary to them as long as their mental index was high. Meng Chao was glad that the battle song had helped, and now even Teacher Yan couldn't calm the boys down. The students' spirits were so high that they were ready to go fight the monsters and contribute to Longcheng's strength. However, they were interrupted by Teacher Yan's voice. The old man donned his full exalted gear and prepared to join the battle. Fei Chun was glad to see the teacher ready for battle and asked to take them with him. Teacher Yan did not approve of this and ordered the students to return to campus immediately and not leave until dawn. The school children were unhappy and said that the survival committee had issued an order that everyone should fight the monsters. At that moment, the school principal approached them and said that he understood the students' mood perfectly well and even agreed with their fighting convictions. The old man said that in order to survive, they sacrifice themselves all the time, but the sacrifice must be valuable. The principal tried to convince the students that every drop of blood spilled must be worth it. Fei Chun asked the old man why he could then go and fight despite his advanced age. The director replied that they were already old and wounded, and that all their potential had been squeezed out of them, so they could no longer be of any greater use. The students were still young and full of ambition, so they had to be protected like the apple of one's eye. They were supposed to be the future and hope of Longcheng, so the principal said that the students could join the battle if they wanted. However, he said that this would only happen after all the teachers were killed, and the students stepped over their bodies, taking their weapons. Fei Chun wanted to object, but the director ordered him to shut up. The old man's body began to fill with strength, and he said that Longcheng was a surrounded army in another world, and the life of each of them belonged to the city. The director gained muscle and his posture straightened, after which he said that even death should be dignified. Now it became clear why this exalted one became the school principal and why all the teachers respected him. Meng Chao noted that Daxing didn't need to carry any extra weapons, because his fists were like two thunderhammers filled with gunpowder. The director said that he joined the army at 17, and was a soldier for 40 years, killed 1,000 zombies and tens of thousands of monsters, and his scars confirmed it. The old man approached Fei Chun and asked how many monsters he had killed, and how many scars he had on his body. The director said that the boy's death would have no meaning, so now he must obey his elders. Daxing approached Teacher Yan and allowed the students to remain on the platform and watch the battle. He asked the school children to have faith in the older generation, so that they could hold on to the city and buy time. The principal said it was the students' responsibility to use the time and resources they would gain to work hard to improve and excel. Dasin said that only in this way could they earn the right to die with dignity. After this, the director and Teacher Yan walked towards the exit from the school grounds. Suddenly, a fragment from Meng Chao's past life surfaced in his memories. He remembered a newspaper clipping that said the exalted Daxing had been mortally wounded in that battle. Meng Chao didn't know how to explain this to him, but he tried to stop the director. Dasin turned towards the guy and looked at him carefully. Meng Chao said he saw information on the darknet that an evolved demonic eye had appeared that could use tentacles to grab people and drag them into the sky. The boy said he didn't know if the information was true, but he asked the principal and Teacher Yan to pay attention to attacks from above. The old man looked at the boy for a while, after which he said that he remembered these words. Dasin asked the boy to return to the rest of the students and take care of their safety. Meng Chao could only watch as the principal and teacher left. A few moments later, the boy saw a notification from the Spark that Dasin's chances of survival had increased. Meng Chao got the points, but his attention was caught by the fact that Daxing was called a hero. The guy couldn't even imagine what kind of person deserved to be called a hero. Fei Xiong pulled Meng Chao out of his thoughts and asked what they would do next. Meng Chao walked towards the school and said that they needed to train to earn the right to die with dignity. The classmates looked at the boy in surprise for a few moments. The first to rush after Meng Chao was Fei Xiong, who said that they should have 300 rounds of sparring. After some time, the class settled into the training room and the students began their studies. Meng Chao was the biggest rival of his classmates, but no one was ever able to harm him. The guy was able to defeat each of the students more than once. Meng Chao threw Fei Xiong from side to side as if he weighed nothing. After a while, the classmates became exhausted, but Meng Chao continued to urge them on. However, the students were completely beaten and exhausted, and no one wanted to continue training anymore. Meng Chao approached Fei Xiong and asked why, despite his great weight, he was so afraid of pain. The friend replied that he was not afraid of anything, but was simply tired and would continue training when he had some rest. Meng Chao wiped away the sweat with a towel and said that the guy could do as he saw fit. Watching the other students fight each other, Fei Xiong said he was a little worried about his family. After a few moments, Meng Chao said that everyone was worried about their families right now. Classmates fought with each other, venting their anger and worries. However, no matter how hard they try, they are ordinary high school students who can't do anything. Even if they run to their families right now, they will only become a burden to them. Meng Chao said that now they can only train hard to become stronger. Meanwhile, the Meng Chao region also found itself under the yoke of monsters. The mechanical beetles, accompanied by soldiers, tried to hold the defense of the residential sector. The squad leader radioed in that there were too many monsters, so all residents of the area should head to the Fuxi Street shelter. At this moment, the monsters were able to break through the defense and defeat the squad. Father Meng Chao was listening to the radio when it happened. The man had already put on his uniform and led the family out of the house, giving instructions. Meng wanted to send the family ahead, and Grandma said she would take care of Xiao Zhao. Soon, the defenses on the houses were activated, and machine guns began firing at the monsters. People immediately ran towards the shelter. At some point, a purple spark flared up between the two houses. Gradually, it began to expand, turning into a portal. Soon the portal crashed and new monsters emerged from it. Rhinoceros-like creatures ran after the people, throwing them aside. Meng saw this, and ordered Xiao Zhao to keep up with his grandmother, and not let the crowd separate them. Grandma was riding on the dog and said that there was no need to worry about them. Meng was so distracted that he didn't notice the monsters approaching. When he turned around, he and his wife realized that there was nowhere left to run. At that moment, Xiao Zhao reacted and ran towards her parents, grabbing a sword left behind by one of the soldiers along the way. The girl jumped on the head of the monster who was threatening her family and said that she would help. The blow caused the monster's head to bend towards the ground, forcing him to stop. Xiao Zhao raised her sword over the creature's head. The girl thrust it into the monster with all her might. After killing the first one, Xiao Zhao immediately jumped onto the second monster. With each passing second, the number of monsters grew larger and larger. The girl did not lose her spirit and killed them one after another. Xiao Zhao felt like she had killed everyone who threatened her family. The girl pushed herself away from the monsters' corpses and jumped to the side. Xiao Zhao was clearly proud of the work she had done. The girl leaned on her sword and asked her parents if she looked like the Exalted One. However, there was no joy on the parents' faces. They were horrified by what they saw behind their daughter's back. Noticing the absence of her granddaughter, the grandmother returned to them and shouted at the girl to turn around. Only now did Xiao Zhao feel movement behind her. The girl turned around, but it was too late, and the monster had already opened its mouth. Xiao Zhao barely managed to jump to the side, but the attack still hit her. The monster ran forward, leaving the fallen girl behind. However, a few meters away, the creature stopped and turned towards Xiao Zhao again. The girl understood that she had used up all her strength to protect her parents, and now she had no strength to fight back. Xiao Zhao's arms and legs were shaking from the strain, and she couldn't even get up from the ground. The girl was already thinking about how she wanted to meet her brother in the afterlife and trample him. The father and mother rushed to their daughter, but there was too great a distance between them. At the last moment, the monster was thrown aside by a powerful shot. Xiao Zhao looked in surprise at the direction from which the shot came. The monster also switched its attention to another target. Granny Van took out her weapon and, sitting on her dog, asked if they really thought she was useless. An affectionate pet dog turned into a monster, ready to kill everyone in its path. Riding on her dog, the granny rushed into battle, shooting at the monster. They deftly avoided collisions with the enemy, trying to keep a safe distance. However, the monster soon got bored and turned around abruptly. Granny immediately noticed that the creature had stopped paying attention to her and ran in the opposite direction. The woman froze for a few moments, trying to understand why the monster was doing this. After running a few meters, the monster turned around again and ran towards Xiao Zhao. Granny ordered the dog to save the girl, and she herself would deal with the monster at that moment. The dog immediately understood his owner's order and growled in confirmation. Zubik stood up to protect Xiao Zhao, not letting the monster approach her, and the granny jumped off him and ran towards the enemy. The woman pressed the gun close to the monster's head and fired. Granny used all her remaining charge to kill the creature with certainty. The explosion was so strong that the dog had to grab Xiao Zhao and drag her aside. The monster's large body fell dead to the ground. Xiao Zhao couldn't calm down and called out to her grandmother, who was at the epicenter of the explosion. When the smoke began to clear, the girl saw her grandmother's silhouette next to the defeated monster. Xiao Zhao gathered her strength and ran to her granny. The dog lost his demonic form and followed the girl to his owner. Grandma gave me a thumbs up and said it was very easy. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but smile and was glad that her grandmother was okay. However, as soon as she came closer, her face froze and the smile disappeared, as if it had never been there. Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes, but she couldn't turn away. She saw a defeated monster in front of her. There was a huge bullet hole in his head. The granny smiled and told the girl that there was no need to cry because she was fine. However, Grandma Wang's body was pierced through by the monster's horn. Xiao Zhao couldn't calm down, and despair and horror were visible in her eyes. Grandma Wang's broken weapon lay on the ground, and Xiao Zhao's scream filled the street. By morning, the monster attack had been repelled, but the consequences could not go unnoticed. Once the threat had passed, the students were sent home, so Meng Chao hurried to find out if everything was okay with his family. On the way, he heard that powerful monsters had attacked his area, but the weapons in their area were too weak to fight back without losses. Meng Chao ran into the apartment, immediately calling his mom, dad, and sister. Entering the kitchen, the boy saw his parents who were resting. The father said that they were fine and their area had managed to get a good harvest, but the mother was sad about something. Meng said that in the midst of the battle, someone had surpassed themselves and become exalted, so now their area would have its own protector. Meng Chao immediately noticed that Xiao Zhao was not with her parents, so he asked her to tell him honestly if something happened to her. The parents didn't know how to tell the boy about what had happened. Meng Chao's patience snapped and he went into his sister's room, calling her loudly. The guy hoped that the girl had not gone over to the evil side during the day while he was away. Meng Chao knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. Crying could be heard from the room, but after a few moments, the guy was given permission to enter. Meng Chao opened the door and saw Xiao Zhao sitting in complete darkness, wrapped in a blanket, shivering. The guy decided to give the girl a chance to collect her thoughts, and simply sat down next to her on the bed. Meng Chao watched his sister closely and didn't know how to comfort her. After a while, through her tears, Xiao Zhao said that she was too weak. The girl said that during the monster attack, she was able to protect her mom and dad. Xiao Zhao cried even more and said that she couldn't save Grandma Wang. The girl threw off the blanket and clung to her brother, saying that Grandma would die. Xiao Zhao said that Grandma would become a zombie. Meng Chao was shocked, but he patted his sister on the head and asked her to explain what had happened. However, for a while, Xiao Zhao could not say anything and only cried, clinging to her brother. When the girl calmed down a little, she told what happened last night. Xiao Zhao said that it was because she was too weak. The girl said that if she were stronger, she could protect everyone. Meng Chao grabbed his sister by the shoulders and said that Grandma Wang made a heroic sacrifice to protect her home. The guy said that if the granny had been conscious, she definitely wouldn't have wanted to see Xiao Zhao in such a state. The girl said that she must become much stronger to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Meng Chao said that the power of spirit is the real power. Otherwise, one can only become a slave to power. The guy convinced the girl that simple force could not save anyone, but could cause an even greater tragedy. Xiao Zhao didn't answer and only looked towards the door. Mom stood at the threshold of the room and said that the Eternal Life Brigade had arrived. Meng Chao stood up and said that there should be witnesses at the happy farewell, so they would go there as neighbors and close people. However, Xiao Zhao did not share her brother's wishes. The boy pulled his sister by the hand, but she refused, saying that she didn't want to see Grandma Wang like that. Meng Chao asked if the girl had truly decided to become strong, but she couldn't find the strength to look at her grandmother. The guy said that the girl was obliged to see Grandma Wang off on her final journey. Soon, neighbors who wanted to be present at the farewell ceremony gathered at Grandma's apartment. They heard that the old woman was still conscious. Meng Chao made his way through the crowd, saying that he was acting as Grandma Wang's witness. Grandma was connected to machines, but the infection in her abdominal cavity was developing rapidly, and the concentration of the virus in her blood was too high. The doctor concluded that the woman would soon turn into a zombie, so it was necessary to install shackles. In the corner of the room sat a girl named Wang Xiao. She was Grandma Wang's granddaughter. Meng Chao approached the girl and said that Xiao Zhao would stay with her for a while. Wang Xiao looked up at the guy with tear-stained eyes and thanked him for his help. Xiao Zhao came closer to the girl and wanted to say something, but didn't have time. Grandma Wang turned into a zombie and began to fidget on the bed. The shackles rattled so loudly that they drowned out Xiao Zhao's words. The woman tried to get out of bed and attack people, but she was firmly held in place. Xiao Zhao was stunned when she saw this. Wang Xiao was frightened and clung to the girl, unable to hold back her tears. Xiao Zhao hugged the girl and said that her grandmother was not feeling any pain now because she was infected with a virus. The doctor said that 85% of the patient's brain was dead, and 100% of his respiratory function was lost. The concentration of the virus in the grandmother's body exceeded the critical level, and she completely became a zombie. Doctors said a comprehensive assessment of the patient's condition revealed that the chance of survival was lost, and asked whether family members agreed with this. Grandmother Wang's only blood relative was Wang Xiao, who agreed with the doctor's conclusion. Since the grandmother had signed a voluntary body donation agreement during her lifetime, a blood relative and neighbors were needed to verify the legality of all procedures. Meng Chao approached the medic and said that he and his sister agreed to become witnesses. The man looked at Xiao Zhao, waiting for her verbal consent. The girl gathered her strength and said that she agreed to become a witness. The medic said that they would first play a recorded video of the donor. The man asked to watch carefully to ensure that the following manipulations fully corresponded to the donor's last will. The video showed Grandma Van with her dog Zubik. The woman approached Wang Xiao and said that if the girl sees this video, it means she has died and become a zombie. The grandmother said that the girl loved to cry since childhood, but now there was no point in crying. The woman said that her granddaughter was not at all like their neighbor Xiao Zhao. Grandma said there was nothing to be sad about, because Longcheng had been transported 50 years ago, and few people had lived that long. The woman was glad that she had managed to live to such an advanced age. Grandma Wang said that since childhood she had wanted to donate her body in the future, and this happened even before Longcheng moved. The woman had an older sister who suddenly fell ill with a strange illness. Because the disease was unstudied and fatal in 100% of cases, Sister Wang donated her body to science. A week after the illness was diagnosed, the sister died, and doctors gave Van a drawing that her sister had drawn with her last strength. The drawing showed a smiling star, so similar to her sister. Wang folded the drawing into a paper crane to carry with her, believing that in this way her sister was always watching over her from heaven and protecting her. Grandma Wang told her granddaughter that she too would like to become a star. She would like to see Wang Xiao and Xiao Zhao grow up in this world and become happy. Xiao Zhao and Wang Xiao could no longer hold back their tears, nor did they even try. Grandma Wang hugged Zubik and asked her granddaughter to give him to Uncle Meng so that they could take good care of him. Xiao Zhao promised her grandmother that she would take care of the dog and patted Wang Xiao on the head. Grandma Wang stood up from her chair and said that she had finished recording. The woman said that her husband always said during his life that he had given his entire life to the army of the Red Dragon, and that after his death, he would definitely join the Brigade of Eternal Life. Grandma complained about her grandfather's constant bragging and said that he was simply an old soldier. Grandpa was never able to join the Eternal Life Brigade because he was torn apart by a monster. But Grandma Wang has that opportunity. The woman said she was looking forward to meeting her husband and wanted to see if he would be as smug. At some point, Grandma Wang realized that the recording had not stopped and had been going on the whole time. The woman looked up and said that she would not remove it because she was not afraid of her old man. Zubik jumped off his owner's lap and ran to the camera, licking it. The doctor was caught on camera trying unsuccessfully to pull the dog away from the camera. At this point, the recording was completed. The doctor asked if the witnesses and family member understood what was said in the video, and if they had any objections. All three said they had no objections. The medic concluded that since there were no objections, they would begin the transformation ceremony right away. The doctor said that everyone should bow 3 times to the volunteer's body to show the highest respect. Grandma Wang was thrashing on her bed, trying to break free from her shackles. At the signal, all those present bowed for the first time. Grandma screamed loudly, drowning out the words of the doctors. All those present bowed a second time, without paying any attention to it. Finally, the witnesses made their third bow. The medic approached the granny and said that he would administer viral inhibitors. The doctor inserted a needle into the woman's heart and administered the drug. Doctors said they would implant an audiovisual image into the volunteer's mutated cerebral cortex, which she herself selected when signing the consent form. The doctor put a mask on Grandma Wang's head, and gradually she stopped twitching. Xiao Zhao watched the scene with tears in her eyes. 3 minutes later, Grandma Wang had completely calmed down, and the doctors removed all the masks from her. The doctors said they were going to perform one final test, so the family member and any witnesses should leave the room. Meng Chao let his sister and Wang Xiao go ahead. Xiao Zhao stopped outside the room and began to observe. The female medic concentrated energy in her hands and said that she was ready to begin. As soon as she said this, the shackles on Grandma Wang's body came undone. Now the woman was free from hypnosis. Grandma Wang jumped up on the bed, tearing off the attached sensors. There was silence for a few moments until the woman raised her head and looked around. Xiao Zhao and Wang Xiao took a step back, startled by Grandma Wang's sudden movements. The woman jumped up from her bed, ignoring her wounds, and rushed at the medic. The doctor winced at the abruptness, but was prepared for anything. Wang Xiao was worried about what was happening. Grandma Van jumped out of bed and ran to the medic. The doctor immediately put a gun to her head and was ready to shoot at any moment, but the woman did not attack. The medic asked if she remembered the oath she had taken when she applied to join the Eternal Life Brigade. The man said that their will could overcome all material and immaterial enemies. Even after death, the people of Longcheng will never be at the mercy of bacteria and viruses. The medic activated his mind control abilities and repeated his words. Meng Chao guessed that this physician was an exalted one and possessed the secrets of the mind. Grandma Wang walked away from the man and growled, her eyes turning bloodshot. Wang Xiao tried to approach her grandmother and said that she would be able to overcome the disease. The girl said that her parents and grandfather were watching them from heaven. The grandmother heard her granddaughter's words, and tears came to her eyes. Wang raised her head and smiled as tears rolled down her cheeks. One of the doctors approached the woman from behind and scanned her body, saying that the degree of brain cell mutation was under control. The central nervous system was not damaged by the progression of the virus, and remains unaffected, and all indicators returned to normal. Fragments of memory stored deep in the brain cells help Grandma Wang control herself. The doctor put the gun away and said that now the grandmother is not a soulless zombie, but someone who continues to fight for her homeland and for her loved ones, even after death. The pupils in Grandma Wang's eyes appeared again. The doctors stood in a row and told everyone present to salute the immortal. With tears in her eyes, Wang Xiao saluted her grandmother. Meng Chao stood firm, paying respect to his loved one. Xiao Zhao barely held back her tears as she said goodbye to Grandma Wang. When the grandmother was escorted to the car, the medic said that some people were still alive, but already dead. The people accompanying them shouted that some people had already died, but continued to live in the future flame. Before Grandma Wang got into the car, Wang Xiao called out to her. The girl promised that she would take care of herself so that her grandmother could protect Longcheng. However, the woman could no longer hear her, as she was wearing a mask. Grandma Van climbed up the stairs herself and got into the car. Xiao Zhao apologized to Wang Xiao and said that this would not have happened if she was stronger. The girl said that Grandma Wang, while still conscious, said that Xiao Zhao was amazing yesterday. The girl looked at Wang Xiao in surprise. The girl said that her grandmother considered Xiao Zhao to be the bravest girl she had ever met, and told her granddaughter to learn from her. The girl's eyes filled with tears again. Wang Xiao said that now she would have to live at the school, so she would like to ask Xiao Zhao to take Zubik with her. The girl unscrewed the bone on the dog's collar, and said that her grandmother had put all the important things there. The bone opened and 2 pieces of paper fell out of it. The girls picked up 1 piece of paper at a time, and opened them one by one. The first piece of paper turned out to be Grandma Van's wedding photo. On the second piece of paper was the very same drawing that Wang had been given by her late sister. Wang Xiao asked Xiao Zhao to help her save these things, to which the girl agreed. That same evening, Meng Chao and Xiao Zhao were sitting on the balcony and talking. The girl said that she no longer wants to move to another area, no matter how good it is there. Xiao Zhao said that this place is her home, so she will not step away from it. Meng Chao stroked his sister's head, and said that she had grown up quite a bit, while the spark reported that Xiao Zhao's chance of turning to the dark side had decreased by 5%. The girl hugged Zubik and said that she didn't want to teach him to sing and dance, but wanted to train to become stronger. Meng Chao agreed, and said that his sister should start with 2 hours of practicing Qigong postures every evening. However, now the girl was no longer sure that she wanted to train. The next day, Meng Chao had to get up for school at 6 in the morning. The guy hit the alarm clock with his hand, turning it off. Meng Chao had been exhausted for the past few days, but there was only 1 day left before the final exam. The boy fell asleep again, but Xiao Zhao didn't let him do it. The girl woke up her brother before leaving for school, and the boy promised that he would take revenge on her in the evening. Mom said that Meng Chao was too cruel to his sister, and hurried him to sit down at the table and eat. Ningxi was shown on TV talking about how he wanted to start a Firebearer Foundation. The old man said that he wanted to do this in order to pass on all his knowledge to the people of Longcheng. Ningxi said that he was seriously injured, but was able to recover thanks to the help of a mysterious elder. The food fell out of Meng Chao's mouth as soon as he heard this. The boy quickly opened the unread messages from the spark, and learned that Ningxi had almost recovered and had begun spreading the teachings. From the messages, Meng Chao learned that even an ordinary citizen could become an elite by increasing his rating. With Ningxi's contribution, the boy could now obtain the Thundercross sword and upgrade it to expert level. The final exam for school children was just around the corner, but the day was not chosen by chance. It had its own history. There is a legend among the monsters of the other world. It was a legend about a human city that suddenly appeared in the middle of a mountain range of monsters. About 20 years ago, a powerful diamond 9-headed dragon rose up on the mountain range. This monster was able to subjugate many monsters. Finding himself in the center of honor, he decided to raze Longcheng to the ground to prove his strength to the entire ridge. That day was June 8th, the day of final exams. The diamond 9-headed dragon met with a decisive rebuff. People united, and with the help of machines, entered into the fight. The monsters did not expect to encounter such resistance. Under the combined resistance of Longcheng's 10 strongest, even a doomsday monster could only flee. However, That day, Longcheng did not want to let the monster go. People decided that whoever interfered with the final exam would be punished. The people's revenge was accomplished, and the monster was defeated. Humanity paid a huge price. It took them 3 months to kill the diamond nine-headed dragon in its lair. Many people died in this battle, but they still won. The monster who dared to violate human principles was executed. The monsters, who possessed the same intelligence as humans, clearly sensed the humans' determination. Since then, the day of final exams, June 8th, has become a forbidden day for monsters. Longcheng's children can finally focus on passing the entrance exams and do their best to get good grades. Meng Chao participated in the hearing test along with the other students. The guy was standing on a platform that was constantly moving. Meng Chao asked who was so ruthless as to come up with the idea of performing qigong stances on an inclined surface. The system asked the guy to draw a diagram of the armored rhinoceros dragon's main organs and pinpoint its weak points. Meng Chao completed each task very quickly. After 4 hours, the boy raised his hand and told Teacher Yan that he wanted to finish the exam. There was still an hour left before the end of the exam, but Meng Chao saw no point in waiting. The guy checked his answers 3 times, so there shouldn't have been any problems. Meng Chao heard that medical capsules for recovery were prepared in the examination halls, so he decided to take a rest there. Meanwhile, the exam continued for the rest of the students. An hour later, the exam was over, and the students began filing out of the campus one by one. Everyone's legs were shaking from having to stand in an uncomfortable position for 4 hours. While Fei Qiong was threatening to kill whoever came up with this exam, Liao asked if anyone had seen Meng Chao. Fei Shun suggested first restoring his strength in medical capsules, and then looking for the guy. The classmates decided to do just that, and Liao warned everyone not to ask Meng Chao how the exam went. Fei Xiong approached the nurse and said he wanted to use the capsule, and she read him the instructions. Classmates were discussing how they had a student on an exam who finished the exam with an hour left, but they thought that this person had simply decided to give up. At that moment, a hand appeared from one of the capsules. Meng Chao emerged from the water and ruffled his hair. Seeing Meng Chao's naked torso, his classmates shuddered, and the nurse couldn't take her eyes off him. The guy looked at the boys and asked how they did on the exam. Classmates immediately realized that the student who passed the exam an hour early was Meng Chao. Fei Qiong said that he would beat the guy, but it didn't work. The boys didn't want to listen to Meng Chao's bragging, so they locked themselves in their capsules, saying that they were tired. The guy shuddered and froze in place, not understanding the reason for such behavior. After an hour and a half, the students were invited to the information desk so that they could find out their exam results. Meng Chao's classmates were eager to know his exam results, but they didn't want to ask him directly. As soon as Meng Chao turned around and addressed Fei Shun, the boy covered his ears and said that he didn't want to hear anything. At first, the guy was stunned and looked at his friend with bewilderment. However, after a few moments, a malicious grin appeared on Meng Chao's face. Fei Shun couldn't resist asking the guy what his exam result was. Meng Chao said he ranked first in school and 1084th in the entire city with 939 points. Fei Qiong looked tired and said that he was willing to send him to a real fight right away, and his classmates supported him, saying that it was better to face a real monster than Meng Chao. At that moment, the guy himself was watching his depressed friends from the side. Meng Chao rubbed his head and thought that his classmates should strengthen their mental preparation because they were too sensitive. Soon, the students boarded the bus and headed to the outskirts of the city. As they were leaving, they were stopped by security and asked to provide documents. 2 organizers got off the bus and presented documents, telling the students that they would need to transfer to an armored train to cross the river. After getting off the bus, Fei Xun said that he had long wanted to see the Red Dragon River, but his dad told him that it was very dangerous there. Meng Chao said that there was a place opposite the river where monsters invaded the Jiangnan region every day, so you shouldn't go there unless you want to become a snack for the monsters. Fei Xun turned away, ignoring his friend's moralizing. While the boys were getting to the train, one of them saw a monster in the river and called his classmates to look. Hearing this, Fei Xun was the first to run to the fence. As the students watched the monster, the sounds of turbines began to be heard, growing louder and louder. The security system immediately responded to the monster's appearance, and armored airships appeared in the sky. Once above the monster, the airships began dropping shells into the water. The giant monster froze for a few moments as the object fell into the water right in front of him. A second later, a powerful explosion occurred, which tore off several of the monster's fins. The monster was defeated and floated on the surface of the water. A net was dropped from the airship to remove the creature from the river. There were other creatures floating around the monster's body that had accidentally gotten caught in the net. They immediately bared their teeth and jumped onto the airships. However, the aircraft reacted instantly and pointed their guns at the monsters. In an instant, all the monsters were shot. The school children were inspired and joyfully chattered. At that moment, the soldiers who helped eliminate the monsters passed by and said that the boys were still too young, and that they should wear several diapers for the test. Fei Shun heard them and was offended by this remark. Meanwhile, the armored train rushed across the bridge. The train arrived at the platform and was waiting for passengers to board. Under the supervision of security, the students walked out onto the platform, preparing for boarding. The organizer ordered the school children to sit down and warned that from that moment on, they would come under military control and must obey orders completely. Soon all the students took their seats and the train was ready to depart. The armored train made a circle and headed back to the other side of the opposite bank. The students went to the Jiangnan region, which was considered one of the most dangerous in Longcheng. All kinds of guns were pointed at the other side of the river, ready to open fire at any moment. Fei Shun glued himself to the windows and watched as the airships returned to their platforms. Having run to the other side, the boy saw Longcheng's giant cannon, but did not notice his classmates at all, which he almost crushed. On this bank there was a parking lot for airships, which were ready to depart to any point in the city at any moment. Numerous weapons were aimed at the Jiangnan region to eliminate the monsters if there was a threat. One of my classmates said that engineers are currently reconstructing the great giant cannon so that it can fire nuclear shells. Some students were surprised by this news. Many wanted to see this gun in its full firepower. One of the girls said that it would be better never to see this, because it would only happen when the city was in serious danger. Meng Chao didn't pay attention to their conversations because his head was hurting badly. The boy recalled the terrible events from his past life, when he witnessed the shot of a giant cannon. Then it worked at full power, and inflicted enormous damage on the enemy. It seemed to everyone that with such a combat unit the city would not be afraid of any monsters. However, Meng Chao remembered how it all turned out. The guy leaned his head against the window and said that it would be better if he never needed this gun. Time flew by unnoticed while classmates were having lively conversations. The school children were delivered directly to the border of the city, and the beginning of the monster lands. All kinds of military vehicles and weapons were lined up near the gates. Soon the school children went outside. Meng Chao looked around carefully while his classmates ran around and looked at the new cars. The wind howled outside the gates, bringing with it the sounds of monsters. Just outside the city limits grew predatory plants that were capable of swallowing a person whole. While the school children were being given a tour, night fell on the streets. At the end of the excursion, the students were brought to a building where the organizer told the boys to go left and the girls to go right, to wash and change into combat uniforms. The man said that the meeting would take place at this location in 10 minutes, and that those who were late would be considered as having failed the test of real combat. The school children obeyed the order and went to the showers. Finding himself under the streams of water, Fei Shun complained that the water was cold. Meng Chao poured a bucket of ice water on his friend and reminded him that he had decided to become a general, so he shouldn't complain about such trifles. Meng Chao himself quickly took a cold shower and immediately began to get dressed. The guy zipped up his jumpsuit all the way to the top. Soon, almost all the students were fully prepared to begin their real combat testing. Fei Xiong looked at his uniform and asked why it needed so many wires and connectors. Meng Chao urged his friend on, saying that they didn't have time for this. The organizer didn't joke about being late and even set a timer for 10 minutes. The man waited for the students in the hall, and once the time was up, he announced that latecomers should remain in their current seats and wait for the test to complete. The organizer informed the examinees that a presentation of the 4 main combat professions would now be shown. Other staff members approached the students, and the organizer announced that they would help the students get into their fighting uniforms during this time. A few moments later, the Black Steel Guardian Angel appeared on the big screen. In front of the Guardian stood a girl, who was the senior lieutenant of the Red Dragon Army and the ambassador of the hero's spirit. A machine gun began to rotate opposite the girl. The ambassador stood motionless as bullets flew in her direction. The bullets bounced off the transparent shield that appeared around the lieutenant. And the girl said that the Guardian Angel's ability was invincibility. Another cannon fired a larger projectile at the girl. However, the keeper easily caught it and turned it aside. There was a powerful explosion that should have hit the lieutenant. However, the girl jumped out of the fire and said that the ambassadors of the hero's spirit merge with the spirit of the warrior. The Guardian was much larger than the lieutenant, but he perfectly matched her movements. The girl waved her hand, and the keeper repeated her movement with a hammer in his hands, thereby breaking the cannon into pieces. Fei Shun watched the lieutenant with admiration and said that she was very wild and powerful. The boy shook Meng Chao and said that he dreamed of becoming the ambassador of the hero's spirit. The guy pushed Fei Shun away and said that it was very difficult to become an ambassador, to which his friend said that he had many good qualities to become one. Meanwhile, a representative of the second profession appeared on the screen, who immediately attracted the attention of the students. An armored truck appeared on the screen. Following the car flew a multitude of combat drones ready to attack at any moment. There was a huge robot on the truck, and the man standing on its shoulder said that one mechanic was equal to an entire legion. Meng Chao thought that in Longcheng, artificial intelligence mechanisms were indeed being used more frequently recently. The next representative of the profession appeared in the frame. A young-looking girl with pink hair faced the monster without a weapon. The girl's eye glowed and she used her powers to summon a swarm. At that very moment, a multitude of mutated animals appeared from underground. This fighting profession consisted of controlling animals. The creatures acted under the girl's control and attacked the monster. Meng Chao noted that the Agricultural University's animal department was not bad, as they had a lot of resources and good combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the tubular mechanism approached the guy and connected to his suit, filling the voids with gel, giving the body shape. Meng Chao thought that he needed to be careful with this profession, because his head contained a lot of information that no one should know. At that moment, Father Feizhou appeared on the screen and spoke about a profession that involves managing psionic energy. The man demonstrated in practice that strengthening the body with psionic energy allows him to deliver blows of amazing force. Jinan turned to the audience and said that the warrior is the most important of the 4 martial professions. This concludes the introductory video. Meng Chao thought that the most attractive profession for him was one that involved using his own body. A few moments later, the organizers put a helmet on the guy's head. The organizer reported that all communicators were successfully connected. Meng Chao looked at Fei Qiong standing in front of him and saw that his friend's data was displayed on the touchscreen. A task appeared in front of the guy, which consisted of clearing the machine-building plant of monsters in 6 hours. The exam was supposed to start at 12 o'clock at night and last until 6 in the morning. The students entered the territory of the machine-building plant and began cleaning it. They encountered many monsters on their way, which were described in the task. The students used weapons at their own discretion, but most did well on the exam. The monsters were killed one after another, but it was too early to relax, because now they were faced with the most simple opponents. While the school children were eager to get into battle, Meng Chao was calmly strolling around the factory grounds. The guy knew very well how the examination area was arranged. Even though all the monsters were real, the exam was held in a fenced area, the fence of which was sprayed with pheromones from monsters that were stronger than the creatures present on the area. Thanks to this, the monsters could not escape from the fenced area and were forced to fight the students. Meng Chao understood that based on this data, the number of monsters they would fight was limited. The guy wasn't going to waste his energy on the most simple monsters. He was waiting for larger prey. He wasn't the only one. Several students from other schools had climbed higher and were watching the battle from the sidelines. A student from the first Fonda school asked his friends if the 3 of them would fight. Second school disciple Sefeng replied that fighting fierce biting rats was not at all interesting. Meanwhile, Luo Hai, a student of the constructive school, said that they should not underestimate Meng Chao. Soon, predatory vines enveloped the columns on which the boys stood, and a horde of rats headed towards them. Fonda jumped down and opened fire with a machine gun at the monsters. The boy was looking forward to the moment when Meng Chao would get down to business. Lo Hai also began to fire at the monsters, remaining on the high ground. The guy was very interested to know what Meng Chao had planned. Meanwhile, the guy was in no hurry to join the fight and sat down on the ground, opening the chest he had brought with him. Meng Chao took out a shovel and began to dig a shallow hole. Having finished, the guy squatted down and mixed chocolate, sugar, and high-energy supplement in a container. Meng Chao quickly mixed all the ingredients until smooth. He got a soft dough, which he took out of the container and rolled into a ball. After looking at his result, the guy said that he was ready. Meng Chao dropped the ball into a shallow hole and began to wait. Within moments, small creatures began to emerge from the ground, lured by the sweet smell. Meng Chao found the worm he needed and quickly pulled it out of the hole with tweezers. With one precise movement, the guy cut the creature in half. The central vein remained intact, allowing Meng Chao to easily extract the yellow liquid from it. Taking the container in his hands, the guy sniffed the liquid in the flask with pleasure. The teachers watched the exams on monitors, but they couldn't figure out what Meng Chao was doing. Only Teacher Yan watched in surprise at how good the boy's harvesting skills were. Meng Chao moved on to the next stage and quickly caught a ferocious rat running past. With one precise movement, the guy ripped open her belly to get the necessary materials. At this moment, larger monsters appeared on the site. One of the monsters wanted to attack Meng Chao from behind while he was busy creating some kind of liquid. However, the monster was killed before it could touch the guy. Meng Chao struck several blows with his sword, covering the flask of liquid with his hand. The guy didn't put in too much effort, but he still managed to eliminate the monsters. The teachers noted that the boy had quite good technique, but it was unusual for everyone present. One observer noted that Meng Chao killed a female rat with one blow. However, the boy's next actions again left the teachers stunned, as the boy sat down next to the suitcase again. Meng Chao took out a portable stove and placed the pot on it, into which he poured the contents of the flask. The guy cut open a female ferocious rat and removed her reproductive gland. The teacher suggested that the liquid collected by the boy had an irritating effect on the nervous system. After pouring all the remaining ingredients into the container, Meng Chao mixed them until smooth. When combined with doxyamine and pterin, the liquid became a kind of stimulating agent. After filling a syringe with liquid, Meng Chao stuffed the onigiri with it. When the rice turned completely pink, the guy said it was ready. Having collected all his things, Meng Chao ran to the inner territory of the factory. The teachers noted that the boy was very interesting, but his grades were progressing very poorly. The test was observed on the site by the principal of the 9th school, Daxing. The man noticed Meng Chao running towards the sewers. There were many traps set up in the sewers, but the director hoped that the boy would be able to surprise him. Meng Chao moved deeper into the tunnel, scattering pieces of onigiri behind him. The smell seeped into the drain pipes and quickly spread throughout the plant and underground tunnels. The guy seemed to be throwing out bait, going deeper and deeper. When Meng Chao stopped, one of the teachers suggested that he was waiting for something. The teacher approached the caretaker's computer and asked to turn on the thermal imager. Finally, the observers were able to figure out what exactly the guy was doing. Thermal imaging cameras showed that the ferocious rats had gone mad and were huddling in groups as they approached the boy. Teacher Yan realized that Meng Chao had planned all of this from the start. The rats ran madly after the scent that attracted them, trying to find the source. Meng Chao threw the rest of the onigiri into one of the drain pipes, to which the monsters immediately ran. The guy waved his hands and thought that his plan had succeeded. The next moment, an explosion occurred, killing almost all the monsters in the sewers. The explosion was so powerful that fire burst to the surface. The other students noticed this and immediately realized that someone had brought a lot of hand grenades to the test. The examinees guessed that one of the students was trying to blow up 100 rats at once. Fake Xiong didn't look away from the monsters and said that this was definitely Meng Chao's work. Meanwhile, Meng Chao had reached the top of the list of best students based on the scores, with Fanda, Luo Hai, and Zefeng ahead of him. At the moment, 3 guys were clearing the main hall of the machine building plant. The students covered each other's backs, killing all the monsters in their path. They soon learned that someone had killed 700 ferocious rats in an instant. Seifeng guessed that the recent explosion was caused by Meng Chao. The guys didn't understand how the guy was able to kill so many rats with just grenades, and they didn't know where he found so many rats. Lo Hai fought the rats, cutting them down with his sword. The guy said that Meng Chao only killed a few rats, and it didn't matter. Lo Hai said the second half of the night is the most important part of this test. Sefeng noted that in the second half of the night, each predator is worth 10 times more points than a ferocious rat. Fonda said that before the test began, Meng Chao took the cheapest lightning saber with him, so it would no longer be possible to defeat the predators. Meanwhile, Meng Chao himself emerged from the sewers, where he had killed a huge number of monsters at once. The guy looked at his results and said that it was not bad at all. Meng Chao decided that he couldn't rest any longer and jumped out of the tree. The guy said that he needed to give it his all if he wanted to get into the best program. Meng Chao walked closer to the destroyed sewer and saw insects swarming in the torn earth. The insects did not move, as they were stunned by the explosion, which helped the guy find the specimens he needed. Meng Chao took a scorpion out of the pile of insects and apologized to it. The teachers assumed that the boy wanted to make onigiri again, but they realized that there weren't many pomegranates left. Another observer noted that this time, Meng Chao was selecting only poisonous insects suitable for field combat. The organizer noted to himself that the guy looked like a greenhorn, but fought like a seasoned soldier who had spent a couple of decades in the depths of the fog. Everyone was very interested to see what Meng Chao came up with this time. The guy quickly removed the poisonous vein from the scorpion. The guy then moved on to the next insect, also extracting poison from it. The last thing Meng Chao cut up was the centipede. The guy placed all the poisonous veins in a flask and mixed them, creating a solution. Meng Chao took a brush and applied a bright green poison to the blade of the sword. The teachers stopped paying attention to the other students and watched the boy's actions with all their eyes. Meanwhile, Meng Chao waved his sword, testing the stickiness of the poison. After this, the guy wounded one of the ferocious rats with a sword to see how quickly the poison worked. Then Meng Chao found a pile of dead ferocious mice and rolled around in their blood. With this, his preparations for attracting the second stage monsters, the ghost cats, were complete. Meng Chao stood next to the tree and waited for the second half of the test to begin. At exactly 3 o'clock in the morning, the siren sounded, signaling the beginning of the release of the second batch of monsters. Larger monsters were already waiting for the students behind the bars of the walls. As soon as the bars were lifted, black monsters with long claws emerged from the cages. This time, the students had to face predators who hunted ferocious rats. The ghost cats immediately smelled blood and prepared to hunt. Some students started looking around after the announcement, looking for monsters, but they were smarter and were sneaking up from above. The ghost cats attacked in groups to corner their prey. The squad of students didn't even have time to realize when they were attacked. Within a couple of minutes, half of the students were injured and could not get up from the ground. Dassen ordered the invigilators to closely monitor the examinees' data. The man said that their first priority was to ensure the safety of the test. Meanwhile, a group of ghost cats followed the scent of blood to Meng Chao. The monsters acted according to their usual pattern and one of them hid in a tree, preparing to attack from behind. 3 ghostly cats rushed at once at the guy, who didn't even move. When the monsters got close enough, Meng Chao smiled and said that everything was going according to plan. The boy easily dodged the ghost cat's attack. At that moment, Meng Chao took out his sword, which was smeared with poison. With one precise movement, the guy made a slight cut on the ghost cat's ear. Meng Chao stopped and began to observe the effect of the poison he had prepared. Unlike the ferocious rat, the ghost cat did not die, but began to shake and meow. Meng Chao realized that the poison was indeed good at disrupting monsters' hearing and balance systems. Meanwhile, another ghost cat also tried to attack the guy. Meng Chao realized that he should not be distracted from the matter at hand. The guy suddenly leaned over and pulled his leg back, strangling the monster in the face. Following this cat, another one ran up to Meng Chao. The monster was about to jump on the guy, but he abruptly crouched down. The next moment, Meng Chao delivered a powerful knee strike to the ghost cat's head. At this point, the boy finished his poison test and decided it was time to move on to the next zone. Meng Chao grabbed his sword and ran to the main platform. On his way, he encountered ghostly cats, who were attracted by the smell of blood on his suit. However, Meng Chao easily killed the monsters with one blow. The guy cut his way into the main hall, doing it without much effort. All his strikes were accurate and powerful enough to take down the monsters. Having cleared his way, Meng Chao put away his sword. One of the teachers noted that the guy had very good sword technique. Someone even suggested that the guy's technique was stronger than that of Lohai, whose father was a 6-star exalted. The teacher's conversation was interrupted by an observer who said that Meng Chao was heading inside the plant. The teachers again turned their full attention to the boy's route. Meng Chao advanced deeper into the building using his sword and hand grenades. After a while, the guy said that it was worth coming to the inner zone earlier, since there were many more ghost cats here. Meng Chao noticed that several monsters were gathered around the hole in the wall, and were completely unaware of his presence. The guy realized that something had attracted the attention of the monsters more than he had, so he decided to see what was going on there. Approaching the hole, Meng Chao saw 3 disciples standing with their backs to each other and fighting off the monsters. Fonda recognized Meng Chao, and immediately asked if he really came to take the ghost cats away from them. Sefeng was briefly distracted, but quickly returned to the fight, calling the guy a fool. Lohai chopped up another monster and reminded him that in a real combat test, it is forbidden to take away monsters. However, the guy said that they would soon run out of steam, so he would be happy to share the ghost cats with Meng Chao. Meng Chao looked closely at the boys and realized that their strength was already running out. The guy decided to help them and poured a flask of monster pheromones on himself. The ghost cats immediately smelled the enticing scent and turned their attention to Meng Chao. The guy took out his sword and prepared to fight back. Meng Chao rushed into battle, telling his students to quickly recover their strength. Lohai sat down in a recuperating pose and told his friends to do the same. However, Fonda couldn't concentrate and watched Meng Chao from the side to see what he was really capable of. Meng Chao knew that this time he needed to focus, as everything would depend on the first attack. The guy only had one chance and he couldn't let it go. Meng Chao jumped up and ran towards the ghost cats. The guy moved very quickly, running from one monster to another. Meng Chao only needed one blow to kill the ghost cats. Those monsters that did not receive a fatal blow from the sword were killed by the poison that entered their blood. There was a smile on Meng Chao's face as everything was going according to plan. Most of the wounds were not fatal, which indicated that the guy was trying to conserve his strength. Meng Chao quickly approached the center of the room, where at that moment the students were recovering their strength. Having killed all the ghost cats in the room, the guy turned around and looked at them carefully in case any of them had survived. Fonda chuckled and said that this was not great swordsmanship, but just a trick with poison. However, Lohai understood that the guy was not weak, but on the contrary, strong, since he could control the power of his attacks to save his strength. The boy was curious to know what Meng Chao would do when the poison ran out. Soon Meng Chao noticed that the poison had run out. The guy decided to change tactics, and at the same time teach Lohai and the others in order to get some contribution points. More ghost cats arrived in the room and one of them attacked Meng Chao. The guy didn't dodge and let himself be bitten, saying that weapons aren't just bullets and swords. Meng Chao pierced the monster with his sword and said that in a real fight, everything around them is a weapon, such as their battle suits. Fonda didn't understand why the guy was telling them all this during the battle. The monster released the boy's hand from its teeth, and the students saw that Meng Chao had overestimated the ability of the gel battlesuit. The gel began to leak from the damaged suit, and Meng Chao said that it took a lot of energy to dodge the attacks of the ghost cats and search for them hiding in the darkness. However, the guy is confident that if you use the combat suit as a shield and hunt using bait, the effect will increase significantly. Several ghost cats immediately pounced on Meng Chao from different sides. It was the guy's idea to show the students one important detail in their combat gel suits. Meng Chao's suit was completely ruined, and he said that the suit didn't matter because its damage didn't affect the score. Fonda asked what the guy was going to do now that he no longer had the poisoned sword and battlesuit. Lo Hai, in turn, watched Meng Chao carefully and listened to what he said. Meng Chao threw his helmet to the floor and decided to explain in simpler terms. The guy checked the first aid kit for supplies. Meng Chao said that in a real fight, everything around them is a weapon. The guy tore off the top of his suit and said that even their bodies were weapons. Meng Chao said that the main characteristics of ghost cats are speed and stealth. The guy used the gel suit and his body as bait, deliberately allowing the cats to get closer to him. Thanks to this, Meng Chao deprived the monsters of their main advantages in an instant. The boy grabbed the sword and looked at the ghost cat that tried to attack him. Meng Chao easily cut the monster into pieces. The guy said that monsters that don't have any advantages, no matter how ferocious they are easy to deal with. Meng Chao glanced at the students and turned his attention back to the monsters. The ghost cats gradually arrived, but were no longer in a hurry to attack. Meng Chao decided to take advantage of this moment and took the necessary items from the first aid kit on his belt. The boy applied ointment to his bitten hand to help the wounds heal faster. After this, Meng Chao tightly bandaged his forearm with clean bandages. In conclusion, the guy drank 3 flasks of restorative liquid at once. Now Luo Hai understood why Meng Chao had exchanged the resources obtained from the written exam for the first aid kit. Sei Feng knew that Meng Chao was no match for him in terms of martial arts. Fonda noted that in terms of shooting, he is 10 times more accurate than the guy. However, all 3 of them felt upset that the guy was much more ferocious than all of them put together. Meng Chao wiped the blood from his face, and from his expression, Fonda realized that the guy was not going to stop. The guy replied that he had not yet exhausted his physical strength, and that minor injuries and blood loss would be compensated for using modern technology after the exam. Meng Chao rushed forward and reminded them that the purpose of this operation was to destroy a large number of monsters. After striking the monster, the boy asked if it would be a waste if he didn't squeeze all the energy out of his body. Meng Chao struck one blow after another. Gradually, he thinned the ranks of monsters, who no longer tried to actively attack him. Meng Chao wasn't too worried about his body's condition, as they could be healed after the exam and it wouldn't affect his score. The students asked the boy if he really wasn't afraid of dying, but he replied that he was afraid of death. However, Meng Chao said that on the battlefield, the more you fear dying, the more likely it is that it will happen. The guy turned to the monster that had crept up behind him and said that if a person wants to live, he must fight desperately for the opportunity to survive. Meng Chao believed that on the battlefield of another world, the monsters were stronger, time and space were unstable, and countless uncertainties could occur at any moment. The guy said that all they could do at the moment was to end the battle as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the examiners were closely monitoring all of Meng Chao's actions. One of the observers, Colonel Zeng, told the organizers to check the guy out, and if there were no problems, they should get him into the Longcheng Military Academy. A representative from the Longcheng University Martial Arts Department laughed at the man for not even bothering to ask the boy what he wanted. The man was confident that Meng Chao would choose his faculty. At this point, the men's conversation was interrupted by a woman who said that there was no point in arguing. The woman said that Meng Chao's father works as a reaper, and the boy himself is acquainted with Mr. Ningxie, so the student will definitely choose Monster University. At this moment, the observers noticed that Meng Chao sat down to rest, and the ghost cats did not approach him because they were afraid of him. The monsters circled around the guy, but did not dare to attack him. Meng Chao calmly looked at the exam scores and found that he was ranked 273rd in the entire city, so he could wait for the next round. Fonda said that they couldn't kill the monsters as effectively since the guy had scared them all, but Lo Hai said that they needed to do their best before the boss appeared in the next stage. Sefeng said he has no idea what kind of monster will be the boss in the 3rd stage of the real battle trial this year. Soon, a message arrived on the examinees' bracelets. From the message, the students learned that the boss would be the Python of Broken Blades. Fonda was frightened, because it was the strongest snake of its subspecies of monsters. Even Meng Chao was surprised, noting the unusual difficulty of the exam this year. Fonda sarcastically thanked Meng Chao for his help, and asked how he would now fight the Python of Broken Blades. The guy replied that there was no point in fighting the boss, since he already had enough points to enter a bachelor's degree. All 3 students were shocked by this answer, because they expected the guy to have higher goals. Meng Chao laughed and said he was joking, but due to his physical condition, he would follow the guys and look for opportunities to take advantage of the situation. The students immediately rebelled and asked if he really intended to take the monsters away from them. Meng Chao reassured them, saying that he would not steal the monsters, but would simply wait until the boys were exhausted, and only then would he enter the battle. Now Lo Hai understood why the boy had fought so desperately against the ghost cats, but he didn't understand how he could have known what kind of monster would be in the final test. Meng Chao said the difficulty of the test could be guessed from the previous stages of the test. The guy said that the guys are too fixated on acting perfectly, but in a real fight this can lead to death. Spark sent a notification that Sefeng had received instructions, and his combat experience had increased. for which Meng Chao received contribution points. Lo Hai also received points, realizing that the guy had started thinking about the boss and planning tactics a month ago. Fonda also gained experience and said that Meng Chao simply took advantage of this wave of monsters. Meng Chao said he would hope that the boys would be able to injure at least a few pythons and give him a chance to use a couple. Within a few moments it became clear that the bosses had been released from their cages. Meng Chao told the boys to get ready and act carefully. The rustling of leaves and grass could be heard outside the premises. It was clear that the monsters were approaching the main area. Fonda, Sifeng, and Luo Hai stood with their backs to each other and decided not to attack more than one python at a time. At that moment, a huge snake flew into the window under the roof. Just a few moments later, another monster crawled into the room from the central entrance. Fonda barely had time to turn around when a third reptile crashed through the wall of the building. The guy said that they were lucky that there were only 3 monsters, because then they would be able to resist them. However, his hopes were quickly dashed when Lo Hai said that another python had appeared at the entrance. Sefeng and Luo Hai moved to attack the monsters that came from the entrance. Fonda turned to them in fear, asking if he really would have to fight 2 monsters at once. The monsters didn't wait, and attacked the guy who threatened to kill his friends at the end of the test. Fonda barely managed to jump to the side, but the sword fell out of his hands. The monsters continued to attack, and the boy realized that without Meng Chao's help, he would not be able to survive. Fonda barely managed to jump aside from the next blow. The boy told Meng Chao to come out immediately and help him, otherwise he would leave him to his death. However, Fonda never received an answer, and the pythons began crawling towards him again. The guy realized that he had no one to rely on and raised his sword. Fonda shouted to the monsters that he was not such an easy prey, so they might try to attack him again. One of the pythons immediately attacked the guy. Fonda jumped to the side and tried to strike the monster's body. However, after just a few moments he realized that the scales were too hard and impossible to pierce. The snake immediately lowered its body to the ground and tried to crush Fonda. The guy tried to strike again, but it was all in vain. At that moment, the monster turned around and pointed its head at Fonda, who had nowhere to retreat. The guy jumped high in the air and said that these pythons had no weaknesses at all, so he didn't understand how to fight them. However, the snake quickly reacted and struck Fonda in the stomach with its tail. The guy flew back and crashed into the ground. However, the suit protected Fonda's body well, and he was able to withstand the blow. The guy wiped the blood from his chin and said that even without a weapon, he would not become prey. Since Fonda could no longer attack the monsters, he tried to run away from them. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was counting down from the minute. The monsters tried to get Fonda, but to no avail. At some point, the guy had to dodge not only the pythons, but also the building debris that was falling on him from above. However, Fonda's strength was not endless, and he began to move slowly and clumsily. With 10 seconds left in the countdown, the boy tripped and fell. A python crawled past him and touched him with its sharp spines, cutting his leg. The monsters managed to corner the guy, and he admitted that it was the end for him. The countdown ended the moment one of the pythons was about to swallow Fonda. Meng Chao said that if the battle lasts longer than a minute, it does not count as taking the monster away. A flash flew from the side and broke the snake's spine. Meng Chao said that time was up, so he could take the monster for himself. Fonda fell to the floor and tried to come to his senses from the realization of what had just happened to him. Watching Meng Chao collect the python's blood, the boy thought that this guy really had good endurance. Meng Chao turned to the boy and asked how he was, then offered him some snake blood. Fonda watched the boy's actions in horror and asked what he was doing. Meng Chao thrust his sword into the ground and said that python blood could provide additional energy. The guy said it would be very wasteful not to dissect the monsters. Meng Chao said that most of the python's fresh blood is rich in psionic energy and can stimulate the nervous system, releasing cellular potential. Having taken out the gallbladder, the guy said that it could improve visual acuity, and a drop of python heart blood would be 100 times more effective than regular blood. Fonda didn't understand how Meng Chao knew so much about these monsters. At this point, Lo Hai and Sefeng had dealt with their pythons and approached Fonda to ask if he was okay. Seeing the defeated pythons, the guys thought that Fonda had done it, but he immediately admitted that it was Meng Chao's doing. The boys shuddered when they saw that Meng Chao was not paying attention to them and was drinking snake blood. A few moments later, the bracelets on the boys' hands began to glow red. The boys immediately realized that this was an alarm notification. Meng Chao assumed that one of the students was in danger and needed help. The boy offered to go and help, and the students agreed with him. The students immediately went to the riveting and welding shop. The entire area was filled with blue-pink smoke. The guys immediately realized that this shouldn't happen during the test. The fog was very strange and came from cracks in the ground. Meng Chao said that the situation was not right, so everyone should be careful. At that moment, one of the students ran out of the ruins and asked for help, and a burgundy-colored monster ran after him. Meng Chao just turned around to see what was happening, but froze in shock. The monster caught up with the student and bit off his head. When the monster got close enough, Meng Chao recognized it as a blood moon wolf. This monster was the king of the canine monsters, who could secrete a bloody mist and only acted in packs. Meng Chao didn't understand how the examiners could prepare two kinds of boss-level monsters to test the students. The boy began to understand that something had gone wrong, as these monsters were too ferocious for those entering the battlefield for the first time. As if to confirm his suspicions, Principal Dassen's voice rang out, warning the students that there was danger on the examination field. The man jumped from his post, killed the blood wolf, and ordered the students to retreat immediately to a safe place. Meng Chao approached the director and asked if the situation on the examination field was really that dangerous. Dassen said the live combat test had been suspended because fog was closing in, and the students needed to be evacuated. Lo Hai said they could stay and help deal with the monsters. Fonda and Sefeng stepped forward and also offered their help. Meng Chao reminded them that they weren't exalted yet, so they were unlikely to be able to deal with the blood moon wolf. The guy insisted that they should evacuate immediately. Daxing confirmed Meng Chao's words, and said that they were attacked by higher-level monsters, and the exam was no longer under control. Before leaving the area, the principal said again that the students must retreat immediately. Dassen ran across the entire examination field to ensure that every student heard his order. At this moment, blood moon wolves began to approach Meng Chao and the steel guys from behind. Lo Hai chuckled and said that the monsters didn't want to let them go. Meng Chao turned to face the monsters and said that they would be able to break through. The guy looked at the field and said that cracks in the ground would be a problem, so the guys should avoid them as much as possible. Meanwhile, the monsters were inevitably advancing. Meng Chao said they must act quickly. The students heeded Meng Chao's advice and rushed into battle. Fonda chopped up the wolves with an axe and said that he was not afraid of monsters. Lo Hai tried to clear a path of retreat for his students. Meng Chao also took part in the battle, but carefully watched to ensure that no one was hurt. At some point, a flash of light appeared under the guy's foot. With great speed, the ground beneath Meng Chao's feet began to split apart. A huge crack appeared in the ground and grew larger, hindering the guy. Meng Chao was too distracted to notice one of the wolves sneaking up on him. Noticing the monster, the guy flinched and lost his balance. Meng Chao tried to fight back, but the wolf pushed him into the rift. The fog came to life and began to pull the guy underground. At the last moment, Meng Chao realized that he had fallen into spatial turbulence. The fog swirled like a black hole, and the boy disappeared without a trace. The area of space-time distortion has closed. Meanwhile, a distorted zone opened up in another space. Meng Chao fell to the ground, and the wolf landed on top of him, continuing to try to bite the boy. Meng Chao's patience ran out and he bit into the monster's neck, severing its artery. The sudden movement caused the boy to feel pain in his shoulder, indicating that he had been injured in the distorted space. Meng Chao kicked the monster's body and said that he would tear it to pieces once he had set his shoulder. The boy walked up to the tree and hit it with his shoulder with all his strength, setting the bones back into the joint. After Meng Chao had treated his wounds, he went out to scout. Space-time turbulence carried the guy into the forest. Finally, the boy was able to climb to a higher ground and saw Longcheng in the distance. A few moments later, Meng Chao heard a scream in the forest and realized that the voice was very familiar to him. Apparently, Fanda had also been sucked into the space-time loop and was now in a panic. Meng Chao voiced his assumptions, and at that moment, two more people came out to them. Lo Hai asked why the boys were here if 3 days ago, a massive fog descended on the city, releasing all the spatial energy. Meng Chao immediately remembered that in his past life, almost immediately after the exams, distortions in time-space became a common occurrence. Suddenly, the spark offered the boy the task of saving the examinees from the hunt of the blood moon wolves. Seeing that he would be awarded 10,000 points for the task, Meng Chao realized that the task would not be easy. The guy understood perfectly well that he would have to accept the task, since he could not leave the situation unattended. Meng Chao guessed that they hadn't been carried too far by the turbulence, so they should just wait for help and look for other students. A few moments later, a noise came from the thicket of the forest, frightening the birds from their branches. The students immediately realized that they had encountered a pack of wolves, but they didn't know what to do next. Meng Chao knew that the wolves were trying to scare them and separate them so that they could then be tracked down and killed one by one. The guy told the boys not to be nervous and to try not to breathe in the fog that the wolves spread. Meng Chao soaked bandages in cotton wool and wolf blood and told the disciples that wolf blood inhibits the toxin from the fog. The guy told the boys to cover their mouths and noses with cotton balls and gauze to reduce the effects of the fog. While the boys were covering their faces, Meng Chao said that they should find as many examinees as possible so that they could all stand up to the wolves together. Lo Hai pulled the gauze over his face and said that they understood everything. The boys decided not to split up, but to act united, which helped them save the students. Meng Chao knew they couldn't just run towards the city, as that would risk running into the wolves' hunting ground. Luo Hai and Seifeng fought off the wolves while Meng Chao tended to the wounded. After some time, the guy noted that the combat effectiveness of the monsters was not very high. Meng Chao saw how tired the students were, and realized that he needed to boost their morale as quickly as possible before they scattered in different directions. The guy said that they needed to find all the other students as soon as possible. Meng Chao addressed the boys present and said that they all needed to unite, set up battle positions, and fight the wolves. The boy assured the students that the Red Dragon's army was already looking for them, and that help would arrive. But they needed to hold out until dawn. Meng Chao approached everyone and encouraged them, receiving contribution points for this. Over time, the students found more and more examinees, and Meng Chao tried to take on the monsters. The wasteland environment is uneven, and there are too few students, so they simply cannot find the children lost in the forest. Night was falling on the street, so there was also too little lighting. Suddenly a good idea appeared in Meng Chao's head that would help them find other students. The boy suggested starting a fire so that the students would come to them themselves, and the rescue team would find out their coordinates. Lohai lowered his mask and asked if it would attract a pack of wolves. Meng Chao said that even without fire, wolves can sense where they are, because their sense of smell is 10 times stronger than humans. The guy said that the monsters would easily find them even in complete darkness, but the light would give the students an advantage. Meng Chao understood very well that lost students, on the contrary, felt despair, thinking that they were left alone. Out of desperation and fear, the examinees inhale more and more of the bloody mist, and eventually the chain closes. The students did not argue with Meng Chao and immediately collected firewood for the fire. The guy said that the fire would bring them all together, and they would become stronger. Meng Chao told Luo Hai to trust him, and then they would definitely survive. Gradually it became dark outside. Far from the city, in the forest, the students made a large fire and gathered around it. The light attracted the attention of school children lost in the forest. The boys immediately realized that there were people near the fire, which meant they could ask them for help. Some of the students were moving towards the Ascension Tower, but upon seeing the fire, they decided to turn around. The students understood that by getting together, they would be able to come up with a plan for further action. Gradually, more and more students emerged from the forest into the clearing, and Meng Chao and the boys got some meat and cooked it over a fire. Seeing new people, the guy told them to come and have some refreshment. Meng Chao said that they should rest before the wolves came. At some point, a huge silhouette became visible from the shadows of the forest, and the school children became frightened. Luo Hai looked at the silhouette in shock and asked Meng Chao to stop eating and look at it. Continuing to chew the meat, the guy turned around. At that moment, a large foot, similar to a bear's paw, rested on the stone. Fei Qiong came out into the light, leading a group of disciples, and greeted Meng Chao. The boy asked how Meng Chao had gathered people even larger than himself. The guy replied that he had gathered these students with the help of his natural charisma. Fei Shun laughed and also referred to charisma, after which he walked closer to his friend. The boy whispered into Meng Chao's ear that he had lied about his parents being important people, and that a geolocation sensor had been implanted in his body. After listening to Fei Shun, the boy handed him a large piece of meat and offered to give him something to eat before the monsters attacked them again. Meng Chao immediately told the arriving students that they should cover their faces with a mask so that the bloody mist would not affect their minds. After some time, the disciples asked why they did not immediately go to the city, although they were transferred not so far from its walls. Meng Chao replied that it was at least 10 kilometers to the city, and it was not yet known how many monsters were lurking in the forest. The guy said that a thoughtless escape could only lead them to death. Meanwhile, the wolves got tired of waiting and decided to go hunting. The red fog began to seep more actively into the clearing. The howl of the wolf leader echoed through the forest, and Meng Chao told his students to prepare for battle. The school children immediately jumped up from their seats, and many began to panic. The students didn't want to die, but they realized that they were surrounded by a pack of dangerous monsters. Lohai watched the forest carefully and noticed the silhouettes of wolves walking among the trees. The guy wondered if they could really survive this battle. Meng Chao said that they should not be afraid, because as long as they all stand on their feet and fight shoulder to shoulder, they have nothing to fear. Fei Xiong said that he recently killed 2 wolves on his own, and there was nothing difficult about it. Many students were still afraid and could not move. After a few moments, the wolves began to approach. Luo Hai turned to Meng Chao and said that the monsters had begun their attack. Meng Chao replied that they needed to maintain their fighting positions, but in the meantime, he was thinking about how to raise the students' morale. At that moment, the boys noticed something falling on them from above. The school children barely had time to run away when the mutilated body of one of the students fell to the ground. Panic immediately broke out in the camp, and the boys began to run in different directions. The monsters were just waiting for this, and were already lying in wait for them behind the trees. As soon as the school children approached the forest, a large wolf jumped out at them. Sefin and Fanda managed to react and got rid of the monster. Fei Qiong knew that with this fighting spirit they wouldn't be able to last long, so he asked Meng Chao's opinion on the matter. Then the idea came to the guy's head that he could reach out to the students of their 9th school. Meng Chao extended his sword forward and told the students of the 9th school to stand next to him. The wolves jumped out of the forest and moved like a wall towards the school children. Meng Chao's classmates listened to him and stood in a row. The boy swung his sword and ordered the students to take the stance of the swordsmanship of 100 battles. In a friendly formation, the classmates took the same position, creating an even, dense row. The first move was called the advancing mantle, and it was meant to create a wall for a counterattack. The monsters didn't have time to slow down, ran into the swords, and were cut into pieces. Fonda saw Meng Chao's actions and called on his classmates from first school to gather. Seifeng called the students of the 2nd school and said that they could not disgrace the honor of their school. Meanwhile, Lohai was the only student in the constructive school, so he felt awkward. However, there was still one more student from the constructive school who called on them to unite. The 7th and 5th schools huddled in groups, covering each other's backs. Fei Xiong looked at Meng Chao and said that the guy was a good guy, since he was able to inspire all the cowards with just a couple of phrases and stabilize the situation. However, the guy did not get distracted from the battle and hoped that some things would not happen today. Suddenly the wolves stopped attacking and a loud howl was heard. The students froze, carefully observing their surroundings to understand what was happening. Soon a giant silhouette appeared from the shadows of the forest. Meng Chao realized that what he had feared had actually happened. A huge white wolf slowly walked into the clearing and bared its teeth. Lohai froze in place and could not tear his frightened gaze away from the monster. A bead of sweat rolled down Sifen's temple. Meng Chao stood in place, carefully observing the disaster they were facing. The guy understood that their plan was completely destroyed, and most likely they would not be able to survive. Before him stood the Blood Moon Wolf King, a nightmare-level monster. The monster's eyes were bloodshot, and it was looking straight at Meng Chao. The guy was afraid to take his eyes off the Wolf King even for a second. The fog began to thicken over the clearing where the battle was taking place. Following the Wolf King, other blood wolves came out into the clearing. The monster growled deep in its throat and opened its mouth. The Wolf King clicked his teeth and closed his mouth tightly. The very next second he opened his jaws, and a thick red fog began to fill the space. Meng Chao shouted to the students that they should prepare themselves and not panic. However, no one listened to the guy anymore and panic began to rise in the camp. The school children were poisoned by the fog and could only think that death had come for them. Looking at the giant wolf, they saw an even more terrifying silhouette. Meng Chao noticed that the monster was acting very strangely, as if it was afraid to attack a group of students. The king sprayed out a bloody mist, but did not risk entering it to kill them all. The wolf opened its mouth once again, filling the clearing with red fog. Meng Chao used his spark abilities and tried to examine the monster. Soon the boy noticed a sword sticking out of the Wolf King's back. The monster's paws were covered with fresh cuts and were still bleeding. Meng Chao realized that the one who had wounded the Wolf King was still nearby, meaning they only had to wait for him. The boy waved his sword and told the students that the Wolf King was seriously injured and could die at any moment, so they should not panic. Meng Chao's sudden movements caused the fog to move, but visibility was too poor. The monster tried to separate the students so that his pack could attack them one by one. Fei Xun supported the guy and reminded him that they had already withstood several attacks, so they could hold out now too. The Wolf King didn't like the fact that the boys weren't falling for his fog. The monster roared and rushed forward, throwing aside several students, including Meng Chao. The boy didn't even have time to realize when the Wolf King approached him. But the wound on his chest indicated that he had been hit. The monster crouched and growled deep in its throat, slowly beginning to approach. Standing not far from Meng Chao, the Wolf King released a bloody mist directly at the boy. Meng Chao began to understand that the difference between an ordinary person and a nightmare-level monster was not something that could be made up for with skills. The sparkle in the guy's eyes began to fade. The Wolf King felt that Meng Chao was starting to lose ground. The guy couldn't even move as the monster slowly loomed over him. For the first time in his second life, Meng Chao felt so scared. The boy's eyes were fixed on the nightmarish monster that was about to kill him. Following the king, the rest of the wolves also rushed to attack. The students were unable to recover due to the effects of the fog, and were largely defenseless. Fei Xun remained sane and tried to fight back, but his strength also had its limits. Meng Chao thought that the Blood Moon Wolf King was too fast for him. However, the guy decided that since he was destined to die anyway, he would take this monster with him. Meng Chao was about to attack, but at that moment, Director Daxing's cry was heard. The man concentrated energy in his hands and struck the monster on the head. Meng Chao stepped back a little as the monster shattered the ground, hitting its head on it. However, even such a powerful blow could not defeat the king of the Blood Wolves. Before Dasun could strike again, the monster jumped aside. Due to the sudden movements, the sword that was thrust into the wolf's back bounced off. Meng Chao stared wide-eyed at the director's back as he stood between him and the monster. The principal took one look at the students and told them to defend themselves. Meng Chao understood that Daxing's exaltation level was too high. so he couldn't be caught up in the turbulence. However, the director was here at the moment, which meant he decided to jump after the students. The wolves pounced on the man, but he threw them all aside with one movement, clearing a path for himself. Daxing's main target was the Blood Moon Wolf King. Without a shadow of fear, the director walked towards the monster. In an instant, Daxing jumped high and raised his hand to strike. The Wolf King winced and took a couple of steps back. The monster managed to dodge the blow again, causing the attack to land on the ground. Daxing thought that the Wolf King, although wounded, was still agile. The man caught up with the monster and used the broken air technique. The director concentrated his energy again and raised his hand for another blow. The monster managed to turn sideways, causing his blow to hit the body and not the head. The Wolf King was enraged by this attack. The monster turned around, preparing to strike with its front paw. However, even in this, Daxing was faster than him and struck him in the face first. The director moved very quickly, and within a second he jumped up and found himself above the monster. Daxing delivered one precise blow to the monster's head, pinning it to the ground. For a few moments the Wolf King was silent, but the man could not believe that a monster of such a level had died so quickly. Meng Chao wanted to warn the director, but the Wolf King was faster and struck. The monster used its forked tail and threw Daxing aside. Meng Chao was amazed by the intelligence of the monster of a nightmare level. The guy helped the director stop and thought about what they should do next. Daxing didn't even look at the guy, and told him not to hesitate and take the students as far away from here as possible. The director said that his injuries were not serious, so Meng Chao did not need to worry. Daxing said that he would use the spiritual flame to accelerate the blood and recover quickly. Meng Chao wanted to object, but the director pushed the guy aside. The wolf wrapped its forked tail around Daxing's arms, but the man continued to insist that the boy not worry. The monster pressed its paws into the ground and pulled the director towards itself. The man realized that the Wolf King wanted to drag him into his attack zone. A plan formed in Daxing's head, and he immediately began to implement it. The man pushed off the ground with more force, purposefully approaching the Wolf King. The director concentrated energy in his right hand, causing discharges to run through it. The man's body was covered in schematic patterns, and his eyes glowed red. Using his other hand, Daxing tried to pull himself towards the monster as quickly as possible. The Wolf King himself also rushed towards the man. The monster was furious, and was going to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. The Wolf King opened his mouth, preparing to swallow Daxing. The director was about to use one of his most powerful moves, and flew straight into the monster's mouth. The collision between the Blood Moon Wolf King and director Daxing caused an explosion. Meng Chao was so captivated by the man's battle that he was unable to carry out his orders. The guy saw the silhouette of a man engulfed in flames. The energy from the collision shot high into the sky in a column, illuminating it like the sun. The roar echoed throughout the forest. The fog and smoke from the explosion began to clear. Daxing looked at the silhouette of the Wolf King with burning eyes. The monster did not take his eyes off the man for some time and did not dare to move. Eventually, the Wolf King realized that he could not win this battle, and he decided to hide in the forest. After the monsters left, Daxing apologized to the students for not detecting the spatial turbulence in advance, causing them to face danger. The director praised the boys for their bravery, and said that the rescue team would arrive in 20 minutes, and that he would personally protect them during this time. Many students could not hold back their tears of joy. Meng Chao, meanwhile, decided to heal his wounds with a spark, as he assumed that the monsters would not let them rest for long. The boy was glad that his injury had not been noticed by other students, because then he would have had to explain himself. Within a few moments, Lo Hai and Fei Qiong ran up to the boy and hugged him, rejoicing at their victory. However, at the moment, Meng Chao couldn't rejoice, as something was bothering him. He noticed that the state of director Daxing's spiritual flame was unstable, which could mean that he was injured. Meng Chao quickly extricated himself from his friend's grasp and said that they needed to rest while he spoke with the director. When the boys moved back to the rest of the students, the boy approached Daxing, who was standing with his back to the students and looking into the forest. Meng Chao wanted to ask how he was feeling, but he noticed that the director's hands were shaking. The guy stood next to the man and saw that blood was coming from his leg and mouth. There was a large wound on the director's stomach, which made Meng Chao cry out. The principal hissed at the boy and asked him not to scare the other students, and that the monsters should not notice his condition. Meng Chao shook and asked Daxing to stop wasting psionic energy, and sit down and rest immediately. The man apologized to the boy, and replied that he could no longer kill monsters, but he also could not sit down or return psionic energy. The director said that the Wolf King is very smart, and that is why he must release spiritual flames to scare the monster. Daxing considered it his duty to protect schoolchildren who found themselves in danger because adults were not paying attention. The man said he could hold out until a rescue team found them. Meng Chao lowered his head and said that in that case the director would die. The guy said that in his current physical condition, the man should recover in the medical bay and not dare to even lift a finger. Daxing reminded Meng Chao that all people are mortal, and his time would soon come too. The man said that they all had to die someday. Daxing believed that it didn't matter at all whether he died as a warrior of the Red Dragon Army, or as the headmaster of the 9th school, or as an ordinary citizen. The director closed his eyes in pain and repeated that they would all die someday. Meng Chao's eyes filled with tears, and he said that a hero like Daxing should not die here in vain. There was silence for a few moments, after which the man asked if he was really a hero. The principal asked how he could be a hero if he calmly watched children in danger, unable to stop it. The man couldn't consider himself a hero after he got tired from fighting several wolves. The director's strength was running out and he began to cough up blood. Meng Chao noticed that Daxing's spiritual flame had begun to weaken. At that moment, a howl was heard from the forest. The bloody fog began to seep through the trees again and make its way into the clearing. The fog moved purposefully towards Daxing to break his spirit. However, the man never intended to give up. The bloody fog gradually began to surround the man from all sides. However, Daxing increased the power of the spiritual flame's return and told the monsters to attack. The stream of spiritual fire collided with the bloody fog and sent it flying back into the forest. The director's aura was very powerful and completely blocked the view. Meng Chao had never seen such a phenomenon, even though he had fought in the last war with the monsters. However, the aura gradually began to fade, and the guy saw many red eyes watching them from behind the trees. Meng Chao turned to Daxing and said that in the eyes of the disciples, he was a hero who jumped into the spatial turbulence after them. The director said that since they considered him a hero, it meant that he could not back down under any circumstances. The man asked Meng Chao what he thought about it. The guy said he would lead the people into the forest to delay the pack's advance, and that way Daxing could rest a little. The director said that this way the boy would lead all the school children to their death. Meng Chao said that they needed to hold out for a couple more minutes, and then the rescue team would arrive. But suddenly the thought appeared in his head that the director had lied to calm the boys down. Daxing confirmed his suspicions, saying that the team could arrive in half an hour or an hour. The man said that his job was to keep the monsters away from the students for as long as possible so they wouldn't get hurt, while Meng Chao's job was to survive and become stronger so he could help Longcheng defeat the monsters. Daxing started coughing up blood again, but tried to do it unnoticed by the students. Meng Chao could no longer hold back the tears that rolled down his cheeks in an unceasing stream. Daxing said that he was not a hero, but an ordinary man, and that was why he had to put everything on the line. The director smiled and said that there were things that they all had to do, even if they were already broken into pieces. Daxing advised Meng Chao to go and drink more monster blood to restore his strength. The principal said that if he died before the rescue team arrived, the students would have to continue their journey to survival on their own. Meng Chao wondered if this was really what the hero's epiphany looked like. Now the boy could not allow Daxing's life to be wasted, so he hurried to the other students. With tears in their eyes, the boys ate the monster's meat and regained their strength. Meng Chao realized that a hero is not defined by quantitative measures like speed, strength, or level. A hero is defined by a kind of unwavering and unyielding determination. The sun began to rise over the horizon, painting the sky in morning hues, but the rescue team still had not arrived. Daxing asked Meng Chao whether Longcheng would be as prosperous in the future as it was today. The guy said that the man could be sure that the city would become even more prosperous. The principal asked if the children could live happily without worrying that a monster might appear at any second. Meng Chao said that children in the future will be much happier than they are today. The director said that in this case, they would be able to defeat the other world. After these words, the last of the man's strength left him and he fell. The director said that he would hope that Longcheng could return to Earth. Meng Chao was nearby and was able to catch Daxing's body. The guy apologized and said that he didn't know if they would be able to defeat another world in the future. Tears streamed down Meng Chao's face and fell onto Daxing's face. The guy couldn't find the words to explain himself or even breathe because of the lump in his throat. Daxing smiled and said that Meng Chao was just a foolish child. The director grabbed the boy by the hand and said that it didn't matter whether they could conquer another world. The spiritual fire began to spread to Meng Chao's body, and Daxing said that the most important thing was that the other world did not conquer them. The director fell silent forever, and his hand fell to the ground, but his spiritual energy remained on Meng Chao's body and intertwined with his spiritual channels. The boy felt Daxing's power spreading through his body, but he couldn't breathe from the realization that the hero had died. As soon as the director's last strength left him, the Blood Moon Wolf King appeared from the shadows of the forest. The monster came out and told Meng Chao that the old man had already died. The Wolf King did not take his eyes off the boy and slowly approached. The monster wanted Meng Chao to drop the man's corpse and run away. However, the guy carefully laid Daxing on the ground and stood up to his full height, emitting sparks of spiritual flame. The boy bandaged his face with gauze soaked in wolf's blood to protect himself from the bloody mist. The Wolf King said that he would not kill Meng Chao if he ran back to his lair right now. The boy looked at the monster without a shadow or fear and asked if he was really trying to teach him what to do. Meng Chao understood that the Wolf King was wounded, and that was why he wanted the boy to leave and leave the students to be eaten. The boy remembered that he would be able to earn 5,000 contribution points if he could escape. Meng Chao looked over his assignments and notes again, realizing that the escape option wasn't so bad. However, the boy remembered Dason's words that sooner or later they all had to try to do what seemed impossible. Meng Chao could not let down the director who had passed on his powers to him on his deathbed. The guy took all the ampules collected during the test and said that it might not be rational, and that if he failed, he wouldn't even be able to enroll in a bachelor's degree. Meng Chao looked at the monster and said that he did not care about the future, because he had to think about the present. The guy spent all his contribution points to raise his swordsmanship of hundreds of battles to the maximum level. Seeing that Meng Chao was not going to retreat, the monster bared its teeth. The Wolf King asked the boy what he was going to do now. Meng Chao said that even if he was released, he still could not spare the Wolf King. The guy took off his mask, but tried not to inhale the bloody fog surrounding him. Meng Chao drank the contents of all the flasks at once. The guy wondered whether energy is consumed when leveling up. Meng Chao could only hope that this wild energy would be enough for him to fight the